in the floating cloud sect, above the trial peak, above the clouds. Chu, do you feel any pressure? After the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fluctuation that Luizong had attracted had completely disappeared, Zhao Enjuan turned his head to look at Chu Zhongtian and asked with concern. Pressure? Chu Zhongtian repeated and then smiled. Then he looked at Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9. The energy waves of the 1800-mile spiritual qi were not even a third of his target. How could he possibly feel the pressure? That's right. As long as you have confidence. Chu Zhongtian's relaxed and calm attitude made Zhao Enjuan nod his head in satisfaction. After that, Zhao Enjuan waved his sleeve and sent Chu Zhongtian to Courtyard 9. When a warrior broke through to the qi transforming period, the Dantian would produce an extremely strong suction force. Although this suction force only worked on the heaven and earth spiritual power, during the process of using it, possesses tremendous destructive power. Therefore, most of the warriors who broke through to the qi transforming period would choose to break through in an empty environment. The exclusive training ground in Courtyard 9 was the place where Chu Zhongtian had chosen to break through to the qi transforming period a long time ago. Therefore, after landing in Courtyard 9, he walked into the training ground. Chu Zhongtian chose his position and took out 19,999 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stones from his storage bag. He then arranged them according to the simplified version of the spirit gathering formation. After that, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the spirit gathering formation. He took out upper-rank 7th-grade celestial sphere pill and low-rank 6th-grade wine spirit fruit from the storage bag, as well as a bottle of vital spirit that was used to quickly transform spirit integrating pill. Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath of the fresh air in the courtyard and slowly adjusted his state of mind. After that, he placed the upper-rank 7th-grade celestial sphere pill in front of him into his mouth. When the pill entered Chu Zhongtian's body and started to take effect, he quickly circulated the Taishan Heart Meridian cultivation method and started absorbing the spiritual qi with all his strength. The celestial sphere pill that entered his body was the same as the rebirth pill he had consumed before. After the celestial sphere pill took effect, Chu Zhongtian's consciousness gradually became clear. Not only did the Taishan Heart Sutra in Chu Zhongtian's body circulate on its own, but it also increased along with his cultivation talent. The speed at which it circulated became faster and faster, and the amount of spiritual qi he absorbed became more and more. Under the dual effects of speed and quantity, Chu Zhongtian's Dantian gradually formed a strong suction force, forcefully absorbing the spiritual qi formed by 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone into his body. Although Chu Zhongtian had only broken through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period peak in a short period of time, he had accumulated a lot in the early stages. His comprehension had long broken through to the qi transforming period. Therefore, the violent spiritual power in his Dantian only needed 3 attempts to break through the bottleneck of the qi transforming period. Along with a loud bang that resounded through the clouds, the bottleneck that blocked Chu Zhongtian's path was broken through by the surging spiritual power in his body. Along with the rumbling sound that echoed through the clouds, a suction force that was like a black hole quickly rose from the top of Chu Zhongtian's head. The powerful suction force pulled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was hundreds of miles in radius into his body from the very beginning. Above the hidden dragon peak, above the clouds. Just as Chu Zhongtian finished setting up the spirit gathering formation and started to use the upper-rank 7th-grade celestial sphere pill to improve his cultivation talent and break through to the qi transforming period, Zhao Enjuan, who was standing on top of the clouds, couldn't help but feel nervous. This feeling of tightness in his heart was something Zhao Enjuan had never felt before. Even when he was faced with the most severe punishment given to him by his master, he had never felt this kind of feeling before. When Chu Zhongtian officially broke through to the qi transforming period, the sound of the breaking bottleneck resounded through the clouds. The nervous feeling made Zhao Enjuan's breathing become heavier and heavier. When the strong suction force on Chu Zhongtian's head reached hundreds of kilometers from the beginning, the nervous feeling made Zhao Enjuan cover his heart. His heart was beating fast. In Trial Peak, Courtyard Number 1. Luizong, who had successfully broken through to the qi transforming period, was not only satisfied with his performance when he broke through, he even felt a trace of delight and excitement in his heart. The attraction force of 1,800 miles had put a perfect end to his performance today. His performance today would definitely shake the entire sect and shock those people who looked down on him in the past. Once he became a disciple of the inner sect, the forces behind him would definitely fight for the best treatment for him. Luizong was using the spirit integrating pill to quickly transform the vital spirit in his body. At the same time, he was secretly looking forward to his life after becoming a disciple of the inner sect. At this moment, a loud roar that echoed through the clouds interrupted his beautiful fantasy. He had just broken through to the chi transforming period stage. He knew very well that the loud rumbling sound just now was the sound of a martial artist breaking through to the chi transforming period stage. This sound was much louder than the sound he made when he broke through, and it made him unable to help but raise his head with envy. When he saw that there was a strong suction force in the air not far from the trial peak that was pulling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth hundreds of miles away in a very short period of time, he was so frightened that he immediately stood up. In the second courtyard, He Ying was badly shocked by Luizong's excellent performance when he broke through. This caused his stage, which had just broken through, to almost fall down. At this moment, he had finally used the power of the medicinal pill to adjust his state of mind. Moreover, when he was combing the spiritual power and vital spirit in his body, an even louder voice had almost led him astray. Just like Luizong, who had just broken through to the chi transforming period stage, he also knew that the loud sound just now meant that someone was breaking through to the chi transforming period. Since this person could make the sound of breaking through the bottleneck so loud and clear, then his talent must be very good. At this moment, He Ying suddenly thought of someone. Yunlong Mountain, Green Bamboo Courtyard, Living Room. Dongfang Yongping, who had just broken through to the essence gathering stage, was receiving congratulations from his fellow disciples and family members. He looked at the people in the living room and couldn't stop the smile on his face. Especially when he saw that the few fellow disciples who had similar aptitudes as him were still half-step essence gathering stage warriors. The smile on his face became even brighter. According to his talent, it would take him at least 3 to 6 months to break through to the essence gathering stage. However, the experience in Purgatory City and Blood Demon Secret Realm had made his talent and strength improve by leaps and bounds. He had broken through to the essence gathering stage ahead of time, far surpassing his fellow disciples at the same time. How could Dongfang Yongping not be happy about this? When he saw Dongfang Yuner sitting in the corner of the hall with a gloomy expression, the smile on Dongfang Yongping's face immediately disappeared, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yunlong Mountain, Green Bamboo Courtyard, Living Room. Back then, when Dongfang Yongping found out that Dongfang Yuner misunderstood Chu Zhongtian and caused their relationship to drop to freezing point, he was very anxious. According to his plan, he wanted to resolve the conflict between the two of them. He was worried that this misunderstanding would cause the two of them to break up and lose Chu Zhongtian, a peerless genius. However, just as he wanted to find Chu Zhongtian and use his own face to resolve the conflict between the two of them, he discovered that the Courtyard 9 had been tightly shut down. However, he didn't dare to go to the courtyard of the Hidden Dragon Peak. After all, he had heard from his father about Zhao Enjuan's temperamental behavior. Furthermore, he had also heard about the details of the Outer Sex Disciple competition. Because of a single question, Zhao Enjuan had killed a Divine Soul Stage Elder. Zhao Enjuan's bloody means frightened Dongfang Yongping. Initially, he wanted to send someone to guard outside the Courtyard 9 and wait for Chu Zhongtian to return to his courtyard. However, the loosening of the bottleneck of the essence gathering stage forced him to temporarily give up the idea of helping his sister resolve the misunderstanding. He was ready to break through to the essence gathering stage with all his strength. Once I consolidate my essence gathering stage cultivation base, I must have a good talk with Chu Zhongtian. I want him to know the consequences and losses of giving up Yun. I want to let him know that Princess is not someone you can give up just because you want to. After Dongfang Yongping broke through to the essence gathering stage, as his strength increased, his mind gradually changed. His idea of equality with Chu Zhongtian had gradually become superior. Just as Dongfang Yongping decided to teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson on Dongfang Yuner's behalf, there was a loud bang that shook the sky, and it made his face change. In fact, not only did Dongfang Yongping's expression change, most of the guests in the hall also changed their expressions. In the hall, except for Dongfang Yuner and those body-refining stage warriors who had just joined Floating Cloud sect, those who were related to Dongfang Yongping were at least Qi transforming period warriors. With their strength and experience, they knew that this was the sound of someone breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Brother, the sound just now covered 100 miles. He is at least a peerless genius, Dongfang Yen said with a shocked expression. When he broke through the Qi transforming period bottleneck, the booming sound only shook the surrounding 10 miles. Even so, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he drew in finally reached 800 miles. This allowed his talent to advance into the ranks of the top geniuses. The roar just now had shaken the surrounding several hundred miles. Then, what level would the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that this Qi transforming period warrior would draw and reach in the end? Dongfang Yongping shook his head. Through the open door of the hall, he looked outside with a solemn expression. As the only peak essence gathering stage warrior present, Dongfang Yongping's senses far exceeded Dongfang Yan's. When the bottleneck of the Qi transforming period stage was broken, it had caused a shockwave that was more than a few hundred miles, or even more than a few thousand miles. With the vibration caused by the broken bottleneck just now, this warrior who was breaking through to the Qi transforming period might even reach the monster level. Senior brother, should we go out and observe? At this moment, Yu Zhongzong, who was standing at the top of the hall and had already reached the 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak, suggested. Sure. If the result is as I have guessed, perhaps you will see the image of this genius who has broken through to the Qi transforming period. When the time comes, you must remember this person's face. When you meet him in the future, you must not offend him. Dongfang Yongping nodded and agreed with Yu Zhongzong's suggestion. Then, he said something that puzzled everyone. Sect Lord Peak. Sect Lord Peak was the best place in Floating Cloud sect. If Floating Cloud sect was like a paradise on earth, then Sect Lord Peak was the best place in this heaven. The Tao-seeking platform on the east side of the Sect Lord Peak was the favorite place for the disciples to stay. This was because every 3 days, there would be an elder with a profound cultivation base, or a senior brother who had reached the essence gathering stage or above, who would teach them their experiences. At the same time, they could help the disciples of Sect Lord Peak explain the problems they encountered during their daily cultivation. They could even be evenly matched with the numerous disciples of Law Enforcement Peak. Apart from sect leaders' strength, the overall strength of the disciples of Sect Lord Peak was also very strong. The reason why the overall strength of the disciples of sect leaders' faction was so strong was because the inheritance method of Tao-seeking platform played a huge role. As the eldest senior brother of sect leaders' faction and also the strongest amongst the young generation of Floating Cloud sect, Long Xingyun didn't need to come to Tao-seeking platform. But today, he suddenly wanted to come to Tao-seeking platform to see how other people were cultivating. In the hearts of the disciples of sect leaders' faction, Long Xingyun's prestige and influence were only second to sect leaders. Therefore, his arrival made all the disciples present extremely excited. Those disciples who were cultivating also rushed to Tao-seeking platform after hearing about this matter. Sitting on the platform of Tao-seeking platform and looking at them, Long Xingyun was very satisfied. He was full of confidence in their future. Looking at his messy junior brothers, Long Xingyun coughed lightly. When the scene became quiet, he wanted to say a few words of encouragement to encourage his disciples to work hard in their cultivation. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from within the sect. Someone is breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Long Xingyun, who was about to break through to the Supreme, knew very well about the sound of the explosion, but it was precisely because he knew what was going on that he was shocked. Unlike Dongfang Yen and Dong Yongping, Long Xingyun knew that the range of the explosion had exceeded 10,000 miles. If the range of the explosion produced when a person's bottleneck was broken could exceed 100 miles, then the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was pulled by him could reach at least 3,000 miles. If the range of the explosion could exceed 1,000 miles, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could reach at least 5,000 miles. If the range of the explosion could be more than 10,000 miles, then the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be at least 8,000 to 10,000 miles. This also meant that the talent of this disciple who had broken through to the Qi transforming period was incomparable. Terrible level. In the Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, the number of geniuses could be counted on one hand. Every single one of them was the most precious treasure of the sect, and every single one of them would receive the most comprehensive training. When Long Xingyun broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of his spiritual energy of heaven and earth had reached 9,999 miles, which was only 1 mile away from the geniuses. The gap of 1 mile had made him miss the opportunity to meet the geniuses. At the same time, he could also feel the gap between him and the geniuses in his future cultivation base. Because sect leader's faction had a genius disciple, the 5th junior brother whom his benefactor had personally accepted. The 5th junior brother, who was 30 years later than him, was only slightly weaker than him. Furthermore, given the 5th junior brother's current cultivation speed, it would probably only take him 3 to 5 years at most. His cultivation base and strength would be able to surpass him in all aspects, and he was the eldest senior brother of sect leader. It was somewhat undeserving of his name. If his attraction force had reached 10,000 miles back then, he would have broken through to the Supreme a long time ago. As the eldest senior brother of sect leader, he was in charge of the daily affairs of sect leader. He was also in charge of recruiting genius disciples for the sect lord peak. Now, there was actually a genius that he didn't know about in the Floating Cloud sect. Long Xingyun felt that this was his dereliction of duty. Therefore, he signaled his fellow disciples with the highest cultivation base to explain the reason for the explosion. After that, he leapt into the air and flew towards the source of the explosion. In fact, when Chu Zhongtian's stage bottleneck shattered, a loud explosion could be heard. Not only did it shake the Trial Peak, the Yunlong Mountain, and the Sect Lord Peak, but it also shook all the mountains in the sect. Even the mountains floating in the void inside the sect were shaking intensely. As the rumbling gradually faded away, shadow after shadow kept appearing in the depths of the Floating Cloud sect. These shadows that appeared in the sky only paused for a moment before appearing in the sky above the hidden Dragon Peak. Jiaowenjuan, who had been guarding Chu Zhongtian when he broke through the stage, realized that the booming sound produced by Chu Zhongtian's breakthrough had exceeded 10,000 miles. He knew it immediately. This breakthrough of his would at least allow him to reach the level of a true peerless genius. Furthermore, it would shake the entire Floating Cloud sect. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian's astonishing performance had aroused a trace of interest in his heart. He wanted to see how those high and mighty figures in the sect behaved after discovering Chu Zhongtian's astonishing talent. He thought of those high and mighty figures who had fought each other for Chu Zhongtian. He suddenly appeared just as he was about to obtain Chu Zhongtian. When he announced that Chu Zhongtian was his legacy disciple, those high and mighty figures were so angry that they seemed to be at a loss for what to do. A proud smile emerged on Zhao and Juan's face. After that, he used the power of a supreme level to hide in the void. While protecting Chu Zhongtian's safety, he quietly watched the show. The rumbling sound produced when the stage broke apart not only produced a strong suction force within Chu Zhongtian's body, but also attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was hundreds of miles away. At the same time, it also woke Chu Zhongtian up from his empty state. After briefly checking the condition of his body, Chu Zhongtian found that the dantian, which was originally the size of a basin, had been expanded by more than 10 times after his stage broke through to the Qi transforming period. Now it was like a mountain spring. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was pulled into his body, as well as the spiritual power in his dantian, had been transformed by his 7 meridians and 8 meridians into a vital spirit that contained a greater energy and attribute. However, compared to the massive amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was pulled into his body, the speed and capacity of the 7 meridians and 8 meridians to transform the spiritual qi was not very fast. At this time, the vital spirit in his dantian was only as much as a cup of tea, and it only accounted for 1/10,000th of the spiritual qi. Furthermore, as the number of spiritual qi in his body increased, the percentage of vital spirit transformation occupying his body became smaller and smaller. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry. This was because he had not used the spirit integrating pill that could increase the speed of conversion, nor had he consumed the wind spirit fruit that could increase the speed of transformation. Thinking of this, he directly opened the pill bottle that was placed in front of him. He took out a spirit integrating pill and swallowed it into his body. At the same time that he used the spirit integrating pill to speed up the conversion process, he began to pay attention to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on top of his head. The rumbling sounds, the powerful suction force from his body, and the situation after he had just observed the breakthrough within his body. All of these made him very interested. In just a few dozen seconds, the hundreds of kilometers of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he had drawn in started to form. At this time, it was already close to 1,000 kilometers. At the same time, the speed of the pulling force was still increasing rapidly. After a short 10 seconds, the range of the pulling force had exceeded 1,000 miles. At this moment, the pulling force of the pulling force had disappeared. His talent had also barely reached the level of a peerless genius. Not to mention, not only did the pulling force in the air not disappear, but it also increased in speed. 3 minutes later, in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above Chu Zhongtian's head had reached 2,000 miles. His talent had officially entered the ranks of peerless geniuses. At this moment, Long Xingyun, who was the first to leave sect leader's line, appeared in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Peak. When he saw that the disciple who broke through to the Qi transforming period was Chu Zhongtian, a trace of astonishment flashed across Long Xingyun's face. After that, he revealed a bitter smile. If Chu Zhongtian wasn't Zhao Enjuan's disciple, even if he was already a disciple of the law enforcement peak, Long Xingyun would do everything he could to get Chu Zhongtian into the sect lord peak, even if it meant inviting his master. Unfortunately, Zhao Enjuan was someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he could only look at Chu Zhongtian in silence. Not long after Long Xingyun appeared in the Hidden Dragon Peak, another 3 experts with the stage cultivation base appeared. When they saw Chu Zhongtian, who had broken through to the Qi transforming period, sitting in the courtyard of Hidden Dragon Peak, one of the mighty peak warriors shouted excitedly, "This is great! Not only is his talent extremely high, but he is also only 17 years old. If he can become a disciple of Law Enforcement Peak and borrow the endless resources of Law Enforcement Peak, he will definitely break through to the Divine Soul stage in less than 10 years and become someone like us. Mr. Qi, you are right. No matter what, we can't let him fall into sect leader's faction or merit palace. Or else, another Zhao Enjuan will definitely appear in 100 years. Standing on the right side of the expert who spoke just now, there was a man with a feminine appearance. He looked to be in his 40s, and spoke with killing intent. That's right. Quickly inform the Peak Master and the 2 Deputy Mountain Lord. Inform them to pay attention to the changes in this place at all times. If we meet an opponent we can't fight, we'll ask them to help us. The expert surnamed Qi said after considering everything. Long Xingyun was very dissatisfied when he saw that the 3 mighty experts in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Peak had been discussing the ownership of Chu Zhongtian ever since they appeared. They didn't even see the eldest senior brother of sect leader, which made Long Xingyun very dissatisfied. As mighty warriors of the stage, they didn't even need to use their eyes to observe. They didn't even need to use the divine sense to detect his existence. However, it seemed like they didn't notice him at all. This made the dissatisfied Long Xingyun cough. Martial nephew Long, so you're here too. Long Xingyun's cough contained his strength that was close to the supreme level. This forced the 3 mighty warriors, who wanted to continue pretending to be confused, to bite the bullet and respond to Long Xingyun. However, as both parties were hostile to each other, the strongest of the 3 mighty warriors, the Qi family, used their seniority to address Long Xingyun as their junior disciple. Junior disciple. After hearing this person address him as his martial nephew, Long Xingyun repeated. Following that, his face darkened, and he shouted in an unhappy tone, "Who do you think you are? You actually dare to call me martial nephew? I think you must be tired of living." According to the time of the beginner, it would not be an exaggeration to call Long Xingyun junior disciple. According to Long Xingyun's past personality, He wouldn't be angered by the matter of how he addressed him. However, their contemptuous behavior and the depressing feeling of not being able to recruit Chu Zhongtian had made him angry. You! Long Xingyun didn't show any mercy in his insults, causing the Qi warrior to point at Long Xingyun. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Are you not convinced? Let's spar and see if you have the ability to match the title of martial uncle. Long Xingyun shook his head, looking forward to the fight. Although Long Xingyun was only a disciple of the younger generation, his talent was extremely high. His cultivation speed was extremely fast, and he also had the help of sect leader. Currently, he was one of the top experts in the Floating Cloud sect. How could a Qi-ranked expert be willing to fight with him? Furthermore, Long Xingyun was a wild and unruly man who had no scruples in his actions. If he killed him while they were sparring, he would at most receive a punishment that was too heavy a blow, and would be deducted from the treatment of a year's worth of disciples. Such a punishment was not an important punishment to the eldest senior brother of sect leader, but to him it was a punishment of losing his life. Therefore, how could the expert surnamed Qi dare to agree to spar with him? Martial nephew Long, I wonder if I have the right to call you junior disciple? Just as the Qi family expert was being forced into a corner by Long Xing, a gentle voice sounded. Following that, a dignified and imposing middle-aged man appeared in front of Long Xingyun. If Chu Zhongtian was also in the air above Hidden Dragon Peak and saw this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared, he was sure that this man looked very familiar. This was because this middle-aged man looked very similar to the hall master of a hall in the law enforcement peak, Su Hua, whom he met in the sex competition. You! After sizing him up from head to toe, Long Xingyun nodded with disdain and said, You can barely be my martial uncle, but your strength is hard to say. After saying that, Long Xingyun laughed and didn't continue. Long Xingyun's contemptuous attitude made Su Xiaojia's face darken. His body was emitting a shocking qi. As for the angry Su Xiaojia, not only was Long Xingyun not nervous at all, he even looked at Su Xiaojia with a fanatical expression. At the same time, a strong killing intent started to rise from his body. It was precisely because of the fanaticism in Long Xingyun's eyes that made the angry Su Xiaojia wake up very quickly. He dispersed the qi on his body and walked straight to the three experts of law enforcement peak. He silently looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to break through. Just as Su Xiaojia chose to swallow his anger, a fat middle-aged man in loose clothes and four powerful experts with powerful auras appeared in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak. Looking at the silent Su Xiaohua and the angry Long Xingyun, this fat middle-aged man didn't greet anyone. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting in the courtyard of Hidden Dragon Peak, trying his best to break through to the qi transforming period. When he saw Chu Zhongtian's root bone and the pulling force on his head, the fat middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to break through to the qi transforming period, didn't know that because of his amazing performance during his breakthrough, sect leader and law enforcement peak almost had a conflict. At this moment, he was using the spirit integrating pill to quickly transform the vital spirit in his body. He raised his head and observed the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he was drawing. When he could pull the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to a range of 2,000 miles, he discovered that the pulling force did not slow down at all. Instead, it continued to increase. In just 5 minutes, the pulling force in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak had reached 5,000 miles, and the pulling force was still increasing. According to the standard of the test, Chu Zhongtian's talent had already reached the level of a peerless genius. With his talent in the Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 major powers of the Southern Domain, he was definitely one of the top figures and the target of all the major powers. Wait, when the suction force in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Peak broke through 5,000 miles, more and more experts were alarmed, and even the big figures hiding in the void were shocked. In the void above the Floating Cloud sect, there was a mountain that was suspended in the air and concealed by the formation. This mountain was entirely red in color, giving people a very demonic feeling. The entirely red blood peak was silent, as if it was an idle mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain peak, In a huge palace that was completely dyed red by blood, an old man wearing a red robe was absorbing a special spiritual qi to increase his strength. The rumbling sound produced when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the qi transforming period made the old man who was cultivating open his eyes. However, he didn't pay attention to Chu Zhongtian who was breaking through like the other experts. Instead, he used the divine sense to cross the palace and look at the young man who was lying on the mountainside in Blood Lake. If Chu Zhongtian saw the young man lying in the Blood Lake now, he would definitely be shocked and shout out. Because the young man lying in the Blood Lake was the one who posed the greatest threat to him in the Blood Demon secret realm. He was also the one who used the Blood Devil illusion to force Gong Rulin to reveal a wild and ugly look. However, Gong Rulin's current condition was not good. Not only was he comatose, the aura on his body was also in a mess. My good disciple, if you don't wake up within 100 days, I'm afraid your life will be completely ruined. Looking at Gong Rulin, whose aura was in chaos and whose cultivation base was weakening, Blood-robed elder muttered to himself with a worried expression. At the peak of Blood Peak in Floating Cloud Sect, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, the suction force formed above his head reached 5,000 miles. Blood-robed elder, who had been paying attention to Gong Rulin, suddenly shifted his gaze. The powerful divine sense ripped apart the endless void in front of him and landed on Chu Zhongtian, who was breaking through to the Qi transforming period. When he found out that Chu Zhongtian's talent was outstanding, and that his body was emitting a strong bloody energy, an unusual expression of surprise emerged on old ancestor Blood-robe's face. Such a strong blood energy, such an astonishing killing intent, the number of people he killed was no less than 300. He's even more bloodthirsty and ruthless than I was back then. In addition to being surprised, Blood-robed elder's face revealed a look of praise and joy. The commotion caused by Chu Zhongtian breaking through to the Qi transforming period had attracted the attention of the other experts. However, they had only noticed Chu Zhongtian's excellent bone structure and amazing talent. However, they hadn't noticed the bloodthirstiness in Chu Zhongtian's character. According to his current age, he was only 17 years old. He had only embarked on the path of cultivation for a year. In such a short period of time, he had already slaughtered more than 300 people. This was enough to prove that Chu Zhongtian wasn't a good person with good intentions. Furthermore, the cultivation method and martial skills Blood-robed elder cultivated used the essence of a warrior's essence blood. He used his bloody means to shake the southern domain. Therefore, a ruthless and heaven-shocking disciple like Chu Zhongtian was the legacy disciple that Blood-robed elder had dreamed of. Blood-robed elder glanced at Gong Rulin, who was lying in the Blood Lake, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. After that, he stood up and left the palace, and flew out of the Blood Peak. He planned to wait until Chu Zhongtian finished his breakthrough before personally accepting him as his disciple. However, just as he left the Blood Peak, an old man in a long white robe who looked similar to him in age also appeared in the void. Old Li, don't you already have an inheritance disciple? Why do you want to accept another disciple? White-robed old man looked at Blood-robed elder who had also appeared in the sky above the sect, although there was a kind smile on his face. But there was a flash of nervousness in his eyes. Old Su, there are more than 100 disciples in your inheritance. Why do you want to accept disciples again? Just like how white-robed old man was wary of Blood-robed elder, Blood-robed elder was also wary of white-robed old man. After all, their strength and status were about the same. They were evenly matched. Those disciples are only my personal disciples. I need a disciple who can truly pass down the inheritance. Now, such a disciple has already appeared. White-robed old man didn't get angry at Blood-robed elder's sarcasm. He continued to explain with a smile. Then let's wait and see. Blood-robed elder saw white-robed old man's shameless look and knew that he was definitely not a match for the white-robed old man. Therefore, he could only compete with the white-robed old man in the following matches. The old man had an idea in his mind. He looked at white-robed old man coldly. Then he waved his sleeve and disappeared from where he stood. After that, he appeared in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak. When the white-robed old man saw blood-robed elder leaving ahead of time, he didn't dare show any neglect. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and disappeared. After that, he appeared in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak. Blood-robed elder and white-robed old man's sudden appearance made Deputy Mountain Lord, Xianxia, and the fat middle-aged man, who had been guarding the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak, feel very nervous. However, Long Xingyun didn't care about this matter, because he knew very well that it wasn't just blood-robed elder and white-robed old man who appeared in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Peak. Even if the Peak Master of Law Enforcement Peak, the Palace Master of Merit Palace, and Sect Leader from Sect Lord Peak appeared in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak, when they faced the lawless Jiao and Juan, it was impossible for them to bring Chu Zhongtian away with them. Elder Lia and Mr. Su had a special status. They were elders who were independent from the sect. Therefore, Long Xingyun quickly stepped forward and greeted them. "I am Long Xingyun. Elder Lia, Mr. Su." "Hello?" Elder Lia only responded to Long Xingyun's respectful bow. Mr. Su, on the other hand, seemed much more enthusiastic. "Martial Nephew Long, I have to praise your extraordinary talent. In just 100 years, your cultivation base has already caught up to mine. I'm afraid that it won't take long before your cultivation base surpasses mine, and you will become an unparalleled supreme. Compared to you, I'm still far from being able to match up. I still have a lot of things I need to learn." Long Xingyun said modestly, "I am Su Xiaojia. I am Deputy Mountain Lord of Law Enforcement Peak. Greetings, elders." After Long Xingyun left, Su Xiaojia quickly brought his 3 subordinates and bowed. Mr. Su and Elder Lia's attitude became much colder in the face of Su Xiaojia, who came from Law Enforcement Peak. This made Su Xiaojia very dissatisfied in his heart. However, he couldn't do anything to them for the time being. This was because the elders were a force that was independent of the sect, a place that the Law Enforcement Peak couldn't interfere in. Unless the Law Enforcement Peak could unify the Floating Cloud sect and borrow the sect's ultimate treasure, they could barely suppress the senior elders. "I am Liu Pinxing. Greetings, elders." After Su Xiaojia left unwillingly, Liu Pinxing quickly brought his 4 subordinates and bowed. Mr. Su and Elder Lia were very warm to Long Xingyun. They were cold to Su Xiaojia. They mocked Liu Pinxing. Elder Lia coldly harumphed. "Vice Hall Master Liu, what you Merit Palace have done in the past few years has become more and more excessive. I don't care if you deduct the benefits of the other disciples, but you dare to deduct my disciples' benefits. It seems like I need to make a trip to the Merit Palace myself." Mr. Su said mockingly with an unhappy expression. "Is that so?" Liu Pinxing glared and immediately turned to one of his subordinates behind him and ordered, "Hall Master Li, you go and find out who is the one who deducted Patriarch Su's disciples' benefits." After Hall Master Li left, Liu Pinxing tried to please him and said, "Patriarch Su, don't worry. When I find out who was the one who offended you, I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Facing Liu Pinxing, who was extraordinary, even if Mr. Su had a belly full of anger, he wouldn't be able to vent it out. He just gave Liu Pinxing a cold glance, then looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was still breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. The lower-level 8 spirit integrating pill's speed of conversion was astonishing. In a short 10 minutes, the amount of vital spirit he converted into in his dantian was almost equal to the capacity of a water basin. Although the conversion speed was still slower compared to the spiritual qi he drew into his body, it was at least a few dozen times faster than when he circulated his cultivation technique alone. After observing the changes in the vital spirit and the spiritual qi in his dantian, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and continued to observe the suction force that had appeared in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak when he broke through to the Qi transforming period. At this moment, the range of the spiritual Qi that had formed above the Hidden Dragon Peak had already reached 7,000 miles. Its range had already far exceeded the Hidden Dragon Peak, and had even extended to the Trial Peak. At the same time, the attraction force did not slow down at all. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry to consume the low-rank 6th grade wind spirit fruit to improve his cultivation talent. He wanted to wait until the pulling force weakened to a certain extent, and at the same time use the wind spirit fruit to upgrade his cultivation talent. He wanted to continue pushing the pulling force to expand. At this time, the spiritual chi's range of fluctuations reached 7,500 kilometers, and the pulling force was still strong. The range of the spiritual chi's fluctuation reached 8,000 kilometers, and the pulling force was still strong. The range of the spiritual chi's fluctuation had reached 8,500 kilometers, but the pulling force was still strong. The range of the spiritual chi's fluctuation had reached 9,000 li. When the range of the pulling force had expanded to 9,000 kilometers, the powerful pulling force began to slow down. When the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had expanded to 9,500 li, the suction force began to slowly weaken. If this trend continued, it would be very difficult for Chu Zhongtian to extend the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to more than 10,000 miles. It was very likely that he would end up like Long Xingyun, reaching a range of 9,999 miles. Although it was only a mile away, it was no more than 500 meters. However, 500 meters was the dividing line between a peak peerless genius and a monster-level genius. Next, their reputation and future achievements would be as different as the sky and the earth. In the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period and the spiritual Qi's range reached 8,000 miles, everyone in the sky felt nervous. When the spiritual Qi's range reached 9,000 miles, everyone in the sky started to breathe heavily. Blood-robed elder and white-robed old man, on the other hand, looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with determination. As for Deputy Mountain Lord and Su Xiaojie from the Law Enforcement Peak and the Deputy Palace Master of the Merit Palace, they used a special method to remind the Peak Master and Palace Master who had been paying attention to the situation here. Even Long Xingyun, who had no idea what was going on, felt nervous at this moment. Because of Zhao and Juan, it was impossible for him to let Chu Zhongtian join the Sect Lord Peak. However, with the special relationship between sect leader and Zhao and Juan and their common enemy, the Law Enforcement Peak, was looking forward to Chu Zhongtian's talent surpassing his. He would be able to reach the monster level and become a supreme in the future. When the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 5,000 miles, one would be considered a peerless genius. When the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 9,999 miles, one would also be considered a peerless genius. Although they were all considered top peerless geniuses in terms of talent, but there's a big difference between the two. Just like Long Xingyun, who had broken through to the Qi transforming period in the same batch as him. There were also 3 people whose talent had reached the top of the world, but among those 3 people, the one who had drawn the most spiritual energy of heaven and earth could only barely reach 6,000 miles. Currently, among the 3 peerless geniuses, the strongest had only reached the peak, while Long Xingyun was about to break through to the supreme. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian, whose range of the spiritual Qi exceeded 9,000 miles, was a rare genius in the floating cloud sect that was only seen once every few hundred years. If he could make Chu Zhongtian the disciple who inherited his legacy, he would be able to smile and close his eyes even when he died. After the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exceeded 9,500 miles, the speed of the expansion began to slow down. However, the expansion speed was still not slow. Hence, many experts within the sect began to appear in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak one by one. In a short 3 minutes, the originally 11 people in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak quickly increased to over 50 people. Furthermore, the 50-plus people floating in the air, the lowest cultivation base among them was a mighty expert. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Looking at the weakening traction force in the sky, Chu Zhongtian knew that the reason why his talent hadn't reached the monster level wasn't because of his lack of talent and comprehension, but because of the limitations of the cultivation talent. After all, the highest achievement of a mid-6th grade cultivation talent in his life was Divine Soul Stage mid-stage. And the lowest achievement of a monster level was a supreme level, so this was the reason why the attraction force began to weaken. Before he broke through to the Qi transforming period, Zhao and Juan had already considered the limitations of the cultivation talent. It was because of this reason that he arranged for Chu Zhongtian to enter the Azura secret realm to undergo refinement. He wanted to continue improving his strength and potential, and he also hoped that he could collect 5 tenure blood core in exchange for rare treasures and medicinal pills that could enhance his cultivation talent. Of course, what Zhao Enjuan didn't tell Chu Zhongtian was that even if he didn't collect 5 tenure blood core in the end, he would still prepare a spirit fruit that could increase the cultivation talent strength. When the suction force in the sky could only extend the speed of 10 miles per minute, Chu Zhongtian knew that he had to consume the wind spirit fruit to increase his cultivation talent strength. When the pulling force was weakened to the point that it could only extend to 10 miles per minute, increasing the range of the cultivation talent wouldn't allow the range of the cultivation talent to exceed 10,000 miles. Chu Zhongtian swallowed the wind spirit fruit that he had prepared earlier. When the wind spirit fruit started to take effect, he hurriedly circulated the Taishan Heart Sutra and waited for his consciousness to enter a state of emptiness. In the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of the suction force had reached 9,500 miles. The speed of the expansion was further reduced, and it could only expand by 15 miles per minute. At this moment, everyone knew that Chu Zhongtian's talent had reached its limit. The 70-plus people in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. If Chu Zhongtian continued to expand at the same speed as before when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, it might not even take a few minutes before the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would exceed 10,000 miles. His talent would reach the monster level. At that time, the Supreme Phantom would appear. This would probably attract the true overlords of the sect. If the major overlords of the sect were to come personally, they wouldn't be able to fight for Chu Zhongtian. Old Li, I know that you have been wanting to exchange for an upper-level 5 life, devouring pill with me to eliminate the hidden danger of swallowing a martial artist's essence blood in your body. If you give up on competing with me for Chu Zhongtian, then I will give you 3 life devouring pill. Looking at the gradually weakening pulling force, Old Su knew that the battle was about to begin. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate his strongest opponent before the battle began. Then he could use his powerful advantage to take down Chu Zhongtian in one go. Old Su, I also know that you have always been envious of my ability to extract the essence blood of a martial artist. If you can give up today's competition, I am also willing to give you the secret technique to extract the essence blood. How about it? In order to obtain Chu Zhongtian, Old Li had also put in a lot of effort. If it was in the past when Old Li was able to make such a request, he was willing to use 10 life devouring pill to exchange for this secret technique. However, in the face of a peerless genius like Long Xingyun, the life devouring pill and the secret technique used to extract a warrior's essence blood were not important. After all, their biggest wish in their lives was to obtain a disciple who could truly inherit their legacy and bring their legacy to greater heights. In fact, it wasn't only them who had proposed the exchange. Everyone had started to deliberately use tempting conditions to eliminate any potential threats, except for Long Xingyun. Why did junior brother Chu's attraction force suddenly become stronger? Long Xingyun had been paying attention to the speed at which Chu Zhongtian's attraction force expanded when he broke through, because he wanted to see if Chu Zhongtian was just 1 mile away from monster level like him. It was because he had been paying close attention that he found out that Chu Zhongtian, who used the wind spirit fruit to increase his cultivation talent, had finally broken through the limit of a monstrous genius. The pulling force was once again increased at a speed of 20 miles to 30 miles per minute. Everyone present at the scene who were haggling over the price heard it, so they began paying attention to the rapidly expanding pulling force. Old Su, you are proficient in the art of medicinal pills and also in the way of reasoning. What do you think about the current situation? The attraction force that had started to weaken suddenly increased. This was the first time Old Li had seen such a situation in thousands of years of cultivation. In fact, not only did Old Li not understand what was happening, the other experts also did not. Therefore, after Old Li asked Old Su, everyone turned to look at Old Su. Facing the sudden increase in the pulling force, although Old Su was also very confused, he wasn't as clueless as the others. Martial Nephew Long, it seems like you are very familiar with Chu Zhongtian. who was breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Old Su, who had a meticulous mind, was bargaining with old Li just now. However, he had been paying attention to his surroundings. Therefore, old Su remembered the junior brother Chu that Long Xingyun called out in shock. "We are not very familiar with each other. We have met once and talked to each other." Long Xingyun replied vaguely. Old Su was not very satisfied with Long Xingyun's vague answer, but he did not delve too deeply into it. He continued to ask, "Martial nephew Long, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, what is the grade of his cultivation talent?" White-robed old man's question also stunned Long Xingyun. Although he had personally recruited Chu Zhongtian after the sex competition ended, he had never paid attention to Chu Zhongtian's cultivation talent. At this moment, white-robed old man's question made him suddenly think of a possibility. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the weakened traction force began to increase. Long Xingyun thought of this. He glanced at white-robed old man and disappeared in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak. In the Tao-seeking platform of Sect Lord Peak, Long Xingyun, who had finally come out of the Tao-seeking platform, didn't even have a chance to say a word before he was attracted away by the loud noise. This puzzled the disciples below the Tao-seeking platform. Although there were senior brothers with high cultivation bases who explained why Long Xingyun left after the incident, there were still many disciples who didn't understand. Chu Zhongtian was merely a disciple who had broken through to the Qi transforming period. Why would the eldest senior brother care about him so much? The distance between the Sect Lord Peak and the Hidden Dragon Peak was too far. Apart from those who had reached the Divine Soul stage and above, they could also observe the pulling force when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period. Those disciples below the Divine Soul stage couldn't notice it at all. That was why they didn't understand Long Xingyun's actions. The few senior brothers who answered their questions were all peerless experts who were above the Divine Soul stage. Therefore, they were nervously paying attention to the expanding attraction force. At the same time, they also hoped that their senior brother, who had rushed over earlier, could bring this peerless genius back to the Sect Lord Peak and increase the strength of the Sect Lord Peak. Just as the few Divine Soul Stage peerless experts were paying attention to the pulling force in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Peak, and the numerous disciples below the Divine Soul Stage were at a loss about what to do, a shadow appeared on the Tao-seeking platform in an instant. Where is Wang Fu Qi? The shadow that appeared on the Tao-seeking platform was Long Xingyun, who had just left the Hidden Dragon Peak. As soon as he appeared, he immediately started looking for Wang Fu Qi, who had joined the Sect Lord Peak not long ago. "Big senior brother, I am Wang Fu Qi." Right after Long Xingyun's voice faded, a man standing at the back of the crowd responded with a nervous expression. Although with Zhao Enjuan's help, Long Xingyun agreed to accept Wang Fu Qi as an in-name disciple. Long Xingyun wouldn't put an ordinary disciple like him in his heart. Therefore, ever since Wang Fu Qi had become a disciple of sect leader, Long Xingyun had never met him. When Long Xingyun saw the handsome and talented Wang Fu Qi, a smile emerged on his face. However, he spoke very quickly. "Junior brother Huangfu, after you became a disciple of Sect Lord Peak, as the eldest senior brother, I have never given you any guidance. This was my mistake. After I'm done with this matter, I will definitely spare some time to guide you in your cultivation." "Thank you, big senior brother." When Wang Fu Qi heard that Long Xingyun was going to spare some time to guide him in his cultivation, he was so excited that he quickly bowed and thanked him. In front of the Tao-seeking platform in Sect Lord Peak, Wang Fu Qi had been an in-name disciple of sect leader's faction for some time now. He already knew about Long Xingyun's strength and his prestige in Sect Lord Peak from the other senior brothers of the same faction. It was the dream of every disciple in Sect Lord Peak to be able to receive the guidance of Long Xingyun himself. However, Wang Fu Qi had never thought that he, an unvalued in-name disciple, would have such fortune. How could he not be excited? "Junior brother Huangfu, there is something I want to ask you. I hope you can answer truthfully." Apart from Long Xingyun, who wanted the answer he wanted, Wang Fu Qi's talent was pretty good. He could be considered a promising talent. That was why Long Xingyun said that he would personally guide him in his cultivation. He was not lying to him. "Eldest senior brother, Please speak. When Wang Fuqi heard Long Xingyun ask him a question, he was slightly flattered and replied, Junior brother Huangfu, you were originally a disciple of the Hidden Dragon Peak with Chu Zhongtian. May I ask if you know about Chu Zhongtian's cultivation talent? Long Xingyun asked nervously. If the truth was as he had imagined, then Chu Zhongtian's talent was too terrifying. Long Xingyun felt that if they could get a disciple like Chu Zhongtian, it would be worth it even if they had to turn against Zhao Enjun in the end. Wang Fuqi thought for a while and said in detail, I have a pretty good relationship with Senior Brother Chu. In the past, Senior Brother Chu and I participated in the disciple test at the same time. We became disciples of Hidden Dragon Peak at the same time. Back then, he was ranked 3rd with his 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period cultivation base and lower level 7 talent. He has become one of the elite disciples. Wang Fuqi didn't know why Long Xingyun wanted to know about Chu Zhongtian, so he explained everything he knew in detail. What did you say? When Chu Zhongtian became a disciple of Floating Cloud Sect, his cultivation talent was only at the lower level 7, and his cultivation was only at the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period. Long Xingyun repeated in disbelief. That's right. More than 100 disciples who participated in the disciple test can testify. Long Xingyun's questioning tone made Wang Fuqi quickly explain. Junior brother Huangfu, thank you very much. What you said just now was very important. This might have a qualitative change in the future of sect leaders' faction. That's why I decided to reward you with 3 lower-level 8 spirit integrating pill. This will help you accelerate the conversion of vital spirit when you break through to the Qi transforming period in the future. Even though Long Xingyun was anxious, he still made a reasonable arrangement before disappearing from the Dao-seeking platform. Many experts in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Peak knew that Long Xingyun's sudden departure must be to verify the cultivation talent when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period. So all the experts present were quietly waiting for the result of his verification. After a short minute, Long Xingyun, who had disappeared, reappeared at the scene. White-robed old man, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly asked, Marshal Nephew Long, what's the result? Long Xingyun glanced at white-robed old man. He did not answer white-robed old man's question. Instead, he cupped his fists and said apologetically, Uncle Zhao, I believe you must be hiding in the void and watching the show. The reason why I disturbed you at this time is because I want to do something that will let you down. After Long Xingyun finished apologizing, he took out a gray charm about 10 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide from the void. He was about to use the energy in his body to activate the charm when a fierce roar came from the void of space. Long Xingyun, you dare. Following the fierce roar, a shadow appeared in the void above everyone. Isn't this the evil star that almost caused the sect to fight a bloody battle 100 years ago? Why is he here? Zhao Enjun appeared in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak. Some of the 70 experts present recognized him and muttered to themselves. Not good. He is temperamental and does things without any scruples. Hurry up and inform the big shots of the sect. Let them come out and intimidate this malefic. An expert who had once offended Zhao Enjun saw Zhao Enjun appear in the void. He was so scared that he stepped back. On the other side, he sent out a distress signal. Marshal Uncle, I knew you would be hiding in the void around us. Long Xingyun said with a smile as he saw Zhao Sijun appear from the void. He kept the gray talisman in his hand. The reason why he took out the gray talisman just now was not to inform his master through this talisman, but to force Zhao Enjun to come out through this method. Because the attraction force in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak was about to exceed 10,000 miles. When the pulling force broke through 10,000 miles, the entire floating cloud sect would have abnormal changes. As the saying went, monster-level, broad-leaved epiphyllum appeared. Mind state level, void image appeared. When Chu Zhongtian's attraction force broke through 10,000 miles, the abnormal phenomenon would definitely attract the attention of the sect leaders and senior elders. So he did not need to waste talismans to inform his master. A monster-level genius who could trigger the abnormal signs in the world was the ideal disciple in the hearts of every big shot. They absolutely couldn't give up so easily. Therefore, in order to obtain the monster-level Chu Zhongtian, the tycoons and elders would surely use all kinds of means. The final result was 2 defeats and 2 injuries. As for Zhao Enjuan, who was hiding in the void, he would be able to harvest the fruits of his victory with ease. Therefore, Long Xingyun hoped that everyone would stand on the same starting line and fight for Chu Zhongtian's ownership. Senior brother is an upright person. Why did he take in such a treacherous and cunning disciple like you? Seeing Long Xingyun obediently put away the gray talisman, Zhao Enjuan knew that he had been tricked by him just now. He immediately ridiculed him in a bad mood. I am honest and forthright. I have earned the respect of the disciples of the sect. I am not insidious and cunning. Facing Zhao Enjuan's mockery, Long Xingyun retorted with a cheeky smile. Forget it. Since you are willing to use the supreme-level talisman to force me out, I'm sure you already know about the cultivation talent Chu Zhongtian used when he broke through to the Qi transforming period. You know the huge potential he has. You know how important he is to sect leader and the floating cloud sect. That's why you have used a plot to force me out. Seeing Long Xingyun continue to act shamelessly, Zhao Enjuan could only helplessly accept the reality. Uncle Zhao, I have to admire your foresight. You actually discovered junior brother Chu's potential so early on and took him as your disciple in advance. Long Xingyun said with admiration when he saw that Zhao Enjuan no longer blamed him. That is necessary. Perhaps my cultivation base is not as good as your master's, but my judgment is much better than your master's. Zhao Enjuan boasted proudly. Of course, Uncle Master, your vision has always been very accurate. So for the upcoming fights, I hope you can submit to the rules of fairness, justice, and public, and not use any underhanded tricks. Following Zhao Enjuan's self-boasting, Long Xingyun set a trap, forcing him to fall into his own trap. Do you think I like to play tricks like you? In the following fights, I will definitely act openly and above board, because I believe in Chu Zhongtian's choice. Zhao Enjuan had no regard for Long Xingyun's clever little trap. He said confidently, after more than half a year of contact, Zhao Enjuan had gained a deeper understanding of Chu Zhongtian's character. Although Chu Zhongtian usually did not appear polite, he was a person who valued friendship deep in his bones. He knew how to be grateful. Therefore, Zhao Enjuan believed that even if the few big shots of the sect made more attractive conditions, Chu Zhongtian would not agree to them. He would always follow him. Martial uncle, since you are confident, that's good. Long Xingyun saw Zhao Enjuan's confident expression and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Zhao Enjuan didn't use his special identity to interfere with Chu Zhongtian in the upcoming competition, Long Xingyun believed that with his master's means, he could make Chu Zhongtian willingly join Sect Lord Peak. Did I allow you to leave? After Zhao Enjuan and Long Xingyun agreed on the terms, he saw a few people quietly retreating. He glared at them unhappily and threatened them in a rude tone. All of you just stay here and watch my disciple break through to the Qi transforming period. If anyone dares to sneak away from here, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Enjuan didn't lower his voice in order to shock the few people who were retreating. That was why everyone present heard what he said just now, especially the word disciple that he said. It shocked everyone. And to blood-robed elder and white-robed old man, if the person who said this wasn't Zhao Enjuan, even if it was the Master of Law Enforcement Peak or the Palace Master of Merit Palace, the two of them would still dare to argue with him. However, in the face of Zhao Enjuan, who had killed over 100 sect experts 100 years ago, the two of them didn't dare to argue with him. They were afraid that the furious Zhao Enjuan would directly kill them. As a low-rank 6th grade wind spirit fruit, it could increase the cultivation talent by 2 levels below the level 5. Just like other spirit fruit and pills that could increase the cultivation talent's level. When it was used to increase the level of a cultivation talent, it would cause the person's consciousness to enter a state of emptiness. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian, who was in the state of emptiness, did not know about the sudden increase in the attraction force in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak. At the same time that the cultivation talent was being upgraded, the range of the suction force increased to 9,900 miles. 30 seconds later, the range of the spiritual Qi had expanded to 9,999 miles, and was only 1 mile away from 10,000 miles. At this moment, not only the dozens of experts in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak held their breaths. Even the few big shots in the depths of the sect who had been paying attention to the divine sense opened their eyes at the same time. They stared at the pulling force in the sky above Hidden Dragon Peak. When the range of the attraction force reached 9,999 miles, the direction of the attraction force's expansion seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, causing the speed of its expansion to instantly slow down. Although the speed of the spiritual chi's expansion slowed down, the attraction force continued to expand at a speed of tens of meters per minute. In the Courtyard 9 of Hidden Dragon Peak. When the pulling force was only 9 meters away from 10,000 miles, if Chu Zhongtian consumed the wind spirit fruit at this time, it would be of the greatest use. Although Chu Zhongtian could not feel the changes in his body, when the cultivation talent entered the level 5, a seal in his body was broken, and a crisp cracking sound was heard. The pulling force that was originally blocked by the invisible barrier, along with the crisp shattering sound coming from Chu Zhongtian's body, immediately erupted with an even stronger expanding force, breaking through 10,000 miles in one go. After the pulling force broke through 10,000 miles, the barrier in front of him seemed to have disappeared. The speed of the pulling force's expansion increased to dozens of miles per minute. At the same time, the entire floating cloud sect and southern domain let out a loud roar that echoed through the clouds. Along with the roar, a 5-colored sandalwood flower suddenly descended from the entire floating cloud sect. The sandalwood flower emitted a strange fragrance that could calm one's heart, causing the cultivation of each disciple's mind state to have different levels of improvement. Along with the appearance of countless broad-leaved epiphyllum, a huge shadow slowly appeared 10,000 meters above the Hidden Dragon Peak. As the suction force of the shadow continued to expand the range of the spiritual chi, the shadow became more and more solid. When the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 10,999 miles, the shadow had completely solidified. The real shadow was exactly the same as Chu Zhongtian, who was breaking through to the chi transforming period. In the green bamboo courtyard of the Yunlong Mountain. As Yunlong Mountain wasn't too far away from the Hidden Dragon Peak, everyone in Yunlong Mountain could clearly see the range of the spiritual chi when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the chi transforming period. However, those in the Yunlong Mountain who couldn't use the divine senses power didn't know which mountain the disciple who broke through to the chi transforming period came from, so they didn't know which mountain it was Chu Zhongtian who broke through to the chi transforming period. When the range of the spiritual chi reached 3,000 miles, Dongfang Yongping, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, had already thought of befriending him. As long as there were no accidents during the process, a disciple with such talent would basically become a mighty warrior whose name would shake the entire southern domain. This would be a great help to him if he could succeed the position of Heavenly Dragon Empire's crown prince in 5 years' time. When the range of the spiritual chi formed by the pulling force reached 5,000 miles, Dongfang Yongping's desire to befriend him began to waver. With such a talented disciple, there was a high possibility that he would become an emperor level in the future. The position of emperor level was no longer inferior to his biological father, Dongfang Xiongba. It was a height that he would never be able to reach in his life. When the range of the spiritual chi reached 9,000 miles, Dongfang Yongping had already given up on the idea of befriending him. Because the range of the spiritual chi had reached 9,000 miles, it was already considered a top genius. A peerless genius like this would have a great chance of becoming a supreme in the future. A supreme was no longer the level he could imagine. It was also a level that he had never come into contact with in his life. Yunlong Mountain, green bamboo courtyard. When the pulling force of more than 9,000 miles began to slow down the speed of expansion, Dongfang Yongping, who knew that it was about to end, was about to call everyone back to the living room. Because what happened next was the various top powers of the sect starting to use their means to fight for the top geniuses. The forces of the Heavenly Dragon Empire in the Floating Cloud sect were in the middle. There was no way they could interfere in the fight for the top geniuses. However, just as he was about to call everyone back to the living room, the pulling force in the sky above Yunlong Mountain increased dramatically once again. The thought of opening his mouth was extinguished in an instant. Then, just like everyone else, he continued to pay attention to the continuous expansion of the suction force in the sky. When the range of the pulling force broke through 10,000 miles, and the entire Yunlong mountain began to descend upon the five-colored broad-leaved epiphyllum that was increasing the cultivation base of the mind state, Dongfang Yongping used the incense to increase the cultivation level of the mind state as he raised his head and looked at the void with an envious expression. As one of the most valued princes in Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Yongping had once seen a secret book that recorded the monster-level geniuses in the dynasty's secret storage. According to the secret book, when a monster-level genius broke through to the Qi transforming period, a rare phenomenon would appear. The phenomenon of the sky and earth would be unbelievable. At the same time, along with the natural phenomenon, the illusory image of a supreme would appear in the void. Therefore, he wanted to see which monster-level genius the phantom of a supreme formed in the void was. In the future, when he met him, he would be able to recognize him. When the human-shaped phantom appeared in the sky above Yunlong Mountain, Dongfang Yongping couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. After that, he hurriedly looked at Dongfang Yuner. He discovered that Dongfang Yuner's eyes also revealed the same shocked expression. He felt a trace of regret. When the shadow hundreds of meters above gradually solidified, Dongfang Yen, who had fought with Chu Zhongtian before, said to himself with a puzzled expression, "The huge shadow in the sky seems to be Chu Zhongtian." Dongfang Yan's muttering made Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong, who were shocked and had interacted with Chu Zhongtian several times, look enlightened. After that, they quickly looked at Dongfang Yongping with questioning looks in their eyes. Facing Yu Zhongzong and Zhang Yinan's questioning eyes, Dongfang Yongping lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. In Purgatory City, he had once speculated that Chu Zhongtian's potential could reach the monster level. However, he didn't want to believe it. Chu Zhongtian was merely a small figure from a small family in a vassal kingdom of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. If he could become a peerless genius, it would be a blessing that Chu family had cultivated for 800 lifetimes. It was simply impossible to become a monster level. He had never thought that the genius disciple who had broken through to the Qi transforming period would be Chu Zhongtian. Dongfang Yongping raised his head and looked at the gradually solidifying shadow in the sky. He wanted to die at this moment. At the same time, he was secretly regretting and blaming himself. He regretted why he was in such a hurry to break through to the essence-gathering stage. He blamed himself for not solving the misunderstanding between his sister and Chu Zhongtian first. Glancing at Dongfang Yuner, who had completely lost her mind, Dongfang Yongping knew that the way he wanted to help the two of them resolve the misunderstanding was no longer possible. No matter what Chu Zhongtian's past background was, from now on, the difference between their status and identity was like heaven and earth. He could not face him like he did in the past, nor could he berate him as his senior brother. "Brother, is that shadow in the sky Chu Zhongtian?" Dongfang Yen, who had no eyesight, asked loudly. Dongfang Yongping, who was in a bad mood, glared at Dongfang Yen, then shouted at Dongfang Yuner, "Yun, come with me. There are some things I want to discuss with you." The misunderstanding between Dongfang Yuner and Chu Zhongtian was because they had different thoughts. As long as Dongfang Yuner could change her mind, then the misunderstanding between her and Chu Zhongtian would no longer exist. The two of them might be able to regain their former relationship. If Chu Zhongtian could become his brother-in-law, with his talent and astonishing cultivation speed, he would have absolute confidence in the fight for the position of Crown Prince 5 years later. Dongfang Yuner, who had a complicated feeling, nodded numbly, then followed Dongfang Yongping into the living room. After that, the door of the living room was tightly shut. In the living area of the outer sect in Trial Peak, with the help of the spirit stones and pills given by Chu Zhongtian, Zhang Qian's cultivation base broke through in a short period of 20 days. She was now at the third layer peak of the body refining period, and was not far from breaking through to the fourth layer of the body refining period. When He Ying and Luizong broke through to the Qi transforming period, Zhang Qian had already noticed the suction force that had formed in the sky above Trial Peak. She also knew that this was a genius disciple breaking through to the Qi transforming period. While she was envious, she worked even harder to cultivate. when a wider spiritual chi fluctuation was formed in the sky not far from Trial Peak. A thought suddenly emerged in Xianxia's mind. It was very likely that the third disciple who broke through to the chi transforming period was Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, she immediately ended her cultivation and went to find Wang Zhongning. After that, the two of them found a place with a good view and looked at the range of the spiritual chi that was expanding in the sky. When the pulling force broke through 10,000 miles and the floating cloud sect descended upon the five-colored broad-leaved epiphyllum, the void had just formed an illusory shape. Zhang Qian immediately recognized that the illusory figure was Chu Zhongtian. Although she didn't know that Chu Zhongtian breaking through to the chi transforming period was different from the others, she knew that this was a good thing from the five-colored broad-leaved epiphyllum that could increase the cultivation level of the mind state. Therefore, she felt happy for Chu Zhongtian from the bottom of her heart. After that, she discussed it with Wang Zhongning. After she broke through to the fourth layer peak of the body refining period, she would go to the Hidden Dragon Peak to congratulate Chu Zhongtian on breaking through to the chi transforming period. In the Courtyard 9 of Hidden Dragon Peak, when the attraction force broke through 10,000 miles and the abnormal signs in the sect, Chu Zhongtian's consciousness woke up from his empty state. Chu Zhongtian saw countless five-colored broad-leaved epiphyllum floating around his body, smelling the fragrance that could increase the cultivation of mind state. A trace of doubt appeared on his face, because he didn't know what had happened in Hidden Dragon Peak after his consciousness entered a state of emptiness, and why there were so many five-colored broad-leaved epiphyllum in the courtyard. When he raised his head and wanted to see if the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he pulled was more than 10,000 miles, he unexpectedly discovered that there was an illusory shadow that was several hundred meters tall standing 10,000 meters away from Hidden Dragon Peak. What shocked him even more was that the gradually solidifying illusory shadow actually looked exactly the same as him, as if it was a projection of him. Although Chu Zhongtian did not know what exactly happened, he had a feeling that the strange phenomenon that appeared now had a lot to do with his spiritual energy of heaven and earth breaking through 10,000 miles. In other words, after his talent broke through to the monster level, there was a high possibility that it would be accompanied by the phenomenon of the heaven and earth. Although Chu Zhongtian was puzzled, he didn't pay too much attention to the shadow above his head. Instead, he closed his eyes and started to check the situation inside the Dantian. While Chu Zhongtian used the wind spirit fruit to raise the cultivation talent, the Dantian that he had expanded to its limit was once again forcefully pulled deeper. Although Chu Zhongtian's Dantian's capacity was still like a mountain spring, its depth had increased by a lot. The amount of vital spirit it stored had increased by at least 3 to 5 times. 3 to 5 times the vital spirit's capacity would allow him to become stronger, allowing him to continue having the strength to challenge powerful enemies. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian had used the wind spirit fruit to increase his cultivation talent capacity, allowing him to break through to the chi transforming period. The range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had exceeded 10,000 miles. More than 10,000 miles of spiritual energy of heaven and earth were pulled into the Dantian, causing the spiritual chi in Chu Zhongtian's Dantian to almost liquefy. With the total amount of spiritual chi in Chu Zhongtian's Dantian and the capacity of the Dantian, when he converted all of the spiritual chi into vital spirit, perhaps his cultivation base would directly break through to the third layer of the chi transforming period, or even reach the third layer peak of the chi transforming period. Similar to the chi refining stage and body refining stage, the chi transforming period was also divided into 3 stages and 10 levels. From the first level of the chi transforming period to the third layer, it was called the early chi transforming period. The cultivation process was only an increase in the capacity of the vital spirit. When the number of vital spirit in Chu Zhongtian's Dantian reached a third of the capacity of the Dantian, his cultivation base would break through to the first level of chi transforming period. When the number of vital spirit in Chu Zhongtian's Dantian reached 2/3 of the capacity of the Dantian, his cultivation base would break through to the second layer of the chi transforming period. When Chu Zhongtian's Dantian was fully filled with Dantian, his cultivation base would break through to the third layer of the chi transforming period. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and using the 7 meridians and 8 meridians to transform the vital spirit might seem simple, but the process was actually quite complicated. 10 times the number of spiritual energy of heaven and earth after being transformed by the 7 meridians and 8 meridians, would at most form less than 10% of the spiritual power. If Chu Zhongtian wanted the Dantian to be filled with spiritual power, he would need to absorb at least 100 times the amount of spiritual qi. This would take 1 to 3 months. Of course, the cultivation talent, potential, and origin could speed up the absorption of the spiritual qi, as well as shorten the time needed. The vital spirit was a type of energy that was 10 times higher than the spiritual power. Even if a person absorbed 100 times the amount of spiritual qi, it would be very difficult to convert it into 10% of the vital spirit. And if a person wanted to fill up the vital spirit within the Dantian, he would need at least half a year to a year and a half. Half a year was the time that a peerless genius needed to spend. A year and a half was the time that an ordinary genius needed to spend. As for monster-level geniuses, they needed even less time. The process of refining the vital spirit was even simpler. This was why only when a martial artist broke through to the qi transforming period could they truly test their talent. Only by testing his true talent would he be able to estimate his future achievements, and then he would be able to undergo targeted training. It seems like if I want to convert all the spiritual qi in the Dantian into vital spirit in a short period of time, I'm afraid 3 bottles of spirit integrating pill will not be enough. Looking at the spirit integrating pill placed in front of him, Chu Zhongtian could not help but sigh. Because he had calculated the number of spiritual qi that the spirit integrating pill could convert into spiritual qi, Chu Zhongtian realized that if he wanted to transform the spiritual qi into a liquid form, he would need at least 100 lower-level 8 spirit integrating pill. Even 100 spirit integrating pill might not be enough. After all, the human body had a certain degree of resistance to medicine. Putting the idea of urgently lacking spirit integrating pill to the back of his mind, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked up into the sky. After the hundreds of giant figures above his head had completely solidified, the spiritual qi fluctuation formed by the pulling force had stopped. The range of the pulling force had finally stopped at 10,999 miles. 9 seconds later, the pulling force formed above his head slowly disappeared. At the same time as the pulling force disappeared, the giant shadow also gradually became illusory. Finally, it turned into an endless amount of energy and entered his Dantian along with the rest of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the remaining spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, Chu Zhongtian took the opportunity to pour the remaining 7 pills into his mouth. After that, he circulated the Taishan heart meridian cultivation method and borrowed the spirit integrating pill's medicinal energy to accelerate the conversion of the spiritual power into the spiritual power. He was looking forward to reaching the 3rd layer peak of the qi transforming period in the shortest amount of time. However, just as he consumed the 7 spirit integrating pill and started to transform the vital spirit, more than a dozen people appeared in the Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9. He was so scared that he almost lost his mind. He raised his head and looked at them. He found that, out of the dozen people in Courtyard 9, he only knew 2 of them. One of them was his master Zhao Sijuan, and the other was Long Xingyun. Apart from that, one of the dozen people who appeared in the courtyard also attracted his attention. This person was wearing a long robe that looked like it was dyed with blood. There was a long scar between his eyebrows and earlobe, making him look very fierce. The reason why this old man in red attracted his attention was not because of his strange appearance and clothes, but because the energy in his body made the purple blood in Chu Zhongtian's blood vessels boil. Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath and suppressed the boiling purple blood in his body. He stood up and walked in front of Zhao Enjuan. He bowed respectfully and said, "Master, I have successfully broken through to the qi transforming period. Great! This is great!" The reason why Zhao Enjuan was so excited was one of the reasons why Chu Zhongtian revealed his monster-level talent. The other reason was his respectful attitude just now. In the Courtyard 9 of Hidden Dragon Peak, Chu Zhongtian was also very happy, because this was the affirmation Zhao Enjuan had for him to break through to the qi transforming period. "Junior brother Chu, I wonder if you still remember me." Chu Zhongtian's respectful attitude towards Zhao Enjuan made Long Xingyun a little nervous, because he was afraid that Chu Zhongtian's feelings towards Zhao Enjuan would be too deep and cause sect leader to have some resistance when recruiting him. So after the 2 of them finished their conversation, He quickly stood up and greeted them. "Senior brother Long, how could I forget your help that day?" He cupped his fists towards Long Xingyun, and Chu Zhongtian also replied respectfully. "Junior brother Chu, first of all, I would like to congratulate you on not only breaking through to the Qi transforming period, but also breaking through to the monster level, and becoming the 4th monster-level genius in the sect in 100 years. The 4th monstrous genius." Long Xingyun's congratulations just now had revealed a very important piece of information. In other words, there were a total of 3 monster-level geniuses in the Floating Cloud sect, excluding himself. Furthermore, the cultivation of those 3 monster-level geniuses was higher than his. They were rivals with the same innate talent. After he revealed his monster-level innate talent, he might become the enemy of the 3 monster-level geniuses. Therefore, he had to be wary of their secret methods. Secondly, "It's my master, sect leader from the Floating Cloud sect, who wants to see you." Upon hearing this news, Chu Zhongtian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Although he knew that the monster-level talent he displayed when breaking through to the Qi transforming period would definitely attract the attention of the big shots in the sect, in his point of view, at most only the deputy sect leader would come to encourage him. However, he never expected that sect leader would personally meet him. This shocked Chu Zhongtian and made him feel flattered. "Finally, I sincerely hope that you can agree to sect leader's request." Sect leader's request. Long Xingyun's last sentence made Chu Zhongtian very confused. Didn't sect leader summon him to show his monster-level grade? Could it be that there was a secret that he didn't know about? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhao Enjuan with a puzzled look, hoping that he could give him some information. "Everything is up to you. No matter what decision you make, I won't blame you." Seeing Chu Zhongtian's puzzled look, not only did Zhao Enjuan not explain, he even said something that made him feel baffled. However, he could not refuse sect leader's order. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian allowed the spirit integrating pill to reduce its efficiency and transform the vital spirit on its own. He nodded at Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun smiled gently at him. After that, he felt that the environment in front of him had changed. The environment in front of him was very strange. It was no longer the Courtyard 9 that he was familiar with. It was a place where the spiritual qi was close to liquefying. "You're here." Before Chu Zhongtian could observe his surroundings, a gentle voice made him look up. After that, a handsome young man in his 30s, with a gentle temperament, was sitting cross-legged in the void, looking at him with a smile on his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but Chu Zhongtian felt that the gaze of this young man in front of him made the most important secret hidden in his heart seem to have been seen through. This made Chu Zhongtian raise his vigilance. At the same time, a trace of disgust arose in his heart. Perhaps your cultivation base is very strong, or perhaps your status is very high, but no matter what, you can't easily look into other people's inner secrets. This is the basic etiquette as a powerhouse. I am sect leader of Floating Cloud sect. You can call me sect leader, or you can call me martial uncle. The unintentional disgust in Chu Zhongtian's heart just now made the young man sitting in the void frown slightly. After that, he thought of the reason. Knowing that he was in the wrong, not only did he introduce himself, he also took out a pill bottle from the void and used the power of the divine sense to deliver it to Chu Zhongtian. This is a bottle of upper-rank 7th grade spirit integrating pill. It suits your current stage perfectly. This pill was the spirit integrating pill that he urgently needed. The effect of an upper-rank 7th grade spiritual qi was dozens of times greater than a lower-level 8 spiritual qi. When the effect of a lower-tier 8 spirit integrating pill was reduced to the 5th level, he then consumed an upper-rank 7th grade spirit integrating pill. Chu Zhongtian was confident that within a month's time, he would be able to transform all the spiritual qi within the Dantian, which was close to liquid form, into vital spirit. At the same time, he was confident that he would be able to raise his cultivation base to the 3rd layer peak of the qi transforming period in 2 months' time. After accepting this gift, the dissatisfaction in Chu Zhongtian's heart towards Shin Fengxing disappeared completely. Chu Zhongtian, although I have 8 true disciples in my life, the only ones who can make me personally accept disciples are my eldest disciple, Long Xingyun, and my 5th disciple, Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan is the disciple I accepted 30 years ago. When he broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was 10,333 miles, and his talent was at the monster level just like you. Now, 30 years have passed, and Xiao Shan's cultivation base isn't far from breaking through to the Supreme. In at most 2 to 3 years, he will be able to break through to the Supreme. Chu Zhongtian, if you are willing to take me as your master, then I have the ability to help you break through to the Supreme within 30 years. After Chu Zhongtian happily put away the pill bottle, Xin Fengxing, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, began his temptation as if he was telling the truth, advancing to the Supreme within 30 years. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't know what the chaotic stage was, he knew what the position of Supreme was, because in the Southern Domain, those who had reached the Supreme would definitely be the overlords of the Southern Domain, the true chess player who could decide the situation of the Southern Domain. If it was any other monstrous disciple who faced sect leader's promise from the Floating Cloud sect, they would have knelt down and kowtowed to him. However, to Chu Zhongtian 30 years was just too long. He hoped that he could advance to the Supreme level in a shorter period of time. This was the only way he could merge with the power of the space law in the Dantian. Only then could he have the ability to tear apart the void and travel the universe. Only then could he return to the earth while his parents were still alive. Apart from that, as someone who possessed the memories of his past life, he was deeply influenced by the traditions of the Wuxia. He was extremely loyal. Sect leader, it is my fortune to be regarded highly by you. Facing Xin Fengxing's personal invitation, Chu Zhongtian first flattered him. Then, his tone changed and he said sincerely, "But I have already taken Elder Jiao as my master, and I have performed a great ceremony to acknowledge him as my master, so it is impossible for me to change my sect." Chu Zhongtian bowed and apologized while raising the pill bottle that he had just obtained. Chu Zhongtian, although junior brother Jiao's strength is not much weaker than mine, he is not a good teacher with a casual temperament. If you continue to choose him as your master, it might delay your talent. Chu Zhongtian actually rejected Xin Fengxing's invitation directly. This was unexpected to sect leader, who was in Floating Cloud sect. However, he did not want to give up on Chu Zhongtian so easily, so he continued to persuade him. "Sect leader, I don't know what the others are thinking, but in my heart, I only have Jiao and Juan as my master." Xin Fengxing couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw Chu Zhongtian's attitude. After that, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression, and his eyes were full of love. He said in a more gentle tone, "To be honest, I am a little envious and jealous of junior brother Jiao because he took in a good disciple. Chu Zhongtian, the upper-rank 7th grade spirit integrating pill is a gift for you, so you can put it away without worry." "Thank you, sect leader." Although Chu Zhongtian had raised the spirit integrating pill with a righteous attitude, he was reluctant to part with it. After all, the upper-rank 7th grade spirit integrating pill was the best pill he could use to raise his cultivation base in the shortest amount of time. Now that Chu Zhongtian heard that Xin Fengxing had given it to him as a present, he immediately put it into the storage bag happily. As long as the spirit integrating pill entered his storage bag, no matter what happened next, he would never hand it over again. "Chu Zhongtian, although you are not willing to take me as your master, but in terms of seniority, I can be considered your martial uncle, and this is the first time we've met. I should give you some gifts." After saying that, Xin Fengxing formed a seal with both of his hands. Streams of gray energy were drawn out from the void. The gray energy that was pulled out eventually turned into a gray talisman in the seal between his hands. After that, the gray talisman floated in front of Chu Zhongtian. "This is a defensive talisman that I made with the strength of a supreme level. Contains 1/10,000th of my energy. It can withstand a full-powered attack from an emperor level. Consider this my second gift to you." Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand and took the talisman made by Xin Fengxing. A burst of joy rose in his heart. The reason why he was so happy was not because of the defensive power of the talisman, but because of the symbolic meaning of the talisman. Because this talisman was not given to him by someone else. It was given to him by sect leader and Xin Fengxing from the Floating Cloud sect. He was one of the 9 overlords of Southern Domain, and now Chu Zhongtian had a trump card that could save his life. This also meant that he had been chosen by sect leader. Therefore, those who wanted to deal with him had to think about whether they could withstand the wrath of the floating cloud sect's sect leader. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. The above two items are my gift to you. You can leave now. When Chu Zhongtian held the gray talisman, Xin Fengxing waved his sleeve. Chu Zhongtian instantly disappeared from the secret realm, where the scenery looked like the stage of immortals. Xin Fengxing looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had disappeared. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he stood up and looked at the void with a complicated expression, repeating what Chu Zhongtian had just said. With a wave of Xin Fengxing's sleeve, Chu Zhongtian felt that he had returned to the courtyard 9. When he saw the dozen or so people standing in the courtyard, he was sure that he had returned to courtyard 9. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who had returned to the courtyard 9, holding a gray talisman in his hand, Long Xingyun's face revealed a trace of joy, but Zhao Enjuan's face instantly darkened. Long Xingyun and Zhao Enjuan were the first two people Chu Zhongtian paid attention to after returning to courtyard 9, so he could clearly see the changes in their expressions. He immediately knew that they had misunderstood. Putting away the gray talisman in his hand, Chu Zhongtian walked in front of Zhao Enjuan. With a very casual attitude, he said, "Zhao, Senior Uncle Sect Leader is much more generous than you. The first time we met, he gave me a bottle of upper-rank 7th grade pills and a life-saving trump card that can withstand a full-powered attack from an Emperor level. What about you?" The gloomy face of Zhao Enjuan instantly lit up when he heard Chu Zhongtian's teasing. At the same time, he said in a forthright manner, "Isn't it just a bottle of upper-rank 7th grade pill bottle? I'll give you 10 bottles of high-grade 6th grade medicinal pills later." Seeing that his scheme had succeeded with the help of special circumstances, Chu Zhongtian quickly promised to force Zhao Enjuan to stop him from going back on his word. In the face of Chu Zhongtian's scheme, Zhao Enjuan, who was in a good mood, not only did he not care about it, he even agreed to it generously. "Junior brother Chu, why?" Chu Zhongtian's casual attitude and frank words made Long Xingyun know that he had rejected sect leader's request. This made him somewhat puzzled. That was the sect leader of Floating Cloud Sect, one of the top powers in Southern Domain. He controlled a huge amount of cultivation resources in the Southern Domain. Many people wanted to become his in-name disciple, but they had no way to do so. As for Chu Zhongtian actually rejected him in front of his face. Could it be that there was something wrong with his thoughts? Senior brother, there are some things that cannot be forced. He could not use words to explain Long Xingyun's question, so Chu Zhongtian could only reply vaguely. "Martial Nephew Chu, I am Deputy Mountain Lord of Law Enforcement Peak, Su Xiaojia." After Long Xingyun stopped talking gloomily, Su Xiaojia, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, quickly came forward and greeted him. "I have heard of you for a long time." Chu Zhongtian pretended to be enthusiastic when he saw Su Xiaojia, who was about 7 or 8 floors away from Su Hua. Although his relationship with Law Enforcement Peak was not very good, it was because of Zhao Enjuan's personal reasons. They might have a fierce conflict in the future, but before he fully matured, it was best to avoid conflicts with the higher-ups of Law Enforcement Peak as much as possible. "Martial Nephew Chu, the Peak Master of Law Enforcement Peak would like to meet you." Chu Zhongtian's warm response made Su Xiaojia mistakenly think that he was interested in Law Enforcement Peak, so he quickly greeted him warmly. Chu Zhongtian was a little nervous. In the courtyard 9 of Hidden Dragon Peak, because Chu Zhongtian didn't want to have a conflict with the higher-ups of Law Enforcement Peak, he was stuck in a dilemma when Su Xiaojia invited him. If he agreed to meet the master of the Law Enforcement Peak, he was worried that the powerful master of the Law Enforcement Peak would secretly attack him after he rejected his invitation. However, if he didn't agree to meet the Peak Master of Law Enforcement Peak, it would be equivalent to not giving face to Law Enforcement Peak. This was equivalent to offending the higher-ups of Law Enforcement Peak, which went against his original intention. "Sect leader wants to take Chu Zhongtian as his disciple. I have nothing to say, because sect leader's strength is stronger than mine, and he is a straightforward and upright man. I believe he won't harm Chu Zhongtian. But he is just a loser who is good at using schemes and tricks. Now, he doesn't even dare to show himself. If he wants to take Chu Zhongtian as his disciple, I will tell you this is absolutely impossible. Actually, when Su Xiaojie came forward to greet him, Zhao Enjuan wanted to directly scold him and ask him to get out of Courtyard 9. However, Chu Zhongtian's first greeting interrupted him, causing him to temporarily hold back the urge to scold Su Xiaojie. Now that Zhao Enjuan saw the hesitating Chu Zhongtian, how could he not step forward and take the initiative to block Su Xiaojie's invitation for him? Zhao Enjuan felt that his threat just now wasn't strong enough. So he took a step forward and roared with a strong killing intent. Su Xiaojie, to tell you the truth, even if Chu Zhongtian agrees to your conditions and wants to become a disciple of Law Enforcement Peak, I will still bring him back from Law Enforcement Peak. Zhao Enjuan's murderous threat scared Su Xiaojie so much that he took a few steps back. It also made the other experts present hold their breath. They knew very well that what Zhao Enjuan said just now was not a joke. He would definitely do what he said. In the bloody conflict 100 years ago, except for the slightly younger Long Xingyun, no one had seen it. Everyone on the scene had heard about Zhao Enjuan's means. They had also witnessed his cruel means of killing people with their own eyes. Elder Zhao, you are just a deacon elder from the inner sect of Floating Cloud sect. You have no right to ask about the matters of the higher-ups of the sect. Su Xiaojie bit the bullet and retorted. When Zhao Enjuan was filled with killing intent just now, the one who was the most nervous was Su Xiaojie. Apart from the irreconcilable conflict between the Master of Law Enforcement Peak and Zhao Enjuan 100 years ago, he had faced Zhao Enjuan directly back then, and his memory of Zhao Enjuan's bloody means was still fresh in his mind. If he hadn't pretended to be seriously injured and left the battlefield in advance, his corpse would have been among the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak who were killed back then. Initially, when Su Xiaojie was faced with Zhao Enjuan's murderous intent, he had given up the idea of recruiting Chu Zhongtian. However, the Master of Law Enforcement Peak had secretly transmitted his voice to him, forcing him to face Zhao Enjuan directly. 100 years have passed. It seems like some people have already forgotten what I did back then. Zhao Enjuan sighed as he faced Su Xiaojie, who had forced himself to refute him. His expression changed. He stepped forward and stared at ____. His tone was even more threatening. Su Xiaojie, do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Facing Zhao Enjuan's blatant threat, Su Xiaojie was so scared that he took a dozen steps back. However, he still had no intention of letting him go. An aura that could change the color of heaven and earth gradually rose from his body. Master, I have something to say. Chu Zhongtian saw that Zhao Enjuan was about to kill Su Xiaojie, so he suddenly interrupted him. As a supreme-level warrior, Zhao Enjuan was very strong. However, as one of the three major factions of Floating Cloud sect, there was probably a hidden force behind the Law Enforcement Peak. Chu Zhongtian didn't want Zhao Enjuan to have a conflict with the Law Enforcement Peak right now. Although Zhao Enjuan had killed Elder Luo of the Law Enforcement Peak when he was in the sect's competition, a disciple of the outer sect. However, whether it was in terms of strength or status, he was still very far away from Deputy Mountain Lord. Zhao Enjuan had killed a Divine Soul Stage Elder. Law Enforcement Peak was afraid of Zhao Enjuan's strength, so they chose to swallow their anger. However, if he killed a powerful Deputy Mountain Lord, then the Law Enforcement Peak would eliminate him even if they used their hidden power. If the Law Enforcement Peak used their hidden power, the fight between the two sides would very likely lead to an internal fight between the Floating Cloud sect. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to see this happen, so he stood up and stopped Zhao Enjuan from attacking. At the same time, he quickly thought of a solution. Shen Fengxing repeated what he said at that time. He thought of a solution, so he walked in front of Zhao Enjuan, stood between him and Su Xiaojie, and bowed to the dozen or so people at the scene. I am very grateful to all of you for your kindness, but I have to apologize to all of you. After that, he turned around and knelt down in front of Zhao Enjuan in front of everyone. His expression was firm and his tone was emotional. I was born in a small family in a remote kingdom. When I reached adulthood, I couldn't cultivate for nearly a year due to an accident. During that period of time, the elders of the family had already given up on the idea of continuing to treat me. Only I didn't give up. In order to treat my injuries, I searched through all of the clan's books and information. In the end, I found a treatment method in a corner of the clan's library. At the same time, I discovered that other than the cure for my injuries, there was also a story recorded in that book. After saying this, Chu Zhongtian paused for a moment. His gaze swept across the crowd and he said with an apologetic tone, "The plot of the story is too long. I won't explain it here, but one sentence in the book is something that I still can't forget. At the same time, that sentence has become my current goal." Staring at Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian continued to say emotionally, "Master, when you wanted to take me as your disciple, do you know why I asked you to fulfill the bet? Aren't you afraid that I won't pay you back later?" Facing Chu Zhongtian's inexplicable emotional response, the confused Zhao Enjuan responded seriously. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and kowtowed 3 times. He looked up and said, "A day as a master, a lifetime as a father." These were the exact words in the story. "The reason why I asked you to fulfill the bet is because I want to acknowledge you as my master without any distracting thoughts." Zhao Enjuan repeated these words, but his current emotions were much more agitated than Shen Fengxing's, because Chu Zhongtian's words were directed at him. This was the duty that he had been fulfilling when he kowtowed to him. This was something that Zhao Enjuan had never thought of. In the customs of Eternal Continent, although it was a very grand thing to become a disciple, it was also common for disciples to change their sect. For example, if a disciple's cultivation base exceeded his or her master's, in order not to delay his or her future, he or she would have a reason to become a disciple of an expert with a higher cultivation base. For example, if there was a disagreement between master and disciple due to a certain matter, and an irreconcilable conflict arose between them, the disciple could also choose another master. For example, during the cultivation process, his disciple discovered that his cultivation method and martial skills were different from his master's. Then, he could also find a master suitable for his own cultivation. Therefore, in Eternal Continent, there had never been a saying that one day as a master, one lifetime as a father. And Chu Zhongtian's theory and actions just now had completely changed everyone's thoughts, making everyone realize the importance of the inheritance between master and disciple. "All right," Zhao Enjuan, who was deeply moved, bent over and helped Chu Zhongtian up from the ground, shouting excitedly, "From today onwards, Chu Zhongtian will be my only disciple in my life. Whoever dares to touch a hair of my disciple, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will make him pay with his blood." Zhao Enjuan's wild roar echoed throughout the entire Floating Cloud sect. In a certain secret realm in the void of the Floating Cloud sect, Shen Fengxing, who had been paying attention to the hidden dragon peak, couldn't help but feel envious after hearing Chu Zhongtian's words and action. "If Chu Zhongtian is willing to take me as his master, then I dare to make a promise just now." On a bare mountain peak in the deepest part of the Floating Cloud sect, an old man with a head full of white hair was observing Chu Zhongtian's words and actions. He was as touched as Shen Fengxing and said to himself, "If I have such a sincere and filial disciple, then I can also make a promise just now." Chu Zhongtian's words had also touched the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, whether it was Su Xiaojie from Law Enforcement Peak, Liu Pinqing from Merit Palace, or the representatives of the other major powers, they all looked at Chu Zhongtian with complicated expressions. No one came forward to recruit Chu Zhongtian. "If I have a sincere and filial disciple like Chu Zhongtian, even if I have to die now, I would be willing to do so." Looking at Chu Zhongtian, blood-robed elder couldn't help but let out a long sigh towards the sky. Regarding this, white-robed old man nodded his head in agreement. "Old Su, let's go back." Chu Zhongtian's words had made his choice clear. They knew they had no chance. At the same time, they were influenced by Chu Zhongtian's words. They wanted to go back and think about what they would do when they chose their disciples in the future. "All right." Chu Zhongtian's words just now also touched white-robed old man. He also knew that Chu Zhongtian did not have the fate of being his disciple. "Senior, please wait a moment." Chu Zhongtian didn't care about the others leaving Courtyard 9. In fact, he couldn't wait to see them leave. This was because he needed some quiet time to refine the remaining spirit integrating pill in his body. as well as the spiritual qi that accepted the liquid form. However, Chu Zhongtian couldn't bear to see blood-robed elder leave, who could cause the purple blood in his body to boil, because he wanted to know why this old man in a blood-red robe could make the purple blood in his body boil. What do you want to teach me? Although he couldn't accept Chu Zhongtian as his disciple, Chu Zhongtian's theory just now had won blood-robed elder's respect. Therefore, his attitude towards Chu Zhongtian was very gentle. However, blood-robed elder wasn't sure how to address Chu Zhongtian. In terms of seniority, Zhao Enjuan had to address him as his senior granduncle. But in terms of cultivation, he had to address Zhao Sijuan as his senior granduncle. It was precisely because of this messy logic that blood-robed elder finally chose to address Chu Zhongtian as senior granduncle. May I ask how I should address you? Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry to interrogate the doubt in his heart. He asked respectfully. My name is Liahua, because my cultivation method is using the essence blood of a martial artist. Plus I have been wearing a blood-red robe for a long time. Many people call me Blood-Robe. Blood-robed elder introduced himself in detail. At this moment, white-robed old man, Zhao Enjuan and Long Xingyun, who were standing beside him, looked at blood-robed elder in surprise. In their minds, blood-robed elder had a strange temperament. He was usually quiet. Even the people closest to him rarely saw his good expression. However, when he faced Chu Zhongtian at this moment, he suddenly seemed like a completely different person. Why didn't they feel surprised and strange about this? Senior Lia, I don't know what's going on either. Ever since the first time I saw you, I always felt that you were like an elder to me. I always have an impulse to get to know you. Chu Zhongtian said with a calm face and a gentle tone. Is that so? Blood-robed elder didn't doubt Chu Zhongtian's words. He even agreed with what he just said. Senior Lia, may I ask which mountain you live on now? After I have consolidated my cultivation base, I will definitely find some time to pay you a visit. Blood-robed elder's reaction delighted Chu Zhongtian. He quickly said the idea that he had long thought of. The mountain I live on is called Blood Peak. It is hidden in the void deep within the sect. With your current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it. After saying that, blood-robed elder took out a blood-red jade pendant from the void and handed it to Chu Zhongtian. This is a jade pendant that is connected to the defensive formation of my blood peak. As long as you crush it, it will automatically release a wave of energy and send you to the blood peak. Thank you, senior. Chu Zhongtian happily took the blood-red jade pendant and quickly thanked him. Martial nephew Chu, you have just broken through to the qi transforming period, and the spiritual qi in your body has yet to transform into a vital spirit. So, what you need to do now is to calm down and use the power of the pill to continue transforming the vital spirit. Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongtian's acting was too realistic, but blood-robed elder felt that Chu Zhongtian was really like his junior. Therefore, before he left, he reminded him like an elder. Thank you for your reminder. I will remember it. Chu Zhongtian still replied respectfully. After blood-robed elder and white-robed old man left Hidden Dragon Peak, Long Xingyun, who was depressed, did not have the mood to stay here anymore. He also left Courtyard 9. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9. Master, do you have anything else to say? Chu Zhongtian asked when only Zhao Enjuan and himself were left. When you broke through to the qi transforming period, you pulled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was more than 10,000 miles into your body. I'm afraid that the spiritual qi in your dantian is already close to liquid form, right? Perhaps it was because of Chu Zhongtian's emotional speech just now. Zhao Enjuan sincerely accepted him. He decided that in the future, if Chu Zhongtian did not agree, he would definitely not use the divine sense to check the condition of his body without permission. Therefore, he asked in a guessing tone. Chu Zhongtian nodded and did not say anything else. Actually, what Blood-Robe said just now was right. What you need to do next is to go into seclusion with all your might and borrow the power of the pill. Try your best to refine all the spiritual qi in your body within a short period of time. Speaking up to this point, Zhao Enjuan thought about it carefully. Then he continued. Now that the number of spiritual qi in your body has been converted into vital spirit, your cultivation base should be able to advance to the third layer of the qi transforming period, But this is still not enough, because your comprehension of the realm has long surpassed the third layer of the qi transforming period. Zhao Enjuan stretched out his hand and took out a pill bottle from the void. Then, he poured out a pill that seemed to be burning with flames from the pill bottle. He pointed at the pill in his hand and explained. This is an upper-rank 8th grade fire pill. This grade isn't high, but it's a pill that specifically applies to middle qi transforming period martial artists. It helps to increase a martial artist's understanding of fire attribute. You've already mastered the attribute power in advance when you're at the body refining stage. This fire pill can allow you to better understand the power of a fire attribute. It can allow you to understand the true essence of a fire attribute's power in a short period of time, and also allow you to advance your cultivation to the qi transforming period 4th layer. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to receive the fire pill and nodded his head. Chu Zhongtian had mastered the attribute of qi transforming period stage in advance when he was at the 2nd level of the body refining stage, and he had been using it to fight his enemies for a period of time. When he was free, he had been trying to understand it. Now, his understanding of the strength of the fire attribute was no less than that of a high rank of the qi transforming period warrior. Therefore, he knew how to raise his cultivation to the middle and high level of the qi transforming period in a short period of time. However, if he had a pill that was suitable for his attribute and physique, then the speed of the stage's improvement would be even faster. Chu Zhongtian was very happy about this. After all, the goal he had set for him was to use a shorter period of time to increase his cultivation base. I will help you prepare supplementary medicinal pills during this period of time, so for the next period of time, you will go into secluded cultivation with all your might. Yes, master. Even though Zhao Enjuan did not deliberately remind him, Chu Zhongtian knew what he needed to do next. Do you want to stay in courtyard 9 and cultivate? Or do you want to stay in my courtyard? Zhao Enjuan asked. Master, after all, this is the first home I have ever lived since I entered the Floating Cloud sect. Qi transforming period is the first turning point in my life. That's why I want to stay in the courtyard 9 and cultivate. The reason Chu Zhongtian chose courtyard 9 was not because of the above reasons, but because he hoped that there would be a quiet environment for him to copy and paste some items. When his cultivation base reached the qi transforming period 4th layer, he would have the chance to return to Chu family. Therefore, before he returned to his family, he had to paste some medicinal pills and spirit fruit that could enhance the strength of his family members. All right, Zhao Enjuan didn't have any objections towards Chu Zhongtian's choice. As long as he was in Hidden Dragon Peak, Chu Zhongtian's safety would be guaranteed. Courtyard 9 Cultivation Chamber. After sending Zhao Enjuan away, Chu Zhongtian didn't immediately enter the cultivation chamber. Instead, he specially made a sign and placed it at the door. The content of the sign was very simple. He said that he was in seclusion cultivating, so it was temporarily inconvenient for him to receive any distinguished guests. The reason why Chu Zhongtian had set up this plate was because he knew that the phenomenon produced when he broke through to the qi transforming period would definitely cause some people with ulterior motives. Perhaps they really wanted to befriend him, or perhaps they had some sort of motive. No matter what kind of situation it was, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to pay any attention to it for the time being. After entering the secret chamber, Chu Zhongtian first took out 900,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone and 90,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone from his storage bag. He first used the 7th grade middle rank spirit stone to paste 70 lower level 8 spirit integrating pill, then duplicated and paste 20 upper rank 7th grade spirit integrating pill. The remaining spirit stones were arranged into a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation. Although he drew over 10,000 miles of spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body and made the spiritual qi within the dantian close to liquid form, his goal this time was to raise it to the 3rd layer peak of the qi transforming period in one fell swoop. He was worried that all the spiritual qi in his body would not be able to fill up his enormous dantian, so he had prepared spirit stones in advance. He could use the sufficient amount of spiritual power in the spirit stones to reach his goal in the end. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the simplified version of the spirit gathering formation, opened his eyes. He used the lower level 8 spirit integrating pill to continuously transform the spiritual qi inside the dantian. At this moment, the spiritual qi within his dantian, which was close to liquid form, had already been transformed by 2/5. His cultivation base had also smoothly broken through to the second layer of the qi transforming period. He temporarily stopped cultivating because he discovered that the effect of the lower-level 8 spirit integrating pill on the vital spirit had been lowered to the 4th layer. He needed to spend thousands of 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone to paste a lower-level 8 spirit integrating pill onto it. The expenditure and income were no longer proportionate, so he decisively stopped consuming the lower-level 8 spirit integrating pill. Instead, he changed to using upper-rank 7th-grade spirit integrating pill. Long before he started cultivating, he had already duplicated and pasted 20 high-grade 7th-grade spirit melting pills in advance in order to replace low-grade 8th-grade spirit melting pills. Looking at the 3 bottles of high-grade Tier 7 spirit melting pills placed in front of him, Chu Zhongtian picked up a pill bottle and poured out one of the pills before swallowing it. As the high-grade Tier 7 spirit fusion pill melted into a special energy, Chu Zhongtian discovered that the liquid spiritual qi within the dantian was rapidly reducing, while the vital spirit within the dantian was increasing rapidly. Chu Zhongtian carefully sensed the speed at which the vital spirit was being transformed. He was surprised to find that the speed at which the high-grade 7th-grade spirit melting pill transformed into the vital spirit was at least 20 times faster than that of the low-grade 8th-grade spirit melting pill. This gave him the confidence to raise his cultivation level to the 3rd level of the qi transformation stage, peak, within a month. Chu Zhongtian immediately returned to his cultivation. At the foot of the mountain in Hidden Dragon Peak, while Chu Zhongtian was using the help of the upper-rank 7th-grade spirit fusion to accelerate the conversion of the spiritual qi in the dantian, some guests came to Hidden Dragon Peak. There were a total of 5 guests. One group had 3 people and the other group had 2. Senior Sister Dongfang, you also came to visit Senior Brother Chu. Among them, there was a girl with an outstanding appearance and a slightly cold temperament. When she saw the other 2 people walking towards her, the cold temperament on her body was instantly replaced by enthusiasm. Her tone was filled with joy as she greeted them. Junior Sister Zhang, you are also here. Facing Zhang Qian's enthusiastic attitude, Dongfang Yun'er's expression was slightly cold as she replied. Zhang Qian walked to Dongfang Yun'er's side and carefully observed her current cultivation. A trace of complacency rose in Zhang Qian's heart. In terms of appearance, she thought that she would never be able to surpass Dongfang Yun'er. She could only surpass Dongfang Yun'er's cultivation level. Originally, Zhang Qian did not have much confidence in surpassing Dongfang Yun'er in terms of cultivation. After all, whether it was the cultivation talent or her supporters, Dongfang Yun'er was stronger. However, after Zhang Qian saw Dongfang Yun'er, she realized that her cultivation base was still at the 4th layer of the body refining period, while Zhang Qian's cultivation base had already broken through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. In terms of cultivation base, Zhang Qian had already caught up to Dongfang Yun'er. If Zhang Qian could completely surpass Dongfang Yun'er in terms of cultivation base, she did not know if she would win Chu Zhongtian's attention because of this. Senior Sister Dongfang, Wang Zhongning, who was standing behind Zhang Qian, greeted Dongfang Yun'er with a silly smile. Wang Zhongning, who was more than 2 meters tall, might have had a sudden change in his diet recently. His height increased once again, and now it had reached 2.5 meters. Furthermore, his cultivation base had broken through to the 4th layer of the body refining period. Sister Dongfang, the mature and steady Shi Guangliang greeted her with a smile. Dongfang Yun'er responded to Zhang Qian's greeting because they were all women. However, Dongfang Yun'er only nodded at Wang Zhongning and Shi Guangliang. Yun, why don't you introduce these friends to me? Dongfang Yun'er treated people coldly and was not good at socializing, which made Dongfang Yongping feel helpless, so he could only take the initiative. This is my brother, Dongfang Yongping. Pointing at Dongfang Yongping, Dongfang Yun'er still maintained her cold tone and said, "This is Shi Guangliang, Senior Brother Shi. This is Wang Zhongning, Junior Brother Wang. This is Zhang Qian, Junior Sister Zhang." Dongfang Yun'er also introduced him in a cold tone. The 3 of them are Senior Brother Chu's good friends. Only when Dongfang Yun'er mentioned Chu Zhongtian, Her cold eyes gradually lit up. However, the light in her eyes did not last long and disappeared without a trace. Hello? Yoon and I are siblings. I have been in the floating cloud sect for a little longer than you. Dongfang Yongping did not have the arrogance of an essence-gathering stage top expert. His attitude towards Zhang Qian and the others was quite easygoing. Senior brother Dongfang, I have seen you once before the Blood Demon Secret Realm opened. You are a top half-step essence-gathering stage warrior. Dongfang Yongping was very easygoing. At the same time, Zhang Qian admired him. Senior brother Dongfang, could it be that you are the third disciple of the inner sect, Dongfang Yongping, from the sect's competition? When Dongfang Yuner introduced Dongfang Yongping, Shi Guangliang already felt that this name was somewhat familiar. When Zhang Qian mentioned that he was a half-step essence-gathering stage warrior, he had already thought of who Dongfang Yongping was. Shi Guangliang had already regarded himself as Chu Zhongtian's follower. In addition to borrowing the spirit stones and medicinal pills that Chu Zhongtian gave him to increase his cultivation, he spent the rest of his time inquiring about the news in the sect. He paid the most attention to the Qi transforming period stage warriors and the secrets of the inner sect disciples. After all, with Chu Zhongtian's talent and potential, he wanted to break through to the Qi transforming period. It wasn't difficult for him to break through to the inner sect. Therefore, before he could become a disciple of the inner sect, Chu Zhongtian needed to gather enough information in order to stabilize his footing in the shortest time possible. The annual ranking of the disciples of the inner sect, the sect's competition, was what Shi Guangliang paid the most attention to. It was precisely because of this that he found out about Dongfang Yongping. That's right. I am the third-ranked disciple of the inner sect, Dongfang Yongping. There was neither arrogance nor humility. Dongfang Yongping admitted it honestly. I am Shi Guangliang. Senior brother Dongfang. Hello? After getting confirmation from Dongfang Yongping, Shi Guangliang hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Junior brother Shi, you are welcome. Although Shi Guangliang's attitude was very respectful, to Dongfang Yongping, who had a prestigious status, there were too many people who were respectful to him, so his attitude did not change at all. Senior brother Dongfang, what are you doing? After talking to each other, Shi Guangliang pretended to be confused and asked. Currently, they were less than a few miles away from the courtyard on the mountainside of Hidden Dragon Peak. Currently, Chu Zhongtian was the only one living in the courtyard. Dongfang Yongping's goal was very obvious, and that was to meet Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, Shi Guangliang was only pretending to be stupid. Junior brother Shi, since you and Yoon are good friends, I'm sure you know about the special relationship between her and junior brother Chu. First, he made his stance clear. Then Dongfang Yongping continued. When junior brother Chu successfully broke through to the Qi transforming period, he also displayed the talent of a monster level. As Yoon, who had a special relationship with him, of course she had to congratulate him personally. As Yun's elder brother, I have to accompany her. So that's how it is. Shi Guangliang pretended to be enlightened. After that, he took a step back and signaled Dongfang Yongping to go first. As Chu Zhongtian's follower, Chu Zhongtian's future would determine his future. As for the matter of Chu Zhongtian choosing his wife, Shi Guangliang naturally had to pay attention to it. As a man, Dongfang Yuner possessed a peerless beauty and a graceful temperament like that of a fairy. With the powerful heavenly dragon empire behind her, she was definitely the ideal wife. However, as Chu Zhongtian's friend and follower, Shi Guangliang didn't really like Dongfang Yuner from the bottom of his heart, because he felt that Dongfang Yuner was too cold and arrogant. She treated the people around Chu Zhongtian too coldly. Unlike Zhang Qian, who looked cold and arrogant on the outside, she was actually a very forthright and generous woman in her bones. If Zhang Qian could become Chu Zhongtian's wife, then it would not be a bad thing for him. The pure Dongfang Yuner and Zhang Qian, who wanted to see Chu Zhongtian urgently, did not know that her brother, her friend, had already secretly exchanged blows with him just now. In the end, Dongfang Yongping temporarily had the upper hand. Hidden Dragon Peak, in front of the Courtyard 9. When Dongfang Yongping and the other 4 people arrived at the Courtyard 9 halfway up the Hidden Dragon Peak, What they saw was a tightly shut door, and a large door with a sign that said no one was allowed to enter. Disappointment appeared on their faces. Senior brother Dongfang, you are a top half-step essence gathering stage warrior, and you have a lot of experience and knowledge. I have a question for you. In just a month's time, Zhang Qian had broken through 2 minor stage warriors in a row. She originally wanted to give Chu Zhongtian a surprise, to obtain Chu Zhongtian's heartfelt praise. Therefore, when she faced the tightly shut door, she was disappointed but also somewhat unwilling to give up. Junior sister Zhang, you are too polite. If you have any doubts, just ask. Dongfang Yongping said very generously. However, when he saw Zhang Qian's eyes, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. In terms of appearance, although Zhang Qian's appearance was not as outstanding as Dongfang Yuners, but she was also a top beauty. Furthermore, the cold temperament that she revealed easily aroused the desire of men to conquer her. Therefore, in Dongfang Yongping's eyes, she was absolutely the strongest competitor among the younger sisters at the current stage. Senior brother Dongfang, after a martial artist breaks through to the Qi transforming period, although they need to go into seclusion to transform the vital spirit, but it's basically 3 to 5 days. Why hasn't senior brother Chu come out yet? Zhang Qian's question just now was not a rash guess. Because just as she was preparing to break through to the 4th layer of the body refining period with all her strength, the first disciple of the Trial Peak's outer sect, He Ying, who had broken through to the Qi transforming period, unexpectedly appeared in the girls' dormitory. Of course, the reason He Ying appeared in the girls' dormitory was because of his sister, He Yen. She was also a disciple of the outer sect in Trial Peak. The reason he came here this time was to say goodbye to his sister, because He Ying had officially become a Qi transforming period after he had finished his cultivation. Next, he would enter the Merit Palace to verify his identity. After he became a disciple of the inner sect, he would move into the mountain where the disciples of the inner sect lived. He Ying had been the second strongest disciple of the outer sect for almost a year, and he was very popular in the girls' dormitory. Although Zhang Qian didn't worship He Ying, she wanted to see how He Ying would change after breaking through to the Qi transforming period. She wanted to use the changes after He Ying broke through to the Qi transforming period to imagine the changes after Chu Zhongtian broke through. While they were watching He Ying, the high-spirited He Ying briefly introduced some of the precautions and secrets before and after breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Junior sister Zhang was only half right. For ordinary martial artists, after breaking through to the Qi transforming period, they only need 3 to 5 days to borrow the power of the medicinal pill to transform the vital spirit in the Dantian. But for some peerless genius warriors, if they want to convert the vital spirit in the Dantian, they will need more time. As for monster-level geniuses, they might need even longer time to convert the vital spirit. When the introduction came to this point, Dongfang Yongping suddenly recalled the situation when he broke through to the Qi transforming period. When he had broken through to the Qi transformation stage, he had drawn the spiritual Qi to a range of more than 900 kilometers, which was close to the level of a peerless genius. The 900 kilometers of heaven and earth spiritual Qi had been pulled into his body, causing the spiritual Qi inside his Dantian to be close to being vaporized. At the same time, he had used up a total of 9 days to borrow the power of a low-grade 8th-grade spirit fusion pill. Only then did he completely refine the spiritual power within the Dantian. This allowed his cultivation to increase in one go. As for the first level of Qi transformation peak, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to Qi transformation, the range of the heaven and earth spiritual Qi he drew was more than 10,000 miles. Then, how many spiritual Qi were drawn into his body? Could it already be close to the liquid level? If Chu Zhongtian converted all of these spiritual Qi into vital spirit, then after he ended his seclusion, what kind of level would his cultivation reach? Thinking of this, Dongfang Yongping suddenly felt a kind of pressure. With Chu Zhongtian's monstrous talent and his astonishing speed of breakthrough, perhaps when they next met, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base would surpass his. Yun, according to my judgment, Junior Chu wants to transform the spiritual Qi in his body. It will take at least 2 to 3 months. He won't be coming out of seclusion for a short period of time. So let's come to Hidden Dragon Peak 2 months later. Dongfang Yongping calculated the speed of Chu Zhongtian's body refining spiritual qi based on the speed at which he refined the spiritual qi. At the same time, Dongfang Yongping, who was feeling extremely pressured, wanted to immediately return to his residence to cultivate, lest Chu Zhongtian's cultivation surpass his the next time they met. Dongfang Yun had not been fully prepared to face Chu Zhongtian. This time, she was only dragged here by Dongfang Yongping. Now that she knew that she didn't need to face Chu Zhongtian directly, she was naturally happy, because she needed more time to think about how she could solve the misunderstanding about Chu Zhongtian in her heart. Zhang Qian looked at Dongfang Yongping and Dongfang Yun, who had left Hidden Dragon Peak, and her gaze turned towards Shi Guangliang. Dongfang Yongping is the third-ranked expert of the inner sect. Although I believe his judgment just now, I can't do what he did. After all, what if senior brother Chu had something to do and ended his cultivation early? Time Liang considered for a moment. In the end, he made the decision that the three of them would take turns guarding the Hidden Dragon Peak. 12 days quietly passed. In the secret cultivation room of the 9th courtyard, Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the simplified spirit gathering formation, had his eyes tightly shut. His aura was long, and the aura on his body was sometimes like a violent thunderstorm, sometimes calm like a gentle breeze. As he swallowed the last pill in the third pill bottle in front of him, his calm and gentle aura instantly turned into a storm. The storm-like aura stirred the dense spiritual qi in the secret chamber, causing a tornado to appear in the entire cultivation chamber. After 10 breaths, the tornado formed by the spiritual qi became stronger and stronger. The walls of the secret chamber had already been shaken by the wind of the tornado. Just as the power of the tornado continued to increase and the secret chamber was about to be destroyed, Chu Zhongtian retracted the powerful energy from his body. The tornado that had lost its power gradually weakened, and finally turned into a cool breeze and disappeared into the secret chamber. After withdrawing the powerful aura from his body, Chu Zhongtian let out a long breath of impure air. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Chu Zhongtian borrowed the help of a high-grade Tier 7 spirit integration pill. In a short period of 12 days, he had already converted 3/5 of the remaining spiritual qi in his dantian into vital spirit. Logically speaking, Chu Zhongtian had drawn more than 10,000 miles of heaven and earth spiritual qi into his body. The concentration in his spiritual qi was already close to liquid form. Such a huge spiritual qi was enough to raise his cultivation to the third-level qi transformation stage peak. However, the dantian that had been expanded and pulled deep allowed Chu Zhongtian, who had refined all the spiritual qi in his body, to barely reach the third-level qi transformation stage. Fortunately, he had prepared for this beforehand. When he felt that the spiritual qi in his body was not enough for him to advance to the third-level qi transformation stage peak, he used the spirit integration pill to continue transforming the spiritual qi within his body while absorbing the spiritual qi within the spirit gathering formation with all his might. Under the joint effect of the two, after the last sliver of spiritual qi in Chu Zhongtian's body was transformed into a vital spirit, his cultivation base rose to the third-level peak of the qi transformation stage as he wished. In the Hidden Dragon Peak, in the secret chamber of Courtyard 9, Chu Zhongtian felt the changes brought about by the third-layer peak of the qi transforming period. Apart from being overjoyed, he couldn't help but sigh. It had only been 7 months since he left the Chu family. To the ordinary family members of the Chu family, 7 months was a very short period of time. Those with better aptitudes might be able to advance 1 to 2 minor stage warriors, while those with ordinary aptitudes might just remain at the same level. However, to Chu Zhongtian, 7 months was the most important turning point in his life. Chu Zhongtian thought back to the time when he left the Chu family. His cultivation base had barely broken through to the 10th layer great perfection of the qi refining period. At that time, when he faced master of the qi transforming period, it was as if he was facing a towering tree that reached into the clouds. He was like a small grass growing next to a big tree. In just 7 months, the small grass had grown into a towering tree. Although he was still not as strong as the big tree beside him, wanting to surpass it was not a difficult thing. Chu Zhongtian withdrew the spirit gathering formation beside him, put away the remaining spirit stones, and stood up to leave the cultivation chamber. although he had an upper-rank 8th-grade fire attribute fire pill in his hand, and he could use the fire pill to raise his cultivation base to the Qi transforming period 4th layer, he wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation base. Chu Zhongtian had been continuously transforming the vital spirit over the past 20 days. Due to the nourishment of the vital spirit, his body didn't consume much energy. However, he had consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, he planned to go and have a good sleep first. When the spirit, Qi and energy returned to its peak state, then he would try to break through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer. After Chu Zhongtian left the secret chamber, he walked straight to the bedroom on the east side of the courtyard. However, when he passed by the front door of the courtyard, he felt as if there was someone outside. Although he knew that after he broke through to the Qi transforming period, there would definitely be people he knew or didn't know who would come to visit him. Their goal was nothing more than to befriend him, the future supreme expert. The reason why he chose to close the door was not only because he needed to transform the vital spirit, but also because he wanted to avoid those people who came to visit him through secluded cultivation. More than 20 days had passed. Those who wanted to visit him might have already returned when they saw the tightly shut door. At this moment, those who were guarding outside the courtyard must be Chu Zhongtian's true friends. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to rest. Instead, he opened the door of the courtyard. "Senior brother Chu, you have come out of seclusion." The sound of the door being pushed open woke Shi Guangliang, who was cultivating. When he saw Chu Zhongtian standing at the door with a smile on his face, he quickly stood up and greeted him. "Junior brother Shi, thank you for your hard work." Chu Zhongtian saw that the person guarding the door was Shi Guangliang and comforted him with satisfaction. "I am not suffering at all." Chu Zhongtian's comfort touched Shi Guangliang. At the same time, he quickly explained. "Senior brother Chu, I am not the only one guarding here. Junior sister Zhang and junior brother Wang are also here. The three of us are taking turns guarding this place. We hope to see you the moment you finish your secluded cultivation. Come in and talk." With Zhao and Juan in the Hidden Dragon Peak, Chu Zhongtian believed that no expert in the sect would dare to use the divine sense to inspect this place. However, he was worried that someone would arrange for spies to guard outside the mountain. In order to prevent those people from finding out that he had come out of seclusion, he gestured for Shi Guangliang to enter the courtyard. "Senior brother Chu, congratulations on breaking through to the Qi transforming period. You have become a true expert of southern domain." Shi Guangliang, who had just walked into the courtyard, quickly congratulated him. "There's nothing to congratulate me about. The Qi transforming period is just the starting point of my cultivation path. I still have a long way to go in the future," Chu Zhongtian said with a sigh. To Shi Guangliang, Qi transforming period stage was a peak that he could never reach in his life. But to Chu Zhongtian, the Qi transforming period was just the starting point for him to reach the peak of martial artists. "Senior brother Chu, now you have officially become a Qi transforming period warrior. When do you plan to go to the Merit Palace to verify your identity and officially become a disciple of the inner sect?" Shi Guangliang followed Chu Zhongtian into the living room. When Chu Zhongtian sat on the chair in the middle of the living room, he quickly asked. Although Chu Zhongtian was a Qi transforming period stage expert, he was still unfamiliar with the floating cloud sect. During this period of time, he had used the spirit stones Chu Zhongtian gave him to understand the specific locations and situations of many sects. For example, the mountain peaks where the disciples of the inner sect lived. For example, the Merit Palace, which was used to verify one's identity. For example, the law enforcement peak, which determined the life and death of the disciples of the sect, etc. If Chu Zhongtian was willing to go to the Merit Palace to verify his identity, he could be the guide and lead the way. "There's no rush in this matter." Chu Zhongtian shook his head. He was not in a hurry to verify his identity, because he was different from ordinary disciples. His master was Zhao Enjuan, who was an independent person in the floating cloud sect. Regardless of whether he had broken through to the Qi transforming period or the essence gathering stage, the verification of his identity was unimportant. Because Zhao Enjuan would definitely get him the treatment that the disciples and core disciples of the inner sect deserved in advance. When Shi Guangliang saw that Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to verify his identity, and become an inner sect disciple, he was slightly disappointed. This was because the promise he made with Chu Zhongtian was that after he broke through to the Qi transforming period and became a disciple of the inner sect, he would officially become Chu Zhongtian's follower. He could also officially leave the Trial Peak and move into the Courtyard 9 of the Hidden Dragon Peak. Currently, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to become a disciple of the inner sect. Therefore, if he wanted to move into Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9, he would have to decline the offer for a period of time. Junior brother Shi, to be honest, I am different from the other disciples. The verification of my identity does not have much significance to me. So, regardless of whether I verify my identity or not, I am now a disciple of the inner sect of the Floating Cloud sect. Chu Zhongtian said in a domineering manner. After that, he invited him warmly. Junior brother Shi, you go back to Trial Peak to pack your luggage. 10 days later, you will officially move to Courtyard 9 to help me take care of Courtyard 9. Whether or not to accept followers was a matter of martial artists. However, if followers moved out of their original residence, then they would need to discuss with the Peak Master who was in charge of the disciples in Trial Peak. Chu Zhongtian recalled how Zhong Fakan, the Peak Master of Trial Peak, had taken care of him, and the monster-level talent that he had displayed when breaking through to the Qi transforming period. He believed that Zhong Fakan would give him face. Even if Zhong Fakan didn't agree to let Shi Guangliang leave Trial Peak ahead of time, he wasn't worried, because he could ask Zhao Enjuan to come forward. If Zhao Enjuan said something, Zhong Fakan wouldn't dare refuse. In the living room of Courtyard 9, Hidden Dragon Peak. Really? When Shi Guangliang heard Chu Zhongtian asking him to move into Courtyard 9 10 days later, he looked at him in disbelief. Although moving into Courtyard 9 was his recent dream, now that his dream had suddenly become reality, he was obviously not prepared for it. That's right. Chu Zhongtian nodded and gave him the most affirmative answer. Then he explained why he wanted him to move to Courtyard 9 10 days later. Because he wanted to use these 10 days to break through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer. At the same time, according to the rules of Floating Cloud sect, he would have a chance to visit his family after breaking through to the Qi transforming period stage. As for whether he should take this opportunity to return to his hometown, Chu Zhongtian didn't think too much about it and decided to return to his family. Because Chu Zhongtian had left the Chu family for more than 7 months, he missed the people in his family who had a good relationship with him, and he also missed Grand Elder and Chu Zhengxian who had helped him a lot. At the same time, his storage ring finger stored a large amount of cultivation resources to improve the Chu family. He wanted to use this opportunity to visit his family to give these cultivation resources to his family members, so as to strengthen the overall strength of the Chu family. No problem. I will go back and prepare immediately. Shi Guangliang nodded excitedly. He wished he could return to Trial Peak immediately and prepare something to move to Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9. Luckily, Shi Guangliang knew that he was Chu Zhongtian's follower. He had to follow Chu Zhongtian's arrangement, so he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. Alright, junior brother Shi, you can return to the Trial Peak to prepare now. I need to rest for a while. After that, I will try my best to break through. Chu Zhongtian looked at Shi Guangliang, who had already controlled his emotions. He nodded his head in satisfaction. He then indicated that he could leave first. Chu Zhongtian temporarily ended his cultivation. His goal was to have a good rest so that he could maintain his peak state and break through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer. Therefore, he didn't want to waste his time resting because of the idle chat. Yes, senior brother Chu. Shi Guangliang cupped his fists and replied. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave the living room. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly thought of something. Therefore, he immediately turned around. At the same time, he took out a dozen pages of paper from his storage bag. Senior brother Chu, this is the matter that I have recently collected about the disciples of the inner sect, as well as the experts that the disciples of the inner sect need to pay special attention to. Chu Zhongtian took the paper from Shi Guangliang and thanked him with a smile. Junior brother Shi, thank you. Shi Guangliang knew what he needed without Chu Zhongtian's instruction. Chu Zhongtian was very satisfied with the decision to accept Shi Guangliang as his follower and let him take care of his courtyard. Senior brother Chu, you are being too polite. This is something that I have to do as my follower. Shi Guangliang didn't claim credit, nor did he ask for a reward. He responded with a responsible attitude. After that, he left Hidden Dragon Peak. Chu Zhongtian looked at the paper about the disciples of Inner Sect in his hand. He took a deep breath, but did not read it. Instead, he put it into the storage bag. Then he left the living room and went back to his bedroom to rest. The reason Chu Zhongtian did not read it immediately was because he knew that the information Shi Guangliang collected was not very useful to him. In the eyes of other disciples, Qi transforming period was a difficult stage to break through. They usually needed 3 to 5 years to break through this stage. However, in his eyes, Qi transforming period was the easiest to break through. After all, he had already mastered the attribute of the ___ when he was still in the second layer of the body refining period. Chu Zhongtian laid on the bed in his bedroom and quickly fell asleep. Chu Zhongtian slept for a day and night before he woke up. After a day and night of deep sleep, Chu Zhongtian felt that not only had his spirit, qi and energy fully recovered, even the vital spirit in his dantian had become more solid. Facing the changes in his body, Chu Zhongtian was full of confidence in his next breakthrough. Just as Chu Zhongtian returned to his cultivation chamber and planned to use the upper rank 8th grade fire pill to break through to the qi transforming period 4th layer, the atmosphere in Qi country, which was a few million kilometers away from floating cloud sect, had become extremely tense. The capital of Qi country, Lu City, was especially tense. The palace of Lu City, in Administration Hall. The king of Qi country, Qi Heng, currently did not sit on the throne that solely belonged to his throne. On the contrary, he was willing to stand beside the throne. And on the throne sat an old man with slightly pale hair. He wore a light purple dragon robe, and his skin was as tender as a baby's. The old man sitting on the throne looked at the guests gathered in the living room and the families affiliated to the Wangs. He said with a bright voice, "First of all, I would like to thank all my friends, subjects, and family for being able to gather in the palace. Mr. Qi, you are too polite. Old King, you are too polite. Old Patriarch, this is what we should do." In the face of Qi Yalong's gratitude, everyone in Administration Hall quickly responded. Secondly, I called all of you here because the Qi country is facing a huge crisis. I need all of you to help me. Old Patriarch, I want to know what kind of crisis it is that made you summon all of us here. A member of Qi family, who was wearing a marquee uniform, cooperated with Qi Yalong's steps and asked a question that most of the people at the scene already knew. A group of rebels has appeared in the kingdom. They actually planned to destroy the royal family of Qi country and become the ruler of Qi country. Everyone, Qi country is the territory that our ancestors fought hard for over 1,000 years ago. The Qi country would always belong to the Qis. How can we tolerate petty people spying on us? Old King is right. Qi country will always belong to the Wangs of Qi country. We will do our best to kill anyone who tries to spy on the throne. While Qi Yalong was explaining his point of view, a voice echoed from outside the Administration Hall. Along with the voice, 2 old men with slightly white hair and similar age as Qi Yalong walked into the Administration Hall. There were also 2 middle-aged men with imposing appearances and similar ages as Qi Heng. So it's Mr. Lu and Brother Wang, as well as the Patriarch of Lu's and the Patriarch of Wang's. Qi Yalong, who was sitting upright on the throne, saw the 4 people walking into the Administration Hall. He quickly stood up and walked in front of the 2 old men. Qi Heng, who was standing beside the throne, also followed closely behind Qi Yalong to welcome the 2 middle-aged men who entered the hall. In the Administration Hall of the capital city of Qi country. Old King, I have broken into the palace all of a sudden. Please forgive me. Seeing Qi Yalong walk down from the throne, the old man surnamed Lu and Wang revealed a satisfied smile at the same time. In terms of attitude, they still did their duty as officials. Big Brother Lu, Brother Wang, you don't have to do this. Qi Yalong was very satisfied with the respectful attitude of the 2 old men, Lu and Wang. The attitude of the 2 old men named Lu and Wang was very important to resolve the crisis in Qi country. They could even influence the development of the war. Because these 2 old men weren't ordinary people. They were the two great families of Qi country, the Lu family, and the previous patriarch of the Wang family. At the same time, they were also the only master of the Qi transforming period of the two great families, Lu Wang. Like Qi Yalong, they were the decisive people who could decide the fate of their families. Big brother Lu, brother Wang, I'm no longer emperor of Qi, and you guys aren't the family's patriarch. So, why don't you address me as your brother? Old king. The etiquette cannot be omitted. The old man with the surname Lu shook his head and refused. Seeing the two old men who still insisted on paying attention to etiquette, Qi Yalong could only pretend to smile bitterly. He did not continue to persuade them. After that, Qi Yalong turned his head to Qi Heng, who was entertaining Lu Xiaozong and Wang Hai, and loudly ordered, "King, give them VIP seats." "Okay, father." As the king, Qi Heng immediately obeyed Qi Yalong's orders. After that, Qi Heng gestured to the chief of the palace to arrange for the guards to move 2 large tiger chairs made of tong wood, as well as 2 tiger chairs made of wood. After the 4 of them sat down, Qi Yalong returned to the throne in the middle of the hall and continued to speak. I just said that Qi country is currently being watched by a group of people. What these people are doing makes me very sad. Because these people who are spying on the throne of the Qi country are not outsiders, but the subjects of the Qi country. This group of people is the Chu family that used the peace and prosperity of the Qi country to develop. Old king is right. The Chu family is a family that only developed with pills. The inheritance of Chu family had not been passed down for more than 1,000 years. The sudden increase in strength of the Chu family had given them an idea that they shouldn't have. We can't just ignore this matter. At this moment, old man Lu, who was sitting on the wooden tiger chair, said, "We are going to destroy the Chu family." Old man Wang, who was sitting opposite of old man Lu, was filled with killing intent. He cooperated with old man Lu and Qi Yalong's words. What big brother Lu and brother Wang said just now was right. I invite all my friends, subjects, and clansmen to come here. I hope that all of you can cooperate with the Wangs of Qi country to eliminate the Chu family who is spying on the throne. Qi Yalong shouted with an excited expression. Qi Yalong saw that although the people below cooperated loudly, some of them were obviously perfunctory. Qi Yalong knew that words of encouragement could not make these people attack Chu family with all their might. Only with the temptation of benefits could these people attack Chu family with all their might. Therefore, Qi Yalong stood up from the throne and pointed at the entrance of Administration Hall. He shouted loudly, "In this battle, the Wangs of Qi country only needs to destroy the Chu family who dared to peep at the throne. This will serve as a warning to those who are spying on the throne. The royal family of Qi country will not take away any treasures or cultivation resources that the Chu family possesses." After Qi Yalong made a solemn promise, everyone in the living room felt their breathing become heavier. Their originally clear eyes were gradually replaced by greed. At the same time, there were also some people who were blinded by benefits. They could even destroy the Chu family at all costs. Those who dare to peep at the throne should be eliminated. No matter who wants to replace the royal family to rule, we should kill them. That's right. We must kill all the people of the Chu family and seize all their belongings. Looking at the excited crowd below, Qi Yalong's face revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his plot. Chu family was one of the 4 big families in Qi country, and it was famous for its medicinal pills. Their overall strength was ranked 3rd, and they were only slightly stronger than the Wang family, who was famous for their weapons. Originally, the difference in strength between the 4 big families wasn't huge. Even the number 1 family, the Lu family, didn't dare to do anything bad to the other families. In the past 6 months, the Chu family had been very lucky. The young generation had Chu Zhongtian, who had the strongest talent in Qi country for thousands of years. In the Chu family, there were 4 elders who had broken through to the Qi transforming period, allowing the Chu family to have 5 Qi transforming period warriors. The Chu family had 5 Qi transforming period warriors, which made them the strongest family in the Qi country. At the same time, the Chu family, whose strength had increased tremendously, was constantly strengthening their strength. This was a serious threat to the other 3 great families. Among them, the one who was most threatened was the royal family of Qi country. Because the royal family occupied most of the benefits in Qi country. This caused the previous king of Qi country, Qi Yalong, to end his life in seclusion. Currently, he was the strongest person in Qi country's royal family. It was precisely because the Chu family's expansion speed was getting faster and faster that the Lu family and Wang family felt a serious threat. That was why they took the initiative to stand out and help the Qis. They planned to kill the Chu family before the Chu family truly grew stronger. In the meeting hall of the Chu family, which was thousands of miles away from the palace, the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Zhongyun, 11 elders who held real power, and the true sea god stabilizing needle of the Chu family, Chu Xianxia, were all gathered in the meeting hall at this moment. Patriarch, our pace of expanding our territory is too fast. This has already caused the three great families to panic. Now they have joined forces to deal with the Chu family. Seventh elder, who was in charge of handling the external affairs of the family, raised his head and looked at Chu Zhengxian, who was sitting in the main hall. He then looked at Chu Tianyun, who was sitting on the throne with a calm expression on his face, and said with a worried tone, "That's right. Third uncle, patriarch, and grand elder." Although the Chu family had 5 Qi transforming period warriors, but besides third uncle, who is a high rank of the Qi transforming period warrior, the patriarch and the other 3 warriors only have the strength of a first-level Qi transforming period warrior. The 3 great families has joined forces, although they only have 3 Qi transforming period warriors. These experts are all high rank of the Qi transforming period experts. They are the strongest combat strength in the Qi country. We don't have the advantage. Another elder who was in charge of the information of his family said with a worried expression. When the elder in charge of the family intelligence saw that Chu Zhengxian, grand elder, and Chu Tianyun were still very calm, he continued to explain the seriousness of the matter. Patriarch, other than the top combat strength, Chu family doesn't have any advantage over them. The gap between the middle-aged generation and the young generation of the Chu family and the 3 great families is even greater. If the Chu family and the 3 great families start a war now, the Chu family's chances of winning are less than 30%. Chu family, meeting hall. Ninth elder had just explained the gap between the top experts of both parties in detail. In meeting hall, except for Chu Zhengxian, Chu Tianyun and grand elder, the rest of the elders had solemn expressions on their faces. Eighth elder looked at the other elders who had solemn expressions on their faces and felt the same anxiety in his heart. However, he couldn't do anything about the crisis that Chu family was facing. The one who could play a decisive role was a Qi transforming period stage expert. Chu Fan suddenly came up with an idea. He immediately suggested, "Should I inform Tian? Ask him to find a way to get some high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors from the sect to help." Chu Fan's suggestion immediately received the agreement of most of the elders present. Currently, Chu Zhongtian's influence in the Chu family was not any weaker than the patriarch. After all, Chu Zhongtian was able to stand out from the hundreds of thousands of geniuses in the southern domain. He had successfully passed the 3 cruel tests of the Floating Cloud sect and became an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Since the establishment of the Chu family, he was the second person besides Chu Zhengxian. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian was ranked 3rd among the hundreds of thousands of disciples, and he had become an elite disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. This was an achievement that even Chu Zhengxian couldn't achieve in the past. As one of the 9 overlords of the southern domain, the Floating Cloud sect had a lot of master of the Qi transforming period in their sect. As long as Chu Zhongtian was willing to agree to some of their conditions, he might be able to invite 1 or 2 high rank of the Qi transforming period experts to help him. If they could get the help of 1 or 2 high rank of the Qi transforming period experts, the threat of the 3 great families would be solved. The Chu family could even use this opportunity to annihilate the 3 great families and become the only overlord of the Qi country. No! Chu Zhengxian, who had his eyes closed the whole time, refused Chu Fan's suggestion after hearing it. After that, his expression became gloomy, and he scolded in a stern tone. "Tian is the future of Chu family. He is the hope for our family to advance to the 7th grade family in the future. I won't allow you to inform Tian about this crisis. Chu Jingshuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chu Fan quickly shut his mouth. The elders were also so scared that they didn't dare to say another word. The three great families does look strong, but we aren't afraid of them. Besides, I already have a way to deal with the three great families. What you need to do next is to monitor the three great families' movements at all times. Chu Tianyun knew that Chu Xianxia had been infuriated by Chu Fan's suggestion. Chu Tianyun quickly signaled everyone to leave. Third uncle, I'm afraid we are in real trouble this time. After all the elders had left meeting hall and only Chu Xianxian and Grand Elder were left, Chu Tianyun leaned against the throne and said with a bitter expression, Patriarch, the matter isn't as serious as you think. Third uncle must have a way to deal with the three great families. Grand Elder said hastily, Third uncle, do you have any hidden means? Grand Elder's comforting words had instantly made Chu Tianyun, who had a low will, regain his spirit. No, I don't have any hidden technique. Chu Xianxian did not give Chu Tianyun the answer he was looking forward to. Third uncle, if you don't have any hidden techniques, then why did you ask the Chu family to quicken their pace of seizing territories and raise the three great families' vigilance? It caused them to join forces to deal with the Chu family. Chu Tianyun refuted in disbelief. Yun, the reason why I asked you to speed up the pace of seizing territory is because the Chu family is about to rise to power. If we don't seize this opportunity now, then the Chu family is going to break through to the seventh grade family. I'm afraid that the underserved will have to wait for hundreds of years to advance to the sixth grade family. Chu Xianxian explained the reason why he wanted to seize the territory so quickly, and a smile was plastered on his face. Patriarch, the three great families' alliance isn't scary. The real scary thing is the alliance of the three great families' master of the Qi transforming period. Since you guys don't have confidence, I will tell you one thing, and that is, I will deal with the three master of the Qi transforming period from the three great families alone. Third uncle, could it be that you have become stronger? When Chu Tianyun heard that Chu Xianxian was going to fight three high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors by himself, he suddenly thought of a possibility. That's right. When Tian participated in the floating cloud sex disciple test, that perseverance that he never gave up gave me a lot of inspiration. It increased my strength. This is the reason why I asked you to speed up the advancement of your strength. Chu Xianxian nodded his head. He had confirmed Chu Tianyun's guess. Third uncle, you have already reached the peak of the Qi transforming period. The cultivation talent is the biggest barrier preventing you from breaking through to the essence gathering stage. Could it be that you have found the rare treasures and pills that can help you improve your cultivation talent? Grand Elder asked in surprise. Unlike Chu Tianyun, Grand Elder did not think too much about the future of his family. The starting point of his consideration was the person he cared about. So he quickly grasped a suspicious point in Chu Jingshuan's words. No! Chu Xianxian shook his head and said in a desolate tone, If I had rare treasures and medicinal pills that could increase the cultivation talent, I would have given them to Tian a long time ago. I would not have kept them for personal use. I just said that I would break through from the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period to the half-step essence gathering stage. Although my strength has increased by several times, my stage is still at the Qi transforming period. So, I'm not restricted by the cultivation talent. Chu Tianyun and Grand Elder, who had little knowledge about this stage, didn't know much about it. Therefore, Chu Xianxian didn't explain much. Just like what Yun said just now, all you need to do now is to mobilize the experts of your family and keep an eye on the three great families' movements, in order to prevent any sneak attacks from them. In an underground chamber in the back of the palace, in a secret chamber that was no more than 20 square meters, three white-haired old men were sitting together. These three white-haired old men were the patriarch that could decide the future of the three great families in Qi country. They were also the three strongest people in the Qi country. Mr. Qi, why did you call us here so late at night? Old man Lu, who was sitting opposite Qi Yalong, asked in confusion. During the day, Qi Yalong had used sensational words, the huge wealth of Chu family, and the secret of breaking through to the Qi transforming period to arouse the greed of most families in Qi country towards the Chu family. At the same time, they had agreed on the time to launch their attack. After that, they returned to their respective families and started to mobilize their troops. However, late at night, he and Old Man Wang of Wang family received a secret message from Qi Yalong, inviting them to a secret chamber to talk. This was the reason why the three of them had gathered together. Mr. Liu, Brother Wang, I invited you all here because I have something very important that I need your help with. Qi Yalong didn't beat around the bush. He told them the purpose of inviting them here. You all know that the most outstanding disciple of the Chu family's younger generation, Chu Zhongtian, has already become a disciple of one of the 9 overlords of Southern Domain, the Floating Cloud sect. That's why I'm worried that when the Chu family faces the 3 great families, they will ask Chu Zhongtian to invite a high rank of the Qi transforming period warrior from the Floating Cloud sect. After saying that, Qi Yalong looked straight at the 2 old men and said with fear, Mr. Liu, Brother Wang, we have traveled to the Southern Domain when we were young. We have all witnessed the strength of the 9 major powers. In the Qi country, a Qi transforming period stage warrior is a warrior who can decide the life and death of a family. But in a major power like Floating Cloud sect, Qi transforming period stage warriors are common disciples of the inner sect. Therefore, I'm worried that Chu Zhongtian will invite a high rank of the Qi transforming period senior brother to help him. If the Chu family has a high rank of the Qi transforming period assistant, the 3 of us won't be a match for Chu Xianxia at all. Qi Yalong's worries had caused the 2 old men to fall into deep thought. After half an hour, Old Man Liu raised his head and said to Qi Yalong, Mr. Qi, if you are willing to give the Hidden Dragon Pavilion the right to use it for 100 years, then I have a way to deal with the threat from the Floating Cloud sect. The right to use the Hidden Dragon Pavilion for 100 years? Isn't it too long? If he could use the right to use the Hidden Dragon Pavilion for 100 years to solve the hidden danger of the Floating Cloud sect, Qi Yalong felt that it would be worth it. However, he was very cunning, and it was impossible for him to reveal his intentions immediately. Therefore, he pretended to be in a difficult position and wanted to bargain to shorten the time of use. Old Qi, the right to use the Hidden Dragon Pavilion for 100 years is not for the disciples of the Liu family. On the contrary, it is for the person behind the Liu family. Therefore, 100 years is the bottom line. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can convince that person to help me. When Old Man Liu saw Qi Yalong who wanted to bargain with him, he immediately rejected this request. All right, I'll listen to you then. Qi Yalong saw Old Man Liu's righteous attitude. He knew that the right to use it for 100 years was very likely to be the price of helping him, so he nodded and agreed. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Chu Zhongtian slept for a day and night to recover all his energy, but did not immediately consume upper-rank 8th grade fire pill. He wanted to use his own understanding of the attribute to try and break through. The process of transforming a vital spirit from the Qi transforming period to the 3rd layer was the process. The 4th to 6th level of the Qi transforming period was the process of comprehending the attribute. Chu Zhongtian knew about the power of the attribute. He knew very well how powerful and mysterious the power of the attribute was, but he was unfamiliar with the process of mastering the power of the attribute. After all, the power of the attribute he could use when he was in the 2nd layer of the body refining period was a special kind of concept that he had obtained after his spirit, qi and energy had reached a certain level. It was not obtained through regular cultivation. Chu Zhongtian circulated the Taishan heart meridian cultivation method to absorb the spiritual qi and transform it into a vital spirit. At the same time, he was trying his best to comprehend the power of the attribute. As Chu Zhongtian's understanding of the attribute energy became deeper and deeper, the originally gentle aura on Chu Zhongtian's body began to heat up. At the same time, a weak flame slowly rose from the top of his head. As time passed, the scorching aura on Chu Zhongtian's body became stronger and stronger, causing the entire cultivation chamber to be filled with a high temperature. At the same time, the weak flame on his head began to burn. However, the burning flame did not hurt his hair, as if it was burning the oxygen in the air. Break! When the scorching heat emitting from his body was about to melt the materials used to build the secret chamber, Chu Zhongtian, who had his eyes closed, suddenly shouted. The burning aura on his body was instantly retracted. At the same time, the flame on Chu Zhongtian's head slowly rose. Finally, it separated from his head and floated in the air. Come here. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and looked at the flame floating in the air. The flame quickly appeared in his palm. Looking at the flame in his palm, Chu Zhongtian took out a sword made of ordinary materials from his storage ring finger and threw it on the ground. He then threw the flame in his palm onto the sword, and the flame fell on the sword. When the palm-sized flame fell on the sword, it immediately stirred up a cloud of smoke. At the same time, the sword made of ordinary materials quickly turned into a mass of molten iron. Chu Zhongtian put away the fire seedling and observed it carefully. He found that the size of the fire seedling had become slightly smaller. Then he clenched his right hand and the fire seedling was extinguished. Looking at the empty palm, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of joy. Chu Zhongtian did not use the upper-rank 8th grade fire pill because he wanted to rely on his amazing comprehension ability to sense the characteristics of the attributes of the attributes. When his comprehension of the attributes reached the limit, he would then use the fire pill to break through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer. However, what he didn't expect was that when he was comprehending the characteristics of the attribute, he had comprehended a trace of the profoundness of the attribute. This allowed him to smoothly break through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer. This was something he didn't expect from the beginning. He was able to rely on his comprehension to permeate a trace of the profoundness of the attribute. Chu Zhongtian suspected that this might be because he had consumed the 100-year blood core and the 1,000-year blood core before breaking through to the Qi transforming period, causing his comprehension ability to undergo a huge change. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer in such a short period of time with just a single comprehension. Besides, the flame that was floating in the air just now was the attribute form that could only be used by Qi transforming period middle advanced warriors. After extinguishing the flame, a trace of doubt flashed through Chu Zhongtian's mind. During his time in Blood Demon Secret Realm when he was fighting Dongfang Yen, who was a first-level Qi transforming period peak, outside the 3rd layer of the Blood Demon Secret Stage Valley, Dongfang Yen used the vital spirit in his body to unleash the attribute form. He still had a deep impression of the evil dragon that Dongfang Yen had used the vital spirit to transform into. However, according to Zhao Enjuan's explanation of the requirements to advance to the 10th level of Qi transformation, the attribute form could only be used by those who had reached the Qi transforming period 4th layer or above, and had the talent of a top genius. How did Dongfang Yen, who was only at the 1st level of the Qi transforming period peak, use the attribute form? It seemed like Zhao Enjuan would have to answer this question for him. Putting away the doubts in his mind, Chu Zhongtian took out tens of thousands of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone from his storage bag. He arranged them one by one according to the location of the spirit gathering formation's formation. Then, he began absorbing the spiritual qi with all his strength. He transformed the vital spirit into a vital spirit to replenish the vital spirit that he was in urgent need of after breaking through to the next realm. At the peak of the Hidden Dragon Peak, in the stone pavilion in the courtyard. Not only did you successfully break through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer within a month, you also relied on your comprehension to break through. The advantage of being a monster level is starting to show. Putting down the teacup in his hand, Zhao Enjuan praised. It's all thanks to your help that I was able to achieve my current achievement. Chu Zhongtian sincerely expressed his gratitude. Whether it was the fact that he had drawn the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to a range of more than 10,000 miles when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, or the fact that he had relied on his comprehension ability to comprehend the profound mysteries of the attribute, nearly half of the credit was attributed to Zhao Enjuan. If Zhao Enjuan hadn't arranged for him to enter the Azura secret realm to undergo refinement, it would be impossible for him to collect low-rank 6th grade wine spirit fruit that could be exchanged for the cultivation talent. If it wasn't for him threatening the law consciousness of the Azura secret realm, the law consciousness of the Azura secret realm wouldn't have been able to give away a 1,000-year-old blood core in the end. If it wasn't for the wind spirit fruit and the 1,000-year-old blood core, Chu Zhongtian believed that he wouldn't have been able to achieve his current achievement. We are master and disciple. We have a close relationship. You don't need to thank me. Waving his hand, Zhao Enjuan had no intention of claiming credit. Now that you have free time, tell me if you have any questions during your cultivation. After filling Chu Zhongtian's cup with tea, Zhao Enjuan asked, Master, before I broke through to the Qi transforming period, you told me in detail about the requirements to break through to the 10th level of the Qi transformation stage. From the first to the third layer of the Qi transforming period, one can refine spiritual Qi, transform it into vital spirit, and fill the Dantian with vital spirit. From the 6th to the 4th layer of the Qi transforming period, one can comprehend a trace of the profound mysteries of the attribute. If they are a genius, they can use this trace of profound mysteries to grasp the attribute form. The 9th to 9th level of 7th layer of the Qi refining period is to grasp a trace of the power of the element. If it was a genius martial artist, they could use this profound mystery, integrate their spirit, Qi and energy into the attribute form and increase the power of the attribute form. That's right. This is the basic step of the Qi transforming period's cultivation. Zhao Enjuan nodded. He was sure that what Chu Zhongtian had described was correct. Master, when I was training in Blood Demon Secret Realm a while ago, I once fought with a first-level Qi transforming period peak. Not only can that opponent use the attribute form, he can also use his spirit, Qi and energy. Why is that? The biggest question Chu Zhongtian had after breaking through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer was why Dongfang Yan was able to use the attribute form. He felt that if this question wasn't solved, it would affect his future cultivation. Tell me the details of your fight. Chu Zhongtian's question had also interested Zhao Enjuan. So he asked Chu Zhongtian to describe the details of the fight in detail. He wanted to find out what the problem was through these details. After that, Chu Zhongtian told him the details of his fight with Dongfang Yan without hiding anything. Disciple, is the person you fought from the Dongfang family in Heavenly Dragon Empire? Furthermore, he isn't a disciple of a branch family that is highly regarded. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's description, Zhao Enjuan immediately knew what was going on. He also knew the source of the problem, so he asked with a smile. That's right. The person I fought with is called Dongfang Yan. He is indeed from Heavenly Dragon Empire. As for whether he is a disciple of a branch family, I'm not too sure. Chu Zhongtian nodded. He had confirmed Zhao Enjuan's speculation. That's right. Zhao Enjuan nodded and said in a matter-of-fact tone. Chu Zhongtian, what do you think of the current emperor of Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Xiongba? Without answering Chu Zhongtian's question, Zhao Enjuan shifted the topic to Dongfang Xiongba. I don't know much about him. I only know that he used to be a disciple of Floating Cloud sect. Chu Zhongtian had mentioned this in the letter that Dongfang Yongping had given him. Otherwise, he would have no impression of Dongfang Xiongba. So little. Chu Zhongtian's answer surprised Zhao Enjuan. In his opinion, Chu Zhongtian, who had such a close relationship with Dongfang Yuner, must have learned about Dongfang Xiongba's experiences from that girl, but he did not expect him to know so little. Dongfang Xiongba is the same as me, a disciple who entered the Floating Cloud sect at the same time. That batch of disciples was called the Golden Generation of the Floating Cloud sect. Because there is the current sect leader among the disciples at the same time as me, and also the peak master of the law enforcement peak. There was also the palace master of Merit Palace and the two venerables, Di Xian. Although Dongfang Xiongba's talent isn't as great as the few of us, he is still a peerless genius. At the same time, Dongfang Xiongba was good at socializing. He was proficient in prophecies. That's why he has a good relationship with us. At that time, he was also famous in Floating Cloud sect, and his fame wasn't any weaker than us young experts. It was also because he was proficient in the divination art that he was able to stand out in the conflict later on. Zhao Enjuan shook his head. He chased the memories out of his mind and continued to explain. The opponent you mentioned just now, the reason why he was able to use the attribute form when he was only at the first level of the Qi transforming period peak. It was a kind of secret technique that Dongfang Xiongba found in the cavern, which was left behind by a divine soul stage warrior. Because Dongfang Xiongba has a good personal relationship with me, and my comprehension ability has always been outstanding. He lent me the secret technique to study. He wants to see if this secret technique is suitable for cultivation. Inside the stone pavilion in the hidden Dragon Peak courtyard. According to Zhao Enjuan's description and Chu Zhongtian's own opinion, he made a firm guess. Since Dongfang Yan can use this martial art, and its power is not weak either, he said. This means that this secret technique can be trained. Zhao Enjuan smiled and looked at Chu Zhongtian, who thought he was smart, and continued to explain, that's right, that secret technique can be trained and can also be used to increase strength. But using the secret technique has a fatal side effect. Fatal side effect? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise. That's right. The side effect of the secret technique is that every time you use the attribute form, you will consume a year of your lifespan. The side effect of the secret technique Zhao Enjuan mentioned made Chu Zhongtian stand up. Although it was said that there were gains and losses in everything, Chu Zhongtian felt that it was not worth it to consume one's most precious lifespan for a set of secret technique that could increase one's strength. Chu, you don't have to make a big fuss out of it. Zhao Enjuan's reaction to Chu Zhongtian's shock was very calm. With Dongfang Xiongba's character, he can definitely do such a thing. Besides, as I said just now, the person who used this secret technique is definitely not a direct descendant of the Dongfang family. Perhaps, he isn't a direct relative of Dongfang Xiongba. Secondly, the person with the highest talent is also a top genius. He can't be a peerless genius. Because even if Dongfang Xiongba is ruthless, he won't take the future of a peerless genius of Dongfang family as a joke. Although you said so, it's still a human life after all. Zhao Enjuan's explanation sounded reasonable, but Chu Zhongtian still found it hard to accept this reality. Don't worry about the others. You should worry about yourself. Chu Zhongtian's sympathetic attitude made Zhao Enjuan somewhat dissatisfied. As the only disciple in his life, Chu Zhongtian was outstanding in every aspect. He was very satisfied. If there was one thing that made him dissatisfied with Chu Zhongtian, it would be the compassion and hatred Chu Zhongtian had for the lives of ordinary martial artists and the world. Chu, other than the question just now, do you have anything else you don't understand? In order to prevent Chu Zhongtian from falling into the mercy of the mind state, Zhao Enjuan consciously began to change the topic. Chu Zhongtian shook his head, indicating that he had no more questions for the time being. Since you have no questions, then you have to listen to my arrangements from now on. In order to let Chu Zhongtian grow as quickly as possible, Zhao Enjuan had already considered everything for him. Master, I want to return to the family. Chu Zhongtian saw that Zhao Enjuan was going to arrange the next cultivation plan. He was afraid that his own plan would have a conflict. He quickly said his own request. I have already considered this point. Zhao Enjuan nodded. Chu, the fact that you took the initiative to bring up returning to the family to visit your family shows that you are a sincere and filial child who does not forget your roots. I agree with you. Zhao Enjuan gave Chu Zhongtian a praising look. Then, he reminded ___ seriously. If you want to return to your family and visit your family, I have no objections. I only have one request, and that is to use the strength of a supreme to send you back to the Chu family. When you return from your family, you will have to rely on your own strength to return. Zhao Enjuan saw that Chu Zhongtian wanted to refute him, so he stretched out his hand and signaled Chu Zhongtian to wait for a moment. As the saying goes, read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. If you rely on your own strength to return to the sect, not only will your experience allow you to better understand the mysteries of the Dantian and vital spirit, it will also help you break through to the essence gathering stage. At the same time, it will also increase your knowledge and experience. It can also increase your mind state. Master, I can rely on my own strength to return to the sect. The only thing I'm worried about is that if I encounter an uncontrollable accident on my way back, it will delay the opening of the Heaven Baron's secret realm 4 months later. That will be a serious loss to me. Chu Zhongtian had never forgotten that there was a heaven-defying opportunity in the Heaven Baron's secret realm that could allow one to be reborn. It was also because of this that he hesitated when he received Qin Wushuang's warm invitation. You can rest assured about this. Zhao Enjuan didn't seem to care about Chu Zhongtian's question. If there is an unexpected delay on the way back, you can use the trump card I left for you. At that time, I can use the divine sense and vital spirit in the jade pendant to bring you back to the sect. Since he had already made the arrangements, Zhao Enjuan would definitely consider all the possible problems that he might encounter. All right, I will listen to Master's arrangements. Since Zhao Enjuan had already made the arrangements, Chu Zhongtian naturally wouldn't have any objections. Disciple, before you return to the family, I will give you something. After saying that, Zhao Enjuan took out 2 pill bottle and a jade box from the void. Zhao Enjuan pointed at the bottle of blood essence and introduced. You must have collected quite a number of blood essence in Azura's secret realm. It is the most suitable treasure in the world to replenish spirit, chi, and energy. So the medicinal pill I gave you doesn't have this kind of medicinal pill. Among these 2 bottles of medicinal pills, one of them is called Swift Wind Pill. It is used in conjunction with your wind attribute movement technique. Can allow you to use your yellow grade high grade movement technique. Within an hour, it can help you break through to the profound grade beginner. It is definitely the best pill to help you escape. The other pill is called the Origin Returning Pill. It's called the Origin Returning Pill. It can help you understand the mysteries of the fire attribute, and it can help you improve your cultivation base and strength faster. As for the treasure in the jade box, I will keep it a secret for now. When you enter the Heaven Baron secret realm in the future, you can open the jade box that I gave you. The treasure inside will definitely make you tremble with fear. When he introduced the jade box, Zhao Enjuan maintained the suspense. This was a treasure that could make him feel frightened. Chu Zhongtian's interest was immediately piqued. Looking at the jade box on the stone table, he thought to himself, if you don't let me open it now, I will immediately open it after I return to my family. Could it be that you are still monitoring me? As if he had guessed what Chu Zhongtian was thinking, Zhao Enjuan said with a mocking expression, I have already placed a seal on the jade box, except for the unsealing of the power of desolates. Otherwise, if you, with your chi transforming period strength, want to break the seal, wouldn't I, a dignified supreme level expert, live in vain for 100 years? Then I won't open it. Is there a need for you to take it so seriously? Zhao Enjuan had actually used the supreme level strength to set the seal. Chu Zhongtian immediately felt unhappy, and his respectful attitude instantly became casual. Disciple, besides visiting your family, don't delay your cultivation when you return to your family. Try your best to break through to the 7th layer of the chi refining period before the Heaven Baron secret realm opens. Zhao Enjuan had already told Chu Zhongtian everything he needed to know. When he was about to send Chu Zhongtian back to his family, he suddenly thought of a key problem and reminded him immediately. Chu Zhongtian glanced at Zhao Enjuan. He didn't ask too many questions. If he was willing to explain the reason for the question, he would take the initiative to explain it even without questioning him. If he didn't want to explain the reason, even if you asked him, he wouldn't say anything. Get ready. I'll send you back to the clan immediately. After instructing the last question, Zhao Enjuan began to mobilize his own strength and prepare to send Chu Zhongtian back to the family. As for the coordinates of the Chu family, he had already found out about it when he was planning to take Chu Zhongtian as his disciple. He even knew some of the important figures of the Chu family. He had even received the news about the crisis that the Chu family had encountered recently. This was also one of the reasons why he agreed to let Chu Zhongtian return to his family. Because he wanted to know how Chu Zhongtian had resolved the crisis of extinction that the Chu family was facing this time. Oh right, Master. A disciple of Outer Sect will be moving into Courtyard 9 in a few days' time. He is the first follower that I have accepted. Help me arrange it properly. Just as Zhao Sijuan was sending him back to his family, Chu Zhongtian suddenly recalled the promise he made to Shi Guangliang a few days ago. He asked him to move into Courtyard 9 10 days later. Because he didn't use the fire pill, he had broken through to the chi transforming period 4th layer with his own enlightenment. It only took him less than 3 days to break through to the stage, and the time he promised Shi Guangliang was 7 days ahead of schedule. Therefore, it was impossible for him to personally arrange Shi Guangliang's living arrangements. Don't worry, I will arrange it for him. Zhao Enjuan knew about the relationship between Shi Guangliang and Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, he knew that when Chu Zhongtian was cultivating the vital spirit, his friends who were close to him had been guarding the Courtyard 9. Therefore, he had a pretty good impression of them. Furthermore, given Chu Zhongtian's monster-level talent and the challenge he was going to face, he would spend most of his time cultivating and refining in the future. He really needed some people to help and take care of his daily life. Those few friends of his could totally take care of this matter. After agreeing to Chu Zhongtian's request, Zhao Enjuan, who had used the power of a supreme level, faced the void in the south. He stretched out his hand and drew a line in the void. A gap about 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide appeared in the void. Qi country is located in a remote location. The power of the void is too weak, so it can't withstand too much power. That's why this gap is located at the border of the capital city of Qi country. After the crack completely formed, Zhao Enjuan ordered, "Master, we'll meet again in the future." After saying goodbye, Chu Zhongtian stretched his legs and stepped into the crack. Qi country, capital city Lu City. Recently, the atmosphere in Lu City had become unusually oppressive. Even the sky above was filled with a gloomy killing intent. Especially in the recent few days, the number of warriors that had appeared in the Lu City had gradually increased. Among them, Qi refining stage advanced and body refining stage warriors were the majority. The sudden increase in number of warriors and the beast nature that no one could suppress caused the entire Lu City to fall into chaos. Burning, killing, and plundering had been a common occurrence in Lu City these few days. The royal guards that were supposed to be responsible for the security of Lu City seemed to have suddenly disappeared. They allowed those violent warriors to cause trouble. After returning to Lu City, Chu Zhongtian was originally very excited because of his glorious return. However, he was very depressed because of the chaotic management in front of him. His cultivation had broken through to the Qi transformation stage, and he had used the power of controlling his body, vital spirit, and natal spirit blade to increase his power. This allowed him to freely control the aura on his body. In other words, he could allow him to display the Qi of Qi transforming period at any time, and he could also make him look like an ordinary person. There were no fluctuations of energy coming from his body. After returning to Lu City, Chu Zhongtian only wanted to return to the Chu's family as soon as possible. He didn't want to cause trouble in Lu City, so he restrained his qi completely, just like an ordinary person. However, he was wearing the long robe that the 4 girls had sewn with high-quality silk when he left the Chu's family. This caused many warriors to mistakenly think that Chu Zhongtian was a wealthy businessman and wanted to rob him. Chu Zhongtian smashed a warrior who wanted to rob him with a single punch. His cultivation was only at the 8th level of qi refining. He didn't want to delay any longer. He used the advanced body movement technique martial skill and rushed straight to the Chu's family according to the memories in his mind. "What are you guys trying to do? I am a member of the Chu's family." Just as Chu Zhongtian was using the advanced body movement technique, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards the Chu's family. When he was less than 100 miles away from the Chu's, he suddenly heard a shout and a helpless voice. This voice sounded somewhat familiar to Chu Zhongtian, as if it was someone he was familiar with. The Chu's is really worthy of being one of the 4 big families in Qi country. Not only do they possess astonishing wealth, even their maidservant is so beautiful and attractive. Facing the helpless scolding of the young girl, the other party laughed lewdly. Not only did this girl's voice sound familiar, she was also a member of the Chu's. Chu Zhongtian naturally couldn't stand idly by. He changed his direction and rushed towards the source of the conflict. In a narrow alley, 2 strong men dressed in green clothes were blocking a small girl in a corner. "Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a finger of mine, I will immediately die here. When the young master returns from his studies, he will definitely avenge me." Qiu Xiang. In order to protect her own innocence, the last words of the young girl before struggling made Chu Zhongtian, who had rushed to the alley, immediately remember who the young girl who had encountered danger was. Die! These people actually dared to bully his maidservant who had taken care of him for half a year. While Chu Zhongtian was furious, he didn't care who they were, nor did he care about their identities. He used the basic fist technique, Skyquake Fist, and shattered the two men into pieces. Qiu Xiang, who originally wanted to commit suicide by crashing into the wall to protect her own innocence, saw the two criminals who wanted to insult her were instantly smashed into pieces. She was so scared that her face turned pale. As a young girl who was only at the second level of the refinement stage and normally did not even dare to kill a chicken, Qiu Xiang had never seen such a bloody scene before, especially when she saw the bloody blood clots on the ground. She was so scared that she immediately fainted. Looking at Qiu Xiang, who had fainted on the ground, Chu Zhongtian could not help but shake his head. Although she was only a servant girl who took care of her master, she could not be so weak. When he returned, he would discuss with his family about how to strengthen his family members and the training of the servants in the family, so that they could become the foundation of the Chu's family. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand and picked up the unconscious Qiu Xiang. He continued to use the advanced body movement technique martial skill and ran towards the Chu's family. Within the Jingya pavilion of Chu family, the three girls were standing in the courtyard, anxiously saying something to Chief Guard. Brother Guard, Qiu Xiang has been gone for a long time and has yet to come back. We are worried that she will be in danger. I beg you, can you continue to arrange for people to go out and look for her? Chun Xiang, who was the oldest and most composed person, begged Chief Guard, who was guarding the Jingya pavilion. Miss Chun Xiang, I have already arranged for people to go and look for her. Don't worry. Chief Guard, who was guarding Jingya pavilion, was also helpless when faced with Chun Xiang's pleas. As a body refining stage warrior, he knew that his family had encountered a crisis recently. At the same time, he was also prepared to fight at any time. However, no matter if it was the Patriarch, Grand Elder, or Eighth Elder, they would never allow him to leave Jingya Pavilion. Furthermore, the order he received was to protect Jingya Pavilion. This made him feel depressed, as he wanted to contribute to his family. It was precisely because of his depressed mood that he relaxed his guard over the Jingya Pavilion. He did not notice that Qiu Xiang quietly left Jingya Pavilion. Even though he later found out that Qiu Xiang had left the family, he immediately sent people to look for her. But he knew very well that as long as Qiu Xiang left the family's protection area, with Qiu Xiang's beauty and the current situation in Lu City, perhaps she had already met with misfortune. I will personally go out to find Qiu Xiang. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to her. Otherwise, how can I explain it to young master? Although Chief Guard had already arranged for people to look for her, Chun Xiang suspected that the guards would not do their best to look for her. After all, they were just lowly servants of the Chu family. They were slaves with no status. If it wasn't because they were servants of the Jingya Pavilion, perhaps Chief Guard wouldn't have sent people to search for Qiu Xiang. No way. Qiu Xiang has already disappeared. You all must not go out. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain this to Patriarch, Grand Elder, and Eighth Elder. Chief Guard saw that the three girls wanted to go out to find Qiu Xiang, so he immediately rejected them righteously. If Qiu Xiang was the only one missing, he could still explain it to Patriarch and Eighth Elder. If all three of them went missing, then he would not be able to explain to Patriarch. Brother Guard, I beg you, let us go out and find Qiu Xiang. Chun Xiang looked at Chief Guard, who refused her request, and begged bitterly. You don't need to go out to find her. I have brought Qiu Xiang back. Just as Chief Guard was about to continue rejecting Chun Xiang's pleas, a familiar voice came from behind him. The young master is back. Chief Guard had little contact with Chu Zhongtian, so he did not have a deep impression of Chu Zhongtian's voice. However, Chun Xiang, who had been taking care of Chu Zhongtian's daily life, was very familiar with that voice. With just the first sentence, she knew that Chu Zhongtian had returned. As the voice faded, a shadow appeared in Jingya Pavilion at lightning speed. Young master, hello? Chief Guard saw the young man who landed in the courtyard. He was Chu Zhongtian, who had left the family for more than half a year. He quickly knelt down and greeted Chu Zhongtian. Young master, you're finally back. The three girls looked at Chu Zhongtian happily. Chun Xiang, Qiuchuan was scared to death by the two criminals. Take her down to have a good rest. Chu Zhongtian sent Qiu Xiang to Chun Xiang's side and instructed her. Yes. The three girls hurriedly reached out to take Xianxia, who had fainted, but they did not leave immediately. They looked at Chu Zhongtian in a daze. I will go and change my clothes first. Go and inform Patriarch and Grand Elder that I'll wait for them at Third Grandpa's place. Chu Zhongtian saw that the three girls were unwilling to leave. He knew their intentions. Therefore, he arranged for Chief Guard to inform Chu Tianyun and Grand Elder. Yes, young master. Chief Guard, who had received the order, quickly turned around and left Jingya Pavilion. Chief Guard couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. Because of Chu Zhongtian's speed and the qi he was emitting, he felt a huge pressure. At the same time, he was also worried that Chu Zhongtian would blame him for not looking for Xiaoxiang. Luckily, Chu Zhongtian's personality was still as gentle as before. Xiaxiang and Dongxiang, take Xiaoxiang to rest. Chunxiang, serve me and change my clothes. After Chief Guard left Jingya Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian instructed the three girls. Yes. Chunxiang answered excitedly. Yes. Xiaxiang and Dongxiang replied somewhat unhappily. Having not seen each other for more than 7 months, Chu Zhongtian also wanted to chat with the four ladies. But the chaos in Lu City and the oppressive atmosphere of Chu family made him not have the mood to pay attention to the three girls in front of him. He was in a hurry to find Chu Zhongxian. He wanted to know what exactly had happened in Qi country. What kind of trouble had Chu family encountered? Young master, you have been away from your family for 7 months. How have you been during this period of time? Chunxiang held back her tears and asked. I am still all right. Chu Zhongtian nodded. He didn't know how to introduce his life in Floating Cloud sect. In the past 7 months, Chu Zhongtian had not done anything other than cultivating. Young master, do you have any girls you like? Chunxiang lowered her head to help Chu Zhongtian tidy up the belt on his waist and asked nervously. Actually, with Chunxiang's identity, she absolutely could not inquire about Chu Zhongtian's private matters. But Chunxiang could not help but want to ask Chu Zhongtian. No. After I became a sect disciple, I have been cultivating all day. Chunxiang's question just now made Dongfang Yun'er's figure flash across Chu Zhongtian's mind. When Chu Zhongtian met Shi Guangliang had already told him about Dongfang Yongping and Dongfang Yun'er coming to visit him. It had been more than a month since the misunderstanding happened. This made Chu Zhongtian completely give up his expectations of Dongfang Yun'er. That was why he answered Chunxiang's question just now. Jingya Pavilion in the bedroom. Young master, it's definitely not convenient for you to be alone outside. Quickly find a girl you like and let her take care of you. Chu Zhongtian's reply made Chunxiang happy in her heart. Chu Zhongtian had been away for more than half a year, but there was no woman he liked. This made Chunxiang very happy. However, Chunxiang considered Chu Zhongtian's current status and his future. She knew that her hope was very slim. She really hoped that there was a girl Chu Zhongtian liked who could take care of his daily life. Chu Zhongtian temporarily did not consider these problems. His current goal was to increase his cultivation base with all his might and strive to control the power of the space law in his body as soon as possible. Chunxiang, I will definitely chat with the Patriarch very late, so you guys don't need to help me prepare dinner. Chu Zhongtian walked out of the bedroom. Before he left, he specially reminded her. Young master, you don't have to worry about us. Hurry up and go to your own things. Chu Zhongtian's considerate actions made Chunxiang feel that Chu Zhongtian was even more charming. Chu family in front of the medicinal field wooden house. Chu Zhangxian, who was sitting on a stone chair, held a teacup in his hand and looked towards the north. His eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. Chu Zhongtian hadn't left Chu family for long. Chu Zhangxian wanted to know what kind of stage Chu Zhongtian had reached. Chu Zhongtian casted the advanced movement technique and rushed towards the Chu family's medicinal field. When he approached the herbal field, he noticed Chu Zhengshuan's slightly absent-minded behavior. That was why he raised the advanced movement technique to the Great Completion Peak stage, intending to scare Chu Zhangxian. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to approach Chu Zhangxian suddenly noticed something. He sat in the same posture, but a spirit blade emitting a heavy pressure appeared in his right hand. He turned around with a vigilant expression. Tian. He turned around and found that the person who came was the Chu Zhongtian he had missed. His face revealed a look of disbelief. Third Grandpa, I'm back. Chu Zhongtian stopped using the movement technique and walked to the front of the wooden house. Chu Zhongxian was finally sure that the Chu Zhongtian he had always missed had really come back. Chu Zhongxian looked up at Chu Zhongtian. He couldn't help but want to pat Chu Zhongtian's shoulder to see if Chu Zhongtian was stronger than before. However, just as he raised his arm, he suddenly thought of a key problem. The kind smile on his face suddenly turned serious. His tone was full of doubt. Tian, you have only joined the Floating Cloud sect for 7 months. According to the rules of the Floating Cloud sect, you are not allowed to leave the sect as you wish. Did you do something wrong and get expelled from the sect? Third Grandpa, although I am not a kind person, I will not violate the rules. Chu Zhongtian felt helpless about Chu Zhengshuan's guess. His talent was excellent, and the sect tried to rope him in. Even if he broke the sect rules, Zhao Enjuan and the higher-ups of the sect would never let him receive any punishment. Since you didn't break the sect rules, why did you leave the sect and return to the family 7 months later? Chu Zhongxian asked Chu Zhongtian in disbelief. Third Grandpa, you were once a disciple of the inner sect of Floating Cloud sect. Don't you know the rules of the sect? If Chu Zhongtian didn't tell the truth, Chu Zhongxian wouldn't believe that he had come back according to the normal procedure. Therefore, he could only expose his own strength in advance. Of course I know. When a disciple of Floating Cloud sect breaks through to the Qi transforming period and becomes a disciple of the inner sect, only then will he have the chance to return to his family to show his glory. After saying that, Chu Zhongxian suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian. His eyes were filled with shock. Tian, could it be that you have already broken through? Chu Zhongtian nodded and said casually, I have been cultivating for a while. My cultivation base naturally broke through to the Qi transforming period. This is impossible. Although Chu Zhongxian was personally admitted by Chu Zhongtian, he still couldn't believe that this was true, because when Chu Zhongtian participated in the Floating Cloud sect's disciple test, his cultivation base had just broken through to the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period. Now, less than 7 months had passed. According to the normal cultivation speed, he would at most be at the 2nd layer of the body refining period or 3rd layer. Even if he had a fortuitous encounter, his cultivation base would at most be at the body refining stage mid-stage. However, he had just admitted that he was already at the Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongxian couldn't believe it. Furthermore, he was once a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect's inner sect. He had seen many geniuses before. Among them, there were also peerless geniuses. It would take them at least 1.5 years to break through from the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period to the Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian looked at Chu Zhongxian, who still couldn't believe the truth. Helpless, he could only unleash the Qi of a Qi transforming period 4th layer. After the improvement of his Qi, he had gained a certain level of control over every aspect of his body. He could control the Qi rising from his body to a certain range, so that it wouldn't alarm even more people. This isn't just a Qi transforming period cultivation base, but a Qi transforming period 4th layer cultivation base. When Chu Zhongtian revealed his Qi, Chu Zhongxian, who was a half-step essence gathering stage, had confirmed that Chu Zhongtian had truly broken through to the Qi transforming period. Although he found it hard to believe that Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the Qi transforming period in just 7 months, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. However, when Chu Zhongtian fully revealed his Qi, Chu Zhongxian, who had finally convinced himself to accept the truth, was once again shocked to the point of disbelief. Facing Chu Zhanshuan's stuttering tone, Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and continued to maintain his casual attitude. Chu family, in front of the herbal field cabin, I just consolidated my cultivation after breaking through, and my teacher sent me straight back to Lu City, Chu Zhongtian said casually. Tian, take a seat first. I need to adjust my mood. Chu Zhongxian was very shocked. He didn't care about what Chu Zhongtian said just now. He signaled Chu Zhongtian to wait for a while. Then he went back to the wooden house to calm himself down. When Chu Xianxia entered the wooden house, Chu Zhongtian could only helplessly smile. Although he knew that his achievements were shocking, Chu Zhongshuan's reaction was beyond his imagination. Chu Zhongtian could only sit on the stone chair and taste Chu Zhongshuan's tea. Chu Zhongtian drank the tea and could not help but frown. He did not know if it was because Chu Zhongshuan's cooking skills were not good, or the tea Chu Zhongxian used was poor quality. He felt that this tea was not only not as good as Zhao and Juan's tea, but also as bad as Zhang Xing's tea. Chu Zhongtian put down the tea set in his hand and suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Is Tian back? Is it Grand Elder?" Chu Zhongtian turned around and looked at the old Grand Elder. He shouted with a choking voice. Since he came to this world, Grand Elder was the first person who cared about him so much. So no one could replace Grand Elder's position in his heart. Even Zhao and Juan couldn't compare with Grand Elder. The reason Chu Zhongtian chose to return to Chu family was mostly because of Grand Elder. Although your appearance hasn't changed much, your temperament has become even better than before. Grand Elder couldn't help but say happily. Grand Elder, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You are even older. Chu Zhongtian felt the old aura emitting from Grand Elder's body and felt uncomfortable in his heart. He knew that the reason why Grand Elder's current condition was so bad was because of him. If it wasn't for the fact that Grand Elder wanted to improve Chu Zhongtian's cultivation talent, Grand Elder wouldn't have gone out to search for intermediate 7th-grade bodiless pill. If Grand Elder hadn't gone out to search for rebirth pill, with his cultivation base and age, his current condition wouldn't be so old. The aura that was about to die wouldn't appear on his body either. You don't have to worry about my body. Chu Zhongtian's concern made Grand Elder feel gratified. But he was more concerned about Chu Zhongtian. Grand Elder, don't worry. I have a way to let you have a new life, Chu Zhongtian said firmly. Although he didn't have any medicinal pills that could increase one's lifespan, he had the medicinal pills and spirit fruit that could increase one's cultivation base and cultivation talent. As long as he used these pills and spirit fruit to help Grand Elder break through to the body refining stage, Grand Elder's lifespan would naturally be lengthened. Tian, don't worry about my matters. What you need to do now is to focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the Qi transforming period as soon as possible, Grand Elder said. Although he admired Chu Zhongtian's filial piety, he didn't wish to delay Chu Zhongtian's cultivation because of his own matters. Grand Elder, you don't have to worry about it. I have my own plans. Although Chu Zhongtian really wanted to take out the medicinal pills and spirit fruit that could improve the cultivation talent, he wanted to prevent Chu Tianyun from misunderstanding him. He still planned to wait for Chu Tianyun to come before taking out the medicinal pills and spirit fruit that could improve the cultivation talent. Tian, you're back. Just as Chu Zhongtian supported Grand Elder to sit on the stone chair, a surprised voice came from behind him. Hello, Patriarch. Chu Zhongtian did not need to think too much. He knew who it was, so he turned around and bowed respectfully. All right, you don't have to be so polite. Chu Tianyun stretched out his hand to signal Chu Zhongtian to stand up. After that, Chu Tianyun politely said, Tian, although your cultivation base is not as good as mine, as a disciple of Floating Cloud sect, your status has already surpassed mine, so you don't have to be so polite when you see me in the future. Chu Zhongtian was able to become an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect with the overall result of the 3rd place among the hundreds of thousands of geniuses. Chu Tianyun knew that Chu Zhongtian would definitely surpass him in the future. Furthermore, he had a great hope that Chu Zhongtian would be able to change his fate. This was also the reason why he still supported Chu Zhongxian not to inform Chu Zhongtian when the Chu family was facing a crisis of extinction. How could Chu Tianyun still put on the airs of a patriarch when faced with Chu Zhongtian, who might become his destined benefactor in the future? Patriarch, I still have to pay my respects to you when I see you. Although Chu Zhongtian agreed with Chu Tianyun's suggestion, he knew very well that he definitely could not do so in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would give others the feeling that he was very arrogant and conceited. This wouldn't be beneficial to the unity of Chu family. You! Chu Tianyun made a helpless expression when he faced Chu Zhongtian, who had rejected this suggestion. However, he still felt very comfortable in his heart. Tianyun's suggestion just now was not bad. You will be like Grand Elder from now on. You don't have to bow when you see him. Just as Tianyun was secretly pleased with himself, the door of the wooden house was pushed open. Xianxia, who had regained his composure, ordered as he walked out of the wooden house. Third uncle. When Tianyun and Grand Elder saw Xianxia walk out of the wooden house, they hurriedly greeted him. Tian, take a seat. Xianxia nodded coldly at Tianyun and Grand Elder. Then he smiled and said to Xianxia, "This is not appropriate." Xianxia asked the two elders to stand and let Xianxia sit. Xianxia felt that this was not good, so he could only refuse. Xianxia looked at Grand Elder, who was getting older and older. He thought that Grand Elder's current condition was caused by Xianxia, so he didn't force Xianxia to sit down. Tianyun, do you know why I asked Tian to agree to your proposal just now? Xianxia sat back down on the stone chair and looked at Tianyun with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Third uncle, I know. Tianyun nodded and said, in front of the herbal field cabin of Chu family, Tian is now an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 tycoons. He has borrowed the power of the sect. I'm not sure if he will become an expert whose name will shake the entire southern domain in the future. Increasing his status and identity will help him better control the Chu family in the future. Tianyun, who thought that he was very smart, seemed to have guessed what Xianxia was thinking. Therefore, he said, right, also wrong. Xianxia shook his head in response to Tianyun's answer. He first looked at Xianxia, who had a casual look on his face, and then continued to ask, Tianyun, it has been 8 months since you broke through to the Qi transforming period. What level has your cultivation base reached now? After your personal guidance, I have reached the first level of the Qi transforming period. I'm not far away from breaking through to the peak stage. Tianyun was very proud of himself when he thought about how he had just broken through to another small stage of the minor stage. Therefore, he replied confidently. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for being so proud of himself. This was because the 4 elders who had broken through to the Qi transforming period at the same time as him had only just consolidated their stage, and their cultivation bases were still stuck at the early first level of the Qi transforming period. The fact that he was able to break through 2 small stages of the stage was enough to prove his excellence and diligence. Are you very proud of yourself? Seeing Tianyun's confident look, Xianxia asked with dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for Xianxia's stimulation just now, Xianxia would have been very satisfied with Tianyun's performance. He might even have praised Tianyun. Now, he felt that Tianyun's stage was advancing too slowly. He was disgusted by Tianyun's confident look. Third uncle, although I'm not very satisfied with it, this is within my acceptable range. Tianyun thought that he was smart and said modestly. Seeing that Tianyun still did not notice his dissatisfaction, Xianxia could not help but curse. You used 8 months' time, but your cultivation base only increased by 2 small stages. Are you satisfied and complacent because of this? Look at Tian now. When he left the family, his cultivation base was only at the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. Now, it has only been 7 months and he has broken through to the Qi transforming period 4th layer. In the face of Tian's performance, you have no right to be complacent. You still dare to say that this is within your acceptable range? You think too highly of yourself. Xianxia slammed the stone table and berated loudly. Impossible! How is this possible? When Xianxia compared Xianxia to Grand Elder, Tianyun and Grand Elder's first reaction was disbelief, because they had never seen or heard of anyone who could break through 2 great stage and 15 minor stage in just 7 months. However, considering Xianxuan's character and identity, Grand Elder felt that he would never joke about this kind of thing. Therefore, he looked at Xianxia with an excited expression. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning in his eyes expressed what he was thinking right now. Explaining was far from as simple and realistic as showing his true strength. Therefore, Xianxia once again displayed the imposing manner of a Qi transforming period 4th layer. Grand Elder was a 9th layer peak of the body refining period. When faced with Chu Zhongtian's qi, he felt that Chu Zhongtian was like a divine dragon swimming in the sky, causing him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. As a qi transforming period first-level expert, Chu Tianyun could clearly feel the suffocating aura coming from Chu Zhongtian's body. Because Grand Elder's body was too weak, in order to prevent the powerful imposing manner from hurting him, Chu Zhongtian only showed it for a short while before withdrawing his imposing manner. How is this possible? In just 7 months, how could he break through to the qi transforming period 4th layer? Although Chu Zhongtian had already unleashed the aura of a qi transforming period 4th layer, Chu Tianyun still couldn't believe what he just saw. Great, Tian. You have finally fulfilled my first wish. Compared to Chu Tianyun's unbelievable reaction, Grand Elder had a much easier time accepting Chu Zhongtian's current achievement. Your first wish. When Chu Zhongtian heard that Grand Elder couldn't help but say his wish, he was very interested to know what Grand Elder's wish was. Besides his first wish, was there a second one? Perhaps there was a third one. This is my secret. Don't ask too much. Grand Elder couldn't help but spill the beans. He quickly restrained himself, as if he wanted Chu Zhongtian to stop asking about him. Facing Grand Elder's current state, Chu Zhongtian could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and give up the idea of knowing Grand Elder's wish. Third Grandpa, Grand Elder, Patriarch, I passed by Lu City when I came back. I found out that the entire Lu City is currently in a state of complete chaos. At the same time, the Chu family has also revealed a suffocating atmosphere. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened? Chu Zhongtian saw that Grand Elder and Chu Xianxia were able to accept his achievements peacefully. As for Chu Tianyun, who was still in shock, his expression gradually returned to normal. Chu Zhongtian quickly asked his own question. As the person with the highest seniority, Chu Xianxia couldn't possibly explain to Chu Zhongtian what had happened in person. Although Chu Tianyun had returned to normal, he didn't have the slightest intention of opening his mouth. Therefore, Grand Elder answered Chu Zhongtian's question and began to explain what had happened in Qi country and Chu family recently. So that's what happened. I understand. After Grand Elder's explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why the Chu family was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. It was impossible for the people of the Chu family to feel relaxed when facing the combined forces of the 3 great families. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian also understood why the Lu city had fallen into an uncontrolled situation. Perhaps this was the intention of the Qi country royal family. Their goal was to hope that the people of Lu city could shift their hatred to Chu family. They wanted to make the Chu family the object of their disdain. Although Chu Zhongtian felt very disdainful towards the insidious and cunning actions of the Qi country royal family, he had to admit that this method was quite effective. When the people of the Chu family faced the disdain of millions of people in the Lu city, they would have to bear a lot of psychological pressure. This would definitely affect their normal performance. Although Chu Zhongtian knew what had happened, he didn't know how powerful the 3 great families' alliance was, and he didn't know how to deal with the crisis of the Chu family. He subconsciously sat on the stone chair and knocked the stone table with his right 5 fingers. His brain started to think quickly. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to solve the crisis of Chu family, he needed to know the true strength of both sides. Chu Zhongtian stopped thinking for the time being. He looked at Chu Xianxia and asked, Third Grandpa, how many Qi transforming period warriors are there in 3 great families? Each family only has 1 Qi transforming period warrior, Chu Xianxia replied. Chu Xianxia did not reveal his half-step essence gathering stage cultivation base in advance. He wanted to use this crisis to see how Chu Zhongtian could resolve this crisis. He wanted to see if Chu Zhongtian was suitable to become the leader of Chu family. Third Grandpa, how strong are these 3 Qi transforming period warriors? Chu Zhongtian asked in surprise. There were only 3 Qi transforming period warriors in 3 great families, which was out of his expectation. He thought that every family would have at least 2 to 3 Qi transforming period warriors. After all, he had seen many Qi transforming period warriors during his time in Blood Demon Secret Realm. Subconsciously, he thought that Qi transforming period stage warriors could be found everywhere. If 3 great families only had 3 Qi transforming period warriors, But the Chu family was facing a great enemy. It meant that the strength of these three masters of the Qi transforming period could not be underestimated. The Qi transforming period warrior of Qis is called Qi Yalong. He is the strongest amongst the three of them. His cultivation base has already reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period. Next is the Qi transforming period warrior from the Lu family. His name is Lu Yushi. His strength has reached the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. There's also the Qi transforming period warrior from the Wang family, Wang Dafeng. His strength has reached the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. I have never fought these three men before. I don't know their true strength, but they are all rogue cultivator from the southern domain. They have never practiced any powerful mental cultivation method or combat techniques. Chu Xianxia had already found out the origin and strength of top expert from the three great families. Although the three great families only had 3 Qi transforming period warriors, these 3 Qi transforming period warriors were all high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors. Although there were 5 Qi transforming period warriors in the Chu family, except for Chu Xianxia, who might be a high rank of the Qi transforming period warrior, the rest of them were only early Qi transforming period warriors. Although the Chu family had 2 more Qi transforming period warriors than the 3 great families, they were no match for the 3 great families. The only one who could resolve this crisis was Chu Xianxia. Chu Zhongtian wanted to know Chu Xingshuan's true strength. Third Grandpa, how's your cultivation base? Chu Zhongtian asked. 5 months ago, I just broke through to the half-step essence gathering stage. Chu Xianxia replied confidently. Your strength is enough to match 3 to 5 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warriors. In other words, 3 great families isn't a big threat to us. Chu Xingshuan's advancement into the half-step essence gathering stage didn't surprise Chu Zhongtian at all. He was still thinking with a calm expression. That's right. This is also why I asked Tianyun and the others to seize the territory as soon as possible. The top experts of 3 great families are no match for me. Chu Zhongtian's words made Chu Xianxia nod his head. At the same time, he also admitted the real reason why the Chu family was attacked by the 3 great families in such a short period of time. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. Chu Zhongtian shook his head. He wasn't as optimistic as Chu Xianxia had expected. As the 3 great families that had existed for more than 1,000 years, they were not fools. Instead, they were smart. Just from the fact that they were able to use the common people of Lu City to pressure the Chu family, it could be seen that they were quite smart. Therefore, they knew very well that the reason why the Chu family, who was famous for their medicinal pills and not very good at fighting, was able to become the 3rd strongest family of the 4 big families was because of Chu Xianxia. At the same time, they also knew very well that Chu Xianxia was a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect in the past. Not only was he powerful, but he had also mastered many powerful martial skills and secret technique. His combat strength must have surpassed his own stage. Under such circumstances, the fact that they still dared to join forces was enough to prove that they had a way to deal with Chu Xianxia, even if he had broken through to the half-step essence gathering stage. Suddenly, a memory made him think of a possibility. That was, the Qi country royal family had a powerful expert helping them, and this expert's strength was likely not weaker than Chu Xingshuan's. This memory that was sealed not long ago reminded him of the expert surnamed Yen that the royal family had invited when he had just recovered his cultivation and participated in the hunting competition held in Qi country. Just because of the hunting contest of the younger generation, the royal family of Qi country was able to invite the young experts from the royal family of Yen country to participate in the competition. Then, in the face of the threat of extinction, the royal family of Qi country had the possibility of inviting the true experts of Yen country to help them. Third Grandpa, among the experts of Yen country royal family, are there any experts who can pose a threat to you? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian quickly asked. Powerful warriors from the royal family of Yen country. Chu Zhongtian's question made Chu Xianxia couldn't help but frown. After that, he nodded and confirmed an opponent that troubled him. Tian, the Yen country is different from the Qi country. The overall strength of the Yen country is very powerful. Apart from their position being better than the Qi country, this is because the entire Yen country is controlled by the royal family of the Yen country. It was not like the Qi country was in a situation where the top four were standing. This has caused the royal family of the Yan country to be very powerful, whether in terms of overall strength or top strength. Chu Zhengxian first introduced the general situation of the Yan country and then told him about the opponent that troubled him. The reason why Yan country was able to form a dominant situation was mainly because of the younger brother of the previous patriarch, which is also the uncle of the current king, Yan Hailong. Third grandpa, how is Yan Hailong's strength? The strength of an expert that Chu Zhengxian could directly remember was definitely not weak. But Chu Zhongtian wanted to know this person's true cultivation and strength. Because only by looking at this person's true cultivation and strength could he determine whether his guess was correct or not. 2 years ago I once fought Yan Hailong. At that time he was also a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period like me, and his overall strength wasn't any weaker than mine. However, as a disciple of the floating cloud sect's inner sect, I was much stronger than Yan Hailong in both my heart technique and combat technique. Therefore, after exchanging 300 blows, I used the secret technique that I learned in the sect to defeat Yan Hailong. That's right. Chu Zhongtian suddenly slapped his thigh and said as if he had just realized something. The fact that he was able to fight Chu Zhengxian to a draw and forced him to use the secret technique to win showed how powerful Yan Hailong was. If Yan Hailong, who was on par with Chu Zhengxian, joined forces with Qi Yalong, who was at the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, and Lu Yuxi, who was at the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak, Chu Zhengxian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape in a short period of time. This might be the reason why the three great families dared to join forces to fight the Chu family, which was getting stronger by the day. Chu Zhongtian's question had reminded Chu Zhengxian of the problem, but he didn't want to believe that the Yan country would send Yan Hailong to help them. Third grandpa, during the hunting competition last year, the Qi family invited 2 young experts of the Yan country. I have also fought with one of them. That's why I believe that they will be able to invite the strongest expert of the Yan country this time. Looking at Chu Zhengxian, who was still dreaming, Chu Zhongtian could only use facts to break his fantasy and let him face reality. If the truth is as you have predicted, then it will be really troublesome that time. The fact that Chu Zhongtian showed Chu Zhengxian just now made Chu Zhengxian believe his speculation. Chu Zhengxian had a deep impression of the Yan Hailong who was as strong as him 2 years ago. He knew that Yan Hailong was more talented than him. The only thing he lacked was a powerful heart technique and martial skill that he had not experienced the baptism of the sect. He could use 2 years to break through to the half-step essence gathering stage. With Yan Hailong's talent, he would definitely make progress. If he could break through to the half-step essence gathering stage as well, then he would be able to hold on by himself. The 5 Qi transforming period warriors of the Chu family were no match for Qi Yalong. Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng were no match for either of them. Even if Chu Zhongtian had reached the Qi transforming period 4th layer and was a genius who could fight 3 high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors by himself, it was impossible for him to fight 3 high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors by himself. Tian, can you ask the experts of your sect to come and help us? Chu Zhongtian and Chu Zhengxian hadn't deliberately lowered their voices during their conversation just now. So Grand Elder and Chu Tianyun, who were standing beside the stone table, could hear them clearly as well. Chu Tianyun, who thought that he would be able to relax and deal with the 3 great families' alliance, suddenly became anxious. I can, but I can't do that. Chu Zhongtian nodded, then shook his head. His ambiguous answer confused the 3 of them. I can indeed ask a few senior brothers in the sect who have reached the high rank of the Qi transforming period, but I think it will be very difficult for them to leave the sect in a short period of time. Perhaps it will be very difficult for them to arrive in time during the battle between us and the 3 great families. Chu Zhongtian was very confident that he could invite a high rank of the Qi transforming period warrior from the sect. With his friendship with Dongfang Yongping and the kindness he had shown Dongfang Yongping during the 2nd time in Secret Realm, it would not be difficult for him to send a few high rank of the Qi transforming period followers and friends to help him. However, if Qi country could invite a powerful warrior from Yan country, they would definitely try to stop a powerful warrior from Floating Cloud sect from helping them. After all, it wasn't a secret for him to become an official disciple of Floating Cloud sect in Qi country. The higher-ups of three great families would certainly take this into consideration. At the same time, after the three great families destroyed the Chu family, they could use the wealth of the Chu family to bribe the higher-ups of the sect or the famous rogue cultivator experts of the southern domain, so that they could kill him to prevent future troubles. Of course, besides Dongfang Yongping, Chu Zhongtian could ask Zhao Enjuan for help. With his supreme level strength, even the Yen country would be turned into ashes if he slapped him, let alone the three great families. However, he didn't want to trouble Zhao Enjuan now. Instead, he wanted to rely on his own strength to help Chu family overcome this crisis. Currently, he was a Qi transforming period 4th layer. After breaking through to the Qi transforming period, he had never fought an opponent with the same stage, so he wasn't able to accurately determine his true cultivation base. However, with the vital spirit capacity of over 10,000 miles of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he had absorbed when breaking through to the Qi transforming period, and the purple blood that could enhance his strength, even if he wasn't a 7th layer of the Qi refining period warrior, he would still be stronger than a 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period warrior. If he could control the momentum of the environment within 40 meters of him, his combat strength would definitely be able to reach the 7th layer of the Qi refining period. However, in the face of the combined force of the three great families, his 7th layer of the Qi refining period strength was far from enough. He had to continue improving his cultivation base and strength. And if he wanted to continue improving his cultivation base and strength, he would need a certain amount of time. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian continued to ask, "Third Grandpa, how long until the three great families attacks? In order to completely eliminate the Chu family and not let any of our family members go, the three great families must gather all the Qi refining stage advanced and above experts. These experts were distributed in different regions of the Qi country. It will take at least half a month to gather all these experts. If this is considered as setting up a formation and distributing the profits of eliminating the Chu family, three great families will need at least 20 days to launch an attack." After a careful calculation, Chu Zhongxian told him the shortest period of time. 20 days. Chu Zhongtian continued to knock on the table with his hand and began to consider whether his strength could reach the extent of dealing with this crisis within 20 days. Not only did he have enough spirit stones in his storage bag, he also had upper-rank 8th grade fire pill and the origin-returning pill Zhao Enjuan had given him at the last minute. With these two pills, he might be able to raise his cultivation base to the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period within 20 days. When he broke through to the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period, combined with his understanding of the attributes, his strength should be able to reach the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak, but he was still lacking some strength. This was because the Qi transforming period warriors of the royal family of Qi country, Qis, were still at the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period stage. His 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period cultivation base was not enough to deal with 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warriors. It seemed like, besides increasing his strength with all his strength, he also needed to find a way to delay the three great families' attack so that he could buy more time for himself to increase his strength. "Third Grandpa, I'm just a junior of my family, so I shouldn't comment on how to deal with the three great families' joint attack. But I have some ideas in my mind. Can I bring it up?" Chu Zhongtian said modestly. Originally, with his current strength and identity, he could totally participate in the discussion of family affairs. But now, he needed to arrange for his family members to carry out the mission according to his orders. He even needed to use an elder with the Qi transforming period stage. Furthermore, these tasks had a certain degree of danger. Therefore, he had to get the approval of the three present elders. In front of the herbal field cabin of Chu family, "Tian, you are not only the young patriarch of the Chu family, but also the future leader of the Chu family. You are also a Qi transforming period intermediate warrior. You can discuss the matters of your family as you wish, and you don't have to worry about Tianyun's feelings. If you have any orders, just tell them." Chu Zhongxian, who had always followed the principle of killing, was somewhat dissatisfied with Chu Zhongtian's modest actions. In his opinion, if a peerless genius like Chu Zhongtian wanted to become an overlord of the southern domain, he must have a domineering and decisive character. Currently, he was very lacking in these two personalities. Therefore, Chu Zhengxian felt that he had the obligation and responsibility to help him improve his shortcomings in this aspect. All right, third grandpa, I'll listen to you. Since Chu Zhengxian had already agreed, Grand Elder and Chu Tianyun both chose to tacitly agree. Chu Zhongtian planned to arrange the following tasks according to his plan. However, before arranging the tasks, he had to make his clansmen trust him 100%. Or perhaps he had to make Chu Zhengxian, Chu Tianyun, and Grand Elder believe in him 100%. If he wanted them to be 100% convinced, he had to take out a treasure that was enough to shock them. He waved his hand and 3-pill bottle appeared on the stone table in front of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian first pushed one of the pill bottle in front of Chu Zhengxian, then looked at him expectantly and said, "Third grandpa, this is an intermediate level 7 celestial sphere pill that can increase the talent below the 6th grade cultivation talent, as well as all the minor grade talents. Does it have any effect on you?" "A intermediate 7th order celestial sphere pill?" Chu Zhengxian stood up from the stone chair in shock. When Chu Zhongtian took out the pill from the storage bag, Chu Zhengxian knew that he wanted to distribute the benefits he obtained in the sect. Chu Zhengxian had also experienced this kind of mentality before. However, when he thought about how Chu Zhongtian had become a disciple of the sect less than 7 months ago, it might be a rare and precious treasure, so he did not have much expectation in his heart. However, when he heard Chu Zhongtian introduce the intermediate level 7 celestial sphere pill to him, he was instantly shocked and stood up. A intermediate level 7 celestial sphere pill was one of the more famous pills in the floating cloud sect. This was because it could ignore the grade of any cultivation talent below the 6th grade, and it could be used to increase the grade of the cultivation talent at any time. It was worth thousands of sect contribution points. In the past, in order to obtain the celestial sphere pill, he had risked his life to carry out sect missions and earn sect contribution points. For this, he had worked hard for a full 10 years, and the amount of sect contribution point he could earn was less than 1/10 of the amount of celestial sphere pill he could exchange for. It was precisely because of this that he had completely lost the confidence to increase the cultivation talent's strength. After that, he took the initiative to leave the sect and return to his clan. "Third grandpa, you used to be a disciple of the inner sect. I'm sure you've seen the introduction of the celestial sphere pill in a fair hall. Therefore, you can tell with a single look that this pill is a real intermediate level 7 celestial sphere pill," Chu Zhongtian said with a smile. Although he believed that Chu Zhongtian would never lie to him, the pill that he had been longing for a long time appeared in front of him. Chu Zhengxian excitedly opened the pill. The moment he smelled the fragrance of the pill, he knew that the pill in the pill bottle was the intermediate level 7 celestial sphere pill that he had dreamt of. "Tian." After Chu Zhengxian covered up the pill bottle, he looked at Chu Zhongtian. The words that he wanted to say to express his gratitude turned into words that called out Chu Zhongtian's nickname. "Third grandpa, if a middle grade tier 7 celestial sphere pill makes you so excited, then I'm worried that the next item will make you so excited that you will faint." Chu Zhongtian saw the emotional Chu Zhengxian and could not help but use a teasing method to ease his emotional state. Facing Chu Zhongtian's teasing, Chu Zhengxian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "Patriarch, when I left the family, I promised you that within 3 years, I will definitely find you a medicinal pill or rare treasures that can help you raise your cultivation talent." Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian produced a pill bottle. After getting up, he directly sent it to Chu Tianyun. With a solemn tone, he said, "Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise." When Chu Zhongtian gave the intermediate level 7 celestial sphere pill to Chu Zhengxian, Chu Tianyun had already guessed his intention. Chu Zhongtian could fulfill his promise in a short period of 7 months. Chu Tianyun still couldn't believe it. After all, the pill that could raise the cultivation talent was very precious. "Patriarch, inside the pill bottle is a rebirth pill. It is enough to raise your cultivation talent to the top rank level 8. After Chu Zhongtian briefly introduced the origin and effects of the pill bottle, he took the last pill bottle from the stone table and placed it in Grand Elder's hand. "Grand Elder, there's also a rebirth pill inside. I hope that you can use this pill to increase your cultivation base and extend your lifespan." Grand Elder looked at the pill bottle in his hand. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. He knew that Chu Zhongtian had once consumed the rebirth pill. Otherwise, he would never have accepted this rebirth pill. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the three of them calmed down a little. Chu Zhongtian took out 3 storage bags that had a space of 50 to 80 cubic meters and placed them on the stone table. Third Grandpa, how much space has the storage bag you are using now? Chu Zhongtian asked. If the storage bag Chu Zhongxian was using now was more than 80 cubic meters, Chu Zhongtian would not need to give him the storage bag. The storage bag I use is what I used 18 sect contribution point to exchange for in the sect. Its size is about 30 cubic meters. Chu Zhongxian took out the storage bag and said with a slightly complicated expression. If it was in a sect, the 30 cubic meters of storage bag was basically used by body refining stage or Qi transforming period beginner level disciples. The storage bag used by Qi transforming period middle advanced disciples was at least 50 cubic meters. This was also a regret in his heart when he left the sect. Third Grandpa. This is a storage bag with a space of 80 cubic meters. Chu Zhongtian handed the largest storage bag to Chu Zhongxian. At the same time, there are 10,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone, 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, and a small portion of pills that can increase one's potential. Chu Zhengxuan's cultivation base had reached the half-step essence gathering stage, and he had yet to find a pill that could help him improve his stage. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could only take out a small portion of the pill that could increase the potential of the stage. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Chu Zhongxian a higher grade level 5 intermediate spirit stone, but the amount of level 5 intermediate spirit stones he had was too rare, so he didn't take it out. A storage bag with a space of 80 cubic meters, 10,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone, and 100,000 mid-rank 7 spirit stones? Chu Zhongxian, who had finally calmed down, stood up. He was shocked by Chu Zhongtian's generosity. His words were once again filled with disbelief. You can check it to see if what I said is the truth. Chu Zhongtian did not pay much attention to Chu Zhengxuan's second excitement. He picked up a storage bag from the stone table and handed it to Chu Tianyun. Originally, he wanted to explain the size of the storage bag and the items inside. However, Chu Tianyun refused to accept the storage bag. Tian, a while ago you gave your family a storage bag. That storage bag is now mine to use, so I don't need this. Chu Zhongtian ignored Chu Tianyun's refusal and forcefully stuffed the storage bag into Chu Tianyun's hand. He explained, Patriarch, the storage bag I gave you has an area of 50 cubic meters. Each storage bag has 1,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone, 50,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, and all kinds of pills that can increase cultivation base and potential. When Chu Tianyun heard Chu Zhongtian's explanation, his eyes immediately widened. Just like Chu Zhongxian, his face revealed a look of disbelief. Chu Zhongtian also ignored the shocked Chu Tianyun. He took the last storage bag from the stone table. He walked to Grand Elder's side. Grand Elder, this storage bag has the same space as the Patriarch storage bag. The spirit stones and medicinal pills inside are the same. After saying this, Chu Zhongtian took out 2 sandalwood boxes and a few bottles of medicinal pills from his storage bag. Grand Elder, these are 2 7th grade low-rank yang opening fruit that can help you break through to the Qi transforming period. You must know very well how to use the yang opening fruit to increase your chances of breaking through. Grand Elder, this is a bottle of lower level 8 heart protection pill. It can be used to help you break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. Also, when you break through to the Qi transforming period, it can protect your heart from being harmed by the spiritual power and vital spirit. Grand Elder, this is a bottle of lower level 8 Qi condensation pill. It can purify the spiritual power and the vital spirit within the Dantian to increase your potential. It can allow you to have the ability to jump ranks and fight. Grand Elder, this is a bottle of upper rank 9th grade evil dispelling pill. When you break through to the Qi transforming period, it can strengthen your body and prevent your body from being harmed by the vital spirit's power. Grand Elder, this is a bottle of low-grade spirit integrating pill. It can speed up the conversion of vital spirit. It can help you consolidate your cultivation base even faster. A series of precious medicinal pills and spirit fruit shocked Grand Elder to the point that he was speechless. He just stared blankly at the things in his hands. Grand Elder, who had taken a long time to recover his senses, looked at the storage bag, box, and medicinal pills in his hands. He felt that everything he had done for Chu Zhongtian in the past was worth it. Chu Zhongtian waited for about 5 minutes. When he saw that the three of them could barely accept the treasure just now, he took out the treasure from the storage bag. Tian, what have you experienced in these 7 months? Chu Zhongxian looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was still retrieving the treasure from the storage bag. His heart was beating very fast, and his consciousness was a little fuzzy. Third Grandpa, I still said the same thing. You used to be a disciple of a sect, and you have been cultivating in the sect for a long time. So you must have seen something like this before. Chu Zhongtian pointed at the crystals on the table that emitted a thick smell of blood and smiled. 8th grade blood demon blood crystal. Chu Zhongxian picked up a piece of crystal that was placed on the table and carefully observed it. Then his expression changed and he shouted, "That's right. These 100 blood crystal are the upper rank 8th grade blood devil. They are enough to increase your cultivation base by 1 to 2 minor stage, and they will help you break through to the essence gathering stage." In fact, Chu Zhongtian didn't hunt many 8th grade blood demon blood devil. After all, his cultivation base was only at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period when he participated in the blood demon secret realms smelting trial, so it was very difficult for him to hunt 8th grade blood demon with all his strength. However, later on, he used the method of opening the palace and Dongfang Yongping, and Huang Yurong's helped to win over 10,000 8th grade blood crystal from Zhu Yan, giving him enough 8th grade blood crystal. At the same time, because of the unexpected harvest from the trial in Azura's secret realm, he didn't need to use the blood crystal to increase his cultivation base. That was why he took out the blood crystal to increase Chu Jingshuan's strength. This is great. With the help of the celestial sphere pill and the blood crystal, I have the confidence to break through to the essence gathering stage in half a month's time. Chu Zhongxian said confidently after putting away the 108th grade blood crystal placed on the stone table. Really? This time it was Chu Zhongtian's turn to be shocked. If Chu Zhongxian could break through to the essence gathering stage within half a month, then the danger of 3 great families joining forces would be reduced by half. After all, an essence gathering stage was a completely different stage from a half-step essence gathering stage. A first-level essence gathering stage warrior could easily deal with 10 half-step essence gathering stage warriors. Actually, my enlightenment could have broken through to the essence gathering stage a long time ago. However, I have always been restricted by the cultivation of cultivation talent and mind state. Now that I have the celestial sphere pill and the 8th grade blood demon, it's only a matter of time before I break through to the essence gathering stage. Chu Zhongxian nodded his head and gave everyone a reassuring answer. Third Grandpa, if that's the case, I'll give you another treasure. In order to help Chu Zhongxian break through to the essence gathering stage and help him consolidate his cultivation base faster, Chu Zhongtian decided to take out the 100-year blood core that he didn't want to take out. A 100-year blood core that could increase one's potential blood and perception contained a special energy. If he wanted to copy and paste a 100-year blood core, he would need at least 100,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. With such a huge consumption, there were only 300-year blood core in his storage bag. This was the reason why he didn't want to take it out at the beginning. Seeing Chu Zhongtian take out a blood-red fruit core the size of an apricot, Chu Zhongxian observed it for a long time and still couldn't guess the origin of this treasure. Third Grandpa, this is a blood core from Azura's secret realm that has reached 100 years of age. It can double a martial artist's potential and increase one's comprehension by 1/3. Chu Zhongtian explained in detail. The Azura secret realm was located in the Demon Heart sect, one of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain. The Demon Heart sect was very far away from the Floating Cloud sect. It could be said that many Qi transforming period and essence gathering stage warriors had never heard of the Azura secret realm, let alone know about the unique blood core of the Azura secret realm. Chu Zhongxian looked at the blood core on the table that was the size of an apricot core, and he didn't feel any excitement in his heart. His gaze when looking at Chu Zhongtian revealed a trace of heartache. This was because the pills, storage bag, spirit stones, spirit fruit and other treasures Chu Zhongtian had taken out just now were enough to show that his experience in the floating cloud sect was not as peaceful as Chu Zhongxian had imagined. It was very likely that he had been suffering all this time. Therefore, Chu Zhongxian wanted to know every single detail of what had happened during the 7 months that Chu Zhongtian had left the family and lived in the floating cloud sect. In fact, not only Chu Zhongxian wanted to know the details of Chu Zhongtian's 7 months of life, even Grand Elder and Chu Tianyun wanted to know. Therefore, the three of them stared at Chu Zhongtian with eyes full of expectation and love. Facing the gazes of the three elders, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to tell them everything that had happened during these 7 months. Of course, he would never reveal some of his experiences and secrets. For example, the body of the divine soul that was proficient in the Tao of formation Elder Huang. For example, the human spiritual root that could raise a cultivator's cultivation talent by 1 grade and allow a cultivator to be reborn. For example, when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, he attracted over 10,000 miles of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, revealing the talent of a monster-level warrior. Apart from these important experiences, he didn't mention anything about the secrets of the blood demon great method and power of the space law. Although the path to the top of the geniuses is full of fights, Tian is only 17 years old. He has experienced too many difficulties and tribulations. Grand Elder's heart ached when he heard Chu Zhongtian calmly narrating his experiences. He couldn't help but feel sad. Yes, Tian, in fact, you don't have to put your life on the line. You are still young, and you have plenty of time to improve your cultivation base and stage. Chu Tianyun fused with the Tao. At this moment, Chu Tianyun's admiration for Chu Zhongtian had risen to a new level. At the same time, he felt extremely ashamed of his complacent behavior after advancing by a small stage. Perhaps this is the reason why Tian was able to advance from 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period to Qi transforming period 4th layer in just 7 months' time. This is also the process that he must go through in the future to become a powerful warrior. Although Chu Zhongxian felt sorry for Chu Zhongtian, he had witnessed the cruelty of the outside world. He understood Chu Zhongtian's experiences in these 7 months very well. At the same time, he was very glad that Chu Zhongtian was a disciple of the Chu family. With a disciple like Chu Zhongtian, the Chu family would definitely advance to the level 7 and 6 grade family in the future. It might even step into the level 5 and level 4 families, becoming one of the top families in the southern domain. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what Chu Zhongxian was thinking. What he was thinking right now was how to get through this crisis. Third Grandpa, it's actually very simple for the Chu family to overcome the combined forces of the 3 great families. As long as you break through to the essence gathering stage, you can deal with Yan Hailong and the strongest Qi Yalong of 3 great families. Before the 3 great families attacks, I will either break through to the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period or the 7th layer of the Qi refining period. This way, I will be able to deal with Lu Yushi from the Lu family and Wang Dafeng from the Wang family. However, whether it is you breaking through to the essence gathering stage or me breaking through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period, takes some time. Therefore, I hope that my family can send some experts to different areas of the Qi country to stop and assassinate those experts who are on their way here. The purpose of doing this can effectively delay the gathering of experts in 3 great families. It can also allow us to further improve our strength, and it can also reduce the casualties of body refining stage warriors in our family. This is a good idea. I can ask Tianyun to arrange for Minglong and Dark Tiger Squad to attack and assassinate the experts from the 3 great families who are rushing to the Lu city. Chu Zhongxian considered Chu Zhongtian's suggestion for a while. He nodded and agreed. Chu Tianyun and Grand Elder did not have any objections. The Minlong team was a part of the Chu family. They were known by everyone. They were all disciples of the body refining stage Chus, and they were the strongest guards of the Chu family. The Dark Tiger Squad was a part of the experts that Chu Zhongxian and Grand Elder had trained together. They were orphans adopted by the Chu family from different regions of the country. They had taken the pills that Grand Elder had specially concocted when they were young. They were carefully taught by Chu Zhongxian. Every member of the Dark Tiger Squad was an assassin. In Chu Jingshuan's point of view, they could complete the task of stopping and assassinating. Third Grandpa, You still don't fully understand what I just said. Seeing that Chu Zhengxian only sent out a body refining stage elite team, Chu Zhongtian said with some dissatisfaction. Third Grandpa, if you want to delay the three great families' attack by blocking and assassinating them, you must ensure the secrecy and success of the mission. The strongest experts of Minlong Team and Dark Tiger Squad are 9th layer peak of the body refining period. They might not be able to do so without being noticed by others. They can't guarantee that they will be able to eliminate all of their opponents every time they attack. Therefore, I hope that you can send 2 Qi transforming period elders to lead the Minlong Team and Dark Tiger Squad to attack and assassinate the experts from the southeast, and let the experts from the north and the west go as they wish. It might not be appropriate to send 2 Qi transforming period elders to carry out the task of stopping and assassinating them. Before Chu Zhengxian expressed his opinion, Chu Tianyun said in a very difficult manner. Although the patriarch of Chu family had absolute power, those who were above the Qi transforming period could not be controlled by the patriarch, which was why he felt that it was difficult to do so. Sure, I'll give this order. They won't dare disobey. After some consideration, Chu Zhengxian felt that Chu Zhongtian's previous consideration was necessary. If they assassinated the experts of 3 great families on their way back, it would cause them to be unable to gather all their forces in a short period of time. Therefore, they had to wait for the forces that they had gathered to be enough to destroy Chu family. This way, he and Chu Zhongtian would have enough time to cultivate and break through. At the same time, if the assassination was exposed, the 3 great families would be infuriated. They had no choice but to take the initiative to launch an attack. This was very troublesome for the Chu family, so Chu Zhengxian finally agreed to Chu Zhongtian's suggestion. Since Chu Zhengxian had already agreed to it, Chu Tianyun naturally wouldn't continue to oppose it. He could only agree. Patriarch, send 8th uncle to Jingya Pavilion later. I will give him the storage bag, pills, and divine weapons I have obtained during this period of time, and let him distribute them according to the situation of his clansmen. They can increase their strength by a portion in a short period of time so that they can kill a portion of their enemies in the following battles, and at the same time they can also save their lives. Chu Zhongtian instructed. There was very little time. In order to survive this crisis of Chu family, Chu Zhongtian could only contribute all the treasures he had collected, trying his best to improve the overall strength of Chu family. All right. I'll inform him to find you in Jingya Pavilion in a while. Chu Tianyun nodded and replied subconsciously. When he finally reacted, he had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that his actions just now were similar to his subordinate facing his master. Grand Elder, I don't know what happened to you before you left the family that caused you to consume too much of your life potential. It also affected your lifespan. After Chu Zhongtian finished instructing Chu Tianyun, he didn't care if Chu Tianyun would get angry because of his actions of overstepping his authority. He looked directly at Grand Elder and reminded him in a serious tone. Grand Elder, I gave you those medicinal pills and spirit fruit that can increase your cultivation and potential. You don't need to consume them for the time being. First, you need to borrow the rebirth pill to increase your cultivation talent. When you use the spiritual qi to increase your talent, it will nourish your body and restore a portion of your life potential. After that, you will consume those medicinal pills that can increase your potential. Only in this way can you recover your original state and have the chance to break through to the qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian had once consumed 4 kinds of ginseng and spirit fruit that could increase his innate talent, namely the rebirth pill, human spiritual root, celestial sphere pill, and wind spirit fruit. He knew very well that when the cultivation talent was upgraded, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would nourish his body after his consciousness entered an empty state. That was why he had warned him so seriously. Tian, don't worry. I'll remember it. Grand Elder nodded and responded subconsciously. However, when he realized what was happening, he felt that it was only natural. After Chu Zhongtian finished instructing Grand Elder, he looked at Chu Zhengxian. Chu Zhengxian, who had been quietly watching Chu Zhongtian, subconsciously straightened his body when he saw Chu Zhongtian looking at him. Third Grandpa, focus on your cultivation next. When you have a 100% chance of breaking through to the essence gathering stage, you must inform me in advance. I will arrange a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation for you to help you break through to the essence gathering stage and consolidate your cultivation base faster. Tian, could it be that you are still a formation master? Chu Zhengxian was once a disciple of the floating cloud sect's inner sect. He knew how powerful and rare formation master was. That was why he had this thought after hearing that Chu Zhongtian could arrange spirit gathering formation. If Chu Zhongtian was a true formation master warrior, then he could reveal this information to the Yen country. The experts of the Yen country who received this news might need to seriously consider whether or not they should do it for the sake of the Qi country, which was not very close to them. Offending a formation master who could manipulate the power of heaven and earth. However, Chu Zhongtian's following reply dispelled his previous thoughts. He still decided to use all his strength to break through to the essence gathering stage. No. Third Grandpa, I'm not a true formation master. During my training in Purgatory City, I accidentally received the guidance of an expert who is proficient in the formation. I am able to arrange a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation. Chu Zhongtian briefly explained the reason why he knew how to arrange the formation. He could not help but think of Elder Huang, who had the body of the divine soul. Chu Zhongtian didn't know how Elder Huang was doing right now. Did he encounter any danger? Could they meet again? While Chu Zhongtian was reminiscing about Elder Huang, in a city thousands of miles away from Qi country, a handsome young man with a feminine aura was looking down at a dozen sexy girls dancing. Elder Huang, what do you think about these girls? When the girls were sweating because of dancing, the young man looked away and said with a flattering tone, Elder Huang, these girls not only have excellent looks, but their skin is as tender as water. They are all virgins. As soon as the feminine young man's flattering voice faded, an old man in a yellow robe suddenly appeared in front of him. However, his body was slightly illusory, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The illusory old man turned his head around and glanced at the dozen or so young girls dancing in the hall. He nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand. He said very domineeringly, their looks and figure are not bad, barely fit my liking. You can send them all to the bedroom later. If Chu Zhongtian was here at this moment, he could tell from his voice that this illusory old man was the Elder Huang that he had always missed. As long as you are satisfied, I can find any kind of beauty you want. The feminine young man was delighted when he saw Elder Huang's satisfaction. That's not necessary. Their strength is enough for me to use for a period of time. The feminine youth's flattery didn't make Elder Huang confused. He still maintained his clarity of mind and said, Elder Huang, may I know what you have promised me? The feminine youth asked with a look of anticipation. However, when his gaze swept past the young girls under the hall, his eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. Actually, he had specially gathered these young girls. However, in order to obtain that secret technique, he could only give them to Elder Huang. At this moment, he heard that Elder Huang was very satisfied with the beauty he had prepared. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If the other party still wasn't satisfied with the dozen or so girls, he was afraid that he would have to offer up the top beauties he had kept. No problem. I can teach you, facing the feminine youth's expectant request. Elder Huang readily agreed. But, immediately after, his tone changed, and he took the opportunity to make another request. As long as you do one more thing for me, I will teach you the secret technique that thousands of people dream of. All right, go ahead. The young man was originally wild with joy, but after Elder Huang changed his tone, his mood fell into a bottomless abyss. However, he could only grit his teeth and persist. Don't be upset. This matter is very simple. Help me inquire about a kingdom in the vassal kingdoms of Heavenly Dragon Empire, as well as a family clan in this kingdom. Glancing at the dejected and feminine youth, Elder Huang could not bear to continue dampening his enthusiasm. He directly stated his goal. Elder Huang, am I just asking about a kingdom in the Heavenly Dragon Empire and a family in this kingdom? The feminine youth asked with uncertainty. As the second strongest subsidiary kingdom in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Wu State, there were basically spies arranged by the Wu State in all the subsidiary kingdoms in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. As the most favored seventh prince by the Wu state king, he had a certain amount of authority to use those spies. Therefore, it was very easy for him to find the location of a kingdom and the information of a family in this kingdom. That's right. Nodding his head, Elder Huang continued. This kingdom is called Qi Country. There is a family with the surname Chu in Qi Country. As long as you can find out about it and give me a detailed map of the route, I will immediately pass the secret technique to you. Qi Country, Chu family. When Elder Huang mentioned the name and surname of the place, the feminine youth felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard someone mention it not long ago. However, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember when he had heard someone mention it. Fortunately, he still remembered who had mentioned this matter, so he immediately waved at the guards guarding the door. Your Highness, Seventh Prince. The guard at the door immediately went to the bottom of the stairs after receiving his master's call. He directly knelt at the foot of the feminine young man and replied with a sonorous and powerful voice. Quickly go and invite Manager Xia over. That feminine youth's tone was somewhat urgent as he instructed. Yes. The guard immediately left. Less than 3 minutes later, an old man in his 60s, dressed in a eunuch's uniform, trotted all the way to the palace. When the old man saw the feminine young man, a smile appeared on his face and he said, Your Highness Seventh Prince, hello? Manager Xia, you don't have to be so polite. The feminine young man called Seventh Prince stood up from his seat and took the initiative to greet the old man. Seventh Prince. Why did you summon me? Manager Xia didn't show any sign of being flattered when he saw Seventh Prince lower his status to welcome him. He still had a faint smile on his face as he asked. Manager Xia, a few days ago during the morning assembly, I vaguely remember that you mentioned Qi Country and Chu family. Do you still remember them? Looking at Manager Xia, who was standing not far away from him, Seventh Prince knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the loyalty of this powerful Manager Xia. Therefore, he was too lazy to continue trying to get close to him, and directly told him his purpose. I remember. Manager Xia nodded and said, That's good. Then I'll have to trouble you to give me a map of the path to the Qi Country, as well as detailed information about the Chu family in the Qi Country. Manager Xia's answer delighted Seventh Prince. He immediately ordered, Seventh Prince, I'll arrange for someone to send you the map of the path to Qi Country. But I'm afraid you will need the king's permission to give you detailed information about the Chu family. Otherwise, I won't dare, and I won't give you this information. Seventh Prince's request just now caused Manager Xia to furrow his brows slightly. However, when he considered his own responsibility and Seventh Prince's identity, he still rejected a portion of the request. Manager Xia, I am the Seventh Prince of Wu State, the son of the king. Do I still need my father's permission to ask for the information of an unknown family? Seeing Manager Xia reject half of his request, his face darkened instantly. His tone towards Manager Xia also began to become impolite. Your Highness Seventh Prince, please don't be angry. Seeing that Seventh Prince could no longer suppress his anger, Manager Xia quickly tried to persuade him. If it was a month ago, if we asked for the information about the Chu family in Qi Country as Your Highness, we would only need a password. But now, a turmoil that could change the heavens and earth is happening in Qi Country. The root of the turmoil in Qi Country is the Chu family. The turmoil that is happening in Qi Country has a huge impact on Wu State. Therefore, the information regarding the Qi Country and the Chu family is now a very important secret. Without the king's decree and imperial edict, no one will be able to obtain the information. So that's what happened. Manager Xia's explanation caused Seventh Prince, who was filled with anger in his heart, to temporarily suppress his anger. Seventh Prince looked at the empty chair on the right. After about 10 seconds, he took the initiative to lower his request. If that's the case, send someone to send me a map of the route to Qi Country and the map of the Lu City in Qi Country. Yes, sir. Manager Xia saw that Seventh Prince was suppressing his anger. Although he still had a faint smile on his face, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. No matter how much the king trusted Manager Xia, he was just a eunuch. He would never become the king's true confidant. As for Seventh Prince, He was the king's biological son. The bloodline would determine the relationship between relatives. Whether it was now or in the future, he would definitely be the king's most valued relative. He would be the master that Manager Xia would respect and serve in the future. Therefore, Manager Xia was unwilling to offend Seventh Prince too much. "All right, you can leave now." Seventh Prince had achieved his goal. He could not possibly get Manager Xia's loyalty, so he waved his hand to signal Manager Xia to leave. "I will leave now." Manager Xia bent his body and retreated to the entrance of the palace. He turned his head and glanced at Seventh Prince. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes, but it was gone in an instant. After that, he left the palace. However, no matter if it was the guards or Manager Xia, they didn't notice that there was a person sitting on the empty chair. "Elder Huang, I'm really sorry that I didn't get any detailed information about the Chu family." Seventh Prince waited until Manager Xia left, then carefully apologized to Elder Huang. "It doesn't matter. As long as I can get the route map to the Qi country, you have fulfilled my request." Elder Huang shook his head and comforted him. After that, Elder Huang signaled Seventh Prince to come in front of him and said, "Next, I will teach you the secret technique. As for when you will learn it and how many levels you will be able to reach, it will depend on your talent." "Thank you, Elder Huang." Seventh Prince finally got his reward after carefully serving Elder Huang. He was so excited that he almost knelt down. Luckily, Seventh Prince knew that there were maids and guards looking at him in the palace. He could not act too strangely, so he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He bent down slightly and was ready to accept Elder Huang's secret technique. In the Jingya pavilion of Chu family, after Chu Zhongtian returned from Chu Jingxuan's wooden house, he did not immediately go to the cultivation chamber to cultivate. He asked Chun Xiang to bring the food that he had prepared earlier to the living room. As he enjoyed the food, he quietly waited for Chu Fan. This time, he needed to cultivate in seclusion to at least break through to the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period. This would take 15 to 20 days. Therefore, he wanted to arrange everything that he needed to do before he went into seclusion. After that, he would go into seclusion with all his might. He picked up a piece of meat that Chun Xiang carefully cooked and put it into his mouth. The tender taste made him couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just like what Chu Tianyun had said, Chu Zhongtian was still very young. Furthermore, he had the talent of a monster level. In the future, he would at least be able to reach the emperor level. That was why he didn't need to put in so much effort in his cultivation. He could completely enjoy a beautiful life while cultivating naturally. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and sighed. He knew that the sigh in his heart just now was caused by his high-pressure cultivation and pressing mentality over the past few days. Not only could he not covet pleasure, but he also needed to put in 10 times or even dozens of times more effort in order to fulfill his wish. "Young master, 8th elder wants to see you." Just as Chu Zhongtian adjusted his state of mind and expelled the distracting thoughts of coveting pleasure from his mind, Dong Xiang entered to report. "Quickly invite 8th elder in." While instructing Dong Xiang to invite Chu Fan in, he motioned Chun Xiang to withdraw the food. After briefly tidying up, he took the initiative to stand at the door to welcome Chu Fan. "Young patriarch." After Chu Fan entered the Jingya pavilion, he first adjusted his mood. When he saw Chu Zhongtian standing at the door of the living room to welcome him, he hurried to the front of the living room. He bowed respectfully and said, "8th uncle, we haven't seen each other for a few months. Why are we so distant from each other?" Chu Fan treated Chu Zhongtian with great respect, just like Shi Guangliang, Chu Zhongtian's follower in Hidden Dragon Peak. Chu Zhongtian pretended to be unhappy and said, "Young patriarch, today is different from the past. I have to pay attention to what I should pay attention to." Although Chu Zhongtian's attitude was the same as before, Chu Fan did not dare to be as casual as before, because just now, when the patriarch Chu Tianyun asked Chu Fan to meet Chu Zhongtian, he specifically reminded him. Chu Tianyun said that the current young patriarch, Chu Zhongtian, wasn't the Qi refining stage young man from 7 months ago, but the second strongest man in the family who had broken through to the Qi transforming period, second only to Chu Zhongxian. Even the #1 expert of the Chu family, Chu Xianxia, had to treat Chu Zhongtian as an equal. Therefore, Chu Tianyun asked Chu Fan to treat Chu Zhongtian the same way he treated him. It was precisely because of Chu Tianyun's special reminder that Chu Fan treated Chu Zhongtian with such respect. However, when he saw that Chu Zhongtian's appearance did not change much, he sighed in his heart. Although he knew that Chu Zhongtian, who could cultivate again and possess outstanding talent and comprehension ability, would definitely become a bright pearl of Chu family, he didn't expect that the light emitted by this pearl would be so dazzling. In just 7 months, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had directly broken through the body refining stage and Qi transforming period great stage, and he had become the second strongest expert of the Chu family in one go. This speed of advancement was like a legendary god. Eighth uncle, come in and chat. Chu Zhongtian saw Chu Fan's respectful attitude and knew that his persuasion would not work, so he could only give up on this kind of delaying persuasion. He directly let Chu Fan enter the living room. Okay, young patriarch. When Chu Zhongtian turned around and entered the living room, Chu Fan quickly followed him into the living room. The few guards and 4 maids in charge of guarding the Jingya pavilion were shocked when they saw 8th elder's respectful attitude towards Chu Zhongtian. Although Chu Fan was ranked 8th among the 11 elders, he was in charge of all the internal affairs of the family. He was in charge of the distribution of resources and benefits in the family. He was in charge of the arrangement of more than 70% of the family's guards and the life and death of the servants. This caused him to be a very powerful person in the family. In the eyes of the guards and servants, he was an extremely powerful and influential figure. They had never thought that the seemingly powerful Chu Fan would be so respectful to Chu Zhongtian. This made the guards and maids feel incredulous. 8th uncle, we haven't seen each other for more than 7 months. Your cultivation base hasn't improved at all. You are too lax. After they sat down, Chu Zhongtian observed Chu Fan's current condition. He found that his 8th uncle was still the same cultivation base as when he left the family. He couldn't help but want to remind him not to put all of his attention on family matters. He had to take some time to improve his strength. Because following this, the clan members who obtained the spirit pills, spirit fruit, ancient books, and divine weapons he collected would experience a period of rapid growth in strength in a short period of time. When a portion of the Chu family's people had reached the high rank of the body refining period, they would definitely covet Chu Fan's position. This was a situation that couldn't be avoided anywhere. If there were too many people staring at this position, or if they were stronger, what would Chu Fan do? Whether it was Chu Tianyun or Chu Xianxia, they had to be careful. Therefore, Chu Fan, who did not want to advance, had already reached a very awkward state. AI. Facing Chu Zhongtian's dissatisfied questioning, Chu Fan could not help but sigh. After that, he helplessly explained, young patriarch, ever since Patriarch and the others broke through to the Qi transforming period, they rarely pay attention to family affairs, so most of these matters are handled by me. Also, because of the Patriarch and the others breaking through to the Qi transforming period, and the huge influence you have gained after defeating Lu Yongjun, the Chu family strength has been increasing rapidly. Especially after you became a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, more and more warriors want to join the Chu family, causing me, the elder in charge of the family's affairs, to have a rare moment of rest. 8th uncle, my life as a sect disciple has made me understand a cruel truth. Whether it is in the Chu family or the sect, you want to win the respect of others. If you want to have great power, you must have great strength. From today onwards, you will start to nurture the younger generation, allowing them to help you share most of the family's affairs, allowing you to have sufficient time to cultivate. Seeing Chu Fan looking for a reason to explain himself, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to continue giving him pointers. Chu Zhongtian hoped that he could seize the opportunity to change his current thoughts and mentality. After all, ever since he was able to cultivate again, Chu Fan had taken good care of him in all aspects. Back then, when they participated in the hunting competition, if it wasn't for him providing the route map with good intentions and allowing him to obtain the vermilion fruit of a high-grade level 10, he wouldn't have been able to become a 4th layer of the Qi refining period in a short period of time. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation base had broken through to the 4th layer of the body refining period, he wouldn't have been able to win the first place in the hunting competition. and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the true attention of his family. Therefore, he had always remembered the kindness Chu Fan had shown him back then. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to repay him. Chu Zhongtian said, "Eighth uncle, this is a rebirth pill that can raise the level of cultivation talent. It can increase your own grade by 1. Chu Zhongtian took out the last rebirth pill he had collected and used the vital spirit to deliver it to him. "No, Tian, this is too precious. I can't accept it." When Chu Fan heard that it was a medicinal pill that could raise cultivation talent, he immediately stood up and refused. However, Chu Zhongtian simply ignored Chu Fan's attitude. Immediately after that, he took out another storage bag and similarly used the vital spirit to give it to him. "Eighth uncle, this is a storage bag with an area of 50 cubic meters. There are 1,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone, 10,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, and some pills that can increase one's potential and cultivation. These resources are enough for you to advance your cultivation to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period in a short period of time." After giving away the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian still ignored Chu Dan, who refused to accept the pills and storage bag. He immediately took out more than 100 different spatial storage bag from the storage ring's finger. There was a pile of level 9 medicinal pills, spirit stones, and a large pile of shining weapons. "Eighth uncle, put these storage bag, spirit stones, medicinal pills, and ancient books into the family's secret storage, and then distribute them according to the actual situation of the family, so that they can increase their strength in the upcoming battle." After arranging these miscellaneous matters, Chu Zhongtian said his goodbyes. "Eighth uncle, you first sort out these things. Next, I'm going to the cultivation chamber to cultivate in seclusion. Before the 3 great families' attacks, I'll strive to raise my cultivation base to a new level." After that, he left the living room and rushed towards the secret chamber that belonged to him. Chu Fan, who was standing in the living room, was stunned when he saw the pills, storage bag, and the treasures that were piled up in the living room. It took him nearly half an hour to regain his senses. He looked outside the living room with a complicated expression. Then, he clenched his fists tightly, and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. After leaving the living room, Chu Zhongtian did not go straight to the cultivation chamber. Instead, he called Chief Guard, who was in charge of guarding the Jingya Pavilion, over. He specifically told him that he wouldn't see anyone during this period of secluded cultivation. Even if it was the patriarch Chu Tianyun, as well as Chu Yuping and Chu Zhongba who had a good relationship with him, he would not meet them for the time being. It was not that he did not want to meet these friends who had a good relationship with him, but the crisis faced by Chu family forced him to make the best use of his time to improve his cultivation base. However, he had specially prepared a portion of high-quality medicinal pills, spirit fruit, and a spatial storage bag with a decent area. He gave them to Chief Guard and told him that if Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping came to visit, he would give these to them. After that, he walked into the secret chamber that belonged solely to him. Chu Zhongtian sensed the spiritual qi and concentration in the secret chamber, and couldn't help but shake his head. The spiritual qi and concentration in the Jingya Pavilion were considered the highest level in the entire Chu family. Even so, the spiritual qi and concentration in the ____ weren't as good as the spiritual qi on the ordinary mountain of the floating cloud sect. If it was just the spiritual qi and concentration in front of him, even if he wanted to raise his qi transforming period 4th layer cultivation base to the peak, it would be very difficult. Fortunately, he had enough high-quality spirit stones and could arrange a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation. This was the reason why he was confident that he could quickly increase his cultivation base in a short period of time. In order to advance his cultivation base to the 6th layer peak of the qi transforming period within 20 days, Chu Zhongtian took out 500 level 5 intermediate spirit stones and planned to use them to help him improve his cultivation base faster. He used 500 mid-level spirit stones, 10,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stones, and 200,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stones to arrange a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation, allowing the spiritual qi and concentration in the secret chamber to almost reach the level of qi condensation. Chu Zhongtian felt the concentration in the spiritual qi and nodded his head in satisfaction. He sat cross-legged at the formation point of the spirit gathering formation, then took out an upper-rank 8th grade fire pill from the storage bag, a upper-rank 8th grade origin returning pill, as well as some medicinal pills that could increase one's potential. After that, he started cultivating wholeheartedly. One day after Chu Zhongtian entered the cultivation chamber, Chu Zhongba and the others, who had received the news that he had returned to the family, made an appointment. They came to Jingya Pavilion together. They wanted to see what kind of stage his current strength had reached after 7 months of separation. However, when they arrived at the Jingya Pavilion, they were stopped by Chief Guard. He said that Chu Zhongtian was in secluded cultivation, and no one would be able to see him for the time being. If it wasn't for the gift that Chu Zhongtian had prepared in advance, Chu Zhongba and the others would have thought that he had become arrogant after becoming a sect disciple. Time flowed like water. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. As more and more experts from the 3 great families returned to the Lu City, the oppressive atmosphere in the city became stronger and stronger. The strong oppressive atmosphere forced many ordinary people to pack up a portion of their strength and leave the Lu City for the time being. They planned to return to their homes after the war in the Lu City had ended. In the administration hall in the palace, Qi Yalong, Lu Yushi, and Wang Dafeng, the 3 people who truly held the power of the family, were gathered in administration hall. Qi Heng, Lu Xiaozong, and Wang Hai were standing next to each of them. Recently, Qi refining stage and body refining stage warriors have been distributed to all cities and strongholds in Qi country. The people from the west and south have all arrived. However, none of the warriors from the east and north have returned on time. Qi Heng, who was holding a secret document, reported the information recorded in the secret document in detail. Uncle, the experts from the Lu family who are returning are also facing the same situation. When the patriarch Lu Xiaozong of Lu family heard Qi Heng's report, he immediately joined the Dao integration stage. The same goes for Wang family. The Wang family's patriarch Wang Hai also had the same attitude and tone. Within the administration hall of the palace of Lu City, Mr. Lu, Brother Wang, you have all heard the reports from the 3 juniors and learned about the strange incidents that happened recently. Do you think there is some conspiracy behind this? Qi Yalong, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall, gently tapped the armrest of the throne with his finger and asked in an uncertain tone, Old King, do you think the Chu family has specially arranged for experts to stop and assassinate those experts who have returned to the Chu family to weaken our overall strength? Lu Yushi calculated carefully and said the result of his guess with uncertainty. It's not possible. Qi Yalong thought about Lu Yushi's uncertain guess and shook his head, directly overthrowing his guess. Everyone knows that in this war between the 3 great families and the Chu family, the ones who can decide the outcome of the war aren't those Qi refining stage and body refining stage warriors, but us Qi transforming period warriors. Even if Chu family kills all of our men who return, it won't be of much use in this war. It might even affect the overall strength of Chu family. Regardless of whether those experts who returned were killed in secret or delayed by certain incidents, we won't be waiting for them for the next 5 days. We will launch an attack and eliminate the Chu family in one fell swoop. Facing Qi Yalong and Lu Yushi, who were racking their brains to figure out the reason, the straightforward Wang Dafeng suggested with killing intent. Brother Wang is right. Since we are unable to find out the reason why those experts were delayed, we might as well launch an attack. We can investigate the reason behind the annihilation of Chu family after eliminating the potential danger. Lu Yushi thought for a moment after hearing Wang Dafeng's suggestion that was filled with killing intent. He agreed with Wang Dafeng's suggestion. After all, the 3 great families was preparing for war with all their might. They couldn't send any powerful experts to investigate the cause of the incident. If that was the case, they might as well wait until the Chu family was destroyed before sending some powerful warriors to investigate this matter. All right. The morning 5 days later will be the time for us to eliminate the Chu family. Qi Yalong stood up from the throne and said with a murderous tone, Old King, are all the experts who are helping us here? Since they had decided to attack 5 days later, the meticulous Lu Yushi had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. The experts helping us are currently resting in Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Qi Yalong looked at Lu Yushi and replied in a low voice, in the secret training room in the Xianxia pavilion of the Chu family. After 20 days of continuous absorption, Chu Zhongtian had used several 100,000 different grade spirit stones to set up the spirit gathering formation, causing it to become much thinner than before. At least now it was no longer possible to use the naked eye to distinguish it. Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged in front of the spirit gathering formation's eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly became stronger and weaker. When his aura became stronger, his aura could stir the spiritual qi in the secret chamber, forming a powerful tornado that shook the entire secret chamber intensely. When his aura was weak, he was not even comparable to a beginner who had just stepped into the first level of the qi refining stage. Through the changes in his qi, it was enough to show that his control of his own strength had reached a whole new level. About an hour later, the qi on Chu Zhongtian's body completely disappeared. At the same time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. He looked at the fire pill in front of him. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to consume the fire pill. He spent 20 days cultivating, and with his amazing comprehension ability and monster-level talent, without consuming the fire pill, he was able to raise his cultivation level to the 6th layer peak of the qi transforming period. With the help of sufficient spiritual qi, his cultivation level also reached the 6th layer peak of the qi transforming period. Originally, he wanted to break through to the 7th layer of the qi refining period with his amazing comprehension and familiarity with the power of his attributes. However, he failed to break through the bottleneck of the stage 3 times in a row. If it wasn't for the crisis the Chu family was facing right now, he could have given up on the idea of breaking through the bottleneck for the time being. After that, he could choose to go out and train. He could use the insights he gained during the training to seek opportunities to break through. However, the Chu family could be annihilated by the combined forces of the 3 great families at any time. Therefore, he had no choice but to use the power of the pill to forcefully break through to the 7th layer of the qi refining period. Chu Zhongtian took a look at the upper-rank 8th grade fire pill. He felt that a single pill wouldn't be enough to help him break through to the qi transforming period. Therefore, he used the duplicating and paste program to duplicate 2 fire pill before getting up and leaving the secret chamber. He first found Chief Guard, who was guarding the Xianxia pavilion, and asked him if Chu Tianyun or Grand Elder had come to find him during this period of time, or if they had left any messages. After that, Chief Guard gave him a letter. Chu Zhongtian opened the letter and took a look at it. Then, he used the fire attribute Vital Spirit to destroy the letter. The letter was left behind by Chu Tianyun. The content was very simple. First of all, because Chu Zhongxian had already reached the limit of his comprehension and stage, he had already broken through to the essence gathering stage before Chu Zhongtian could help him set up the spirit gathering formation. Right now, he was trying his best to consolidate his cultivation. In fact, with the help of the pill given by Chu Zhongtian, Chu Tianyun had used these 20 days to break through to the 2nd layer of the qi transforming period. Lastly, according to the arrangement of the spies in the 3 great families, Chu Tianyun learned that the 3 great families had decided to launch a full-scale attack on the Chu family in the morning 5 days later. Currently, all the experts of the Chu family had gathered in the headquarters of their family, ready to face the attack of the 3 great families at any time. 5 days. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked in the direction of the palace of Lu City, then said in a serious tone. After that, he turned around and returned to the cultivation chamber. He planned to consume the fire pill and try to break through to the 7th layer of the qi refining period. Chief Guard looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had just left the cultivation chamber and returned after less than 3 minutes. He had a look of admiration on his face. Young Patriarch was able to quickly improve his cultivation in such a short period of time because of this kind of hard work. Early in the morning 5 days later, the oppressive atmosphere in the sky above Lu City suddenly disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the oppressive atmosphere, an incomparably strong killing intent came from the military parade in the palace. The military parade grounds that covered an area of over 10,000 square meters were now filled with warriors in different outfits. These martial artists standing in the parade ground, the lowest cultivation base was at the early qi refining level 7. The highest cultivation level was at the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. There were 7 people standing on the 3-meter-tall platform built in the palace parade square. These 7 people were the strongest people in the 3 great families. Qi Yalong's cultivation base had reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period. He could decide the true fate of Qi country. Behind him stood Emperor of Qi and Qi Hung. Lu Yuxi's cultivation base had reached the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period perfection. Behind him stood the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Xiaozong of the Wangs, and Wang Dafeng, who had reached the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. Besides these 6 people, there was also a chief eunuch in the palace on the high platform. He was wearing the uniform of a eunuch. When everyone in the parade square stood up, the chief eunuch, after receiving Qi Yalong's hint, walked to the front of the high platform. When he saw the messy scene below the platform, he couldn't help but use his body-refining stage cultivation base to cough a few times. After the crowd quieted down, the eunuch in charge took out the imperial edict, opened it, and announced loudly, "Choose wants to steal the nation's weapon. The Choose is greedy and cruel. If the nation's weapon fell into the Choose, it would be the misfortune of the Qi country. However, the people of the Qi country are united." Although the announcement made by the eunuch supervisor who used the strength of body refining stage could reach every corner of the parade square, most of the martial artists present were not in the mood to listen to what he was reading. They were thinking about how they would snatch the pills, spirit stones, ancient books, sharp weapons, and beautiful women from the Chu family after they broke through the defense of the Chu family. They only cared about the benefits in front of them. Looking at the absent-minded looks of the people on the parade square, Qi Yalong, Lu Yuxi, and Wang Dafeng looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Originally, Wang Dafeng planned to divide all the experts into 3 parts. The patriarch of the 3 great families would lead a group of people and attack the first line of defense of the Chu family. However, Qi Yalong insisted on carrying out the ceremony. He said that this could not only raise the morale of the team, but also strike the confidence of the Chu family. Wang Dafeng did not know if the ceremony just now had affected the confidence of the Chu family, but he felt that it did not raise the morale. The eunuch supervisor, who was reading the imperial edict with all his might, felt the impatience of everyone present. At the same time, he received a hint from Qi Yalong, so he intentionally increased the speed of reading the edict. The imperial edict, which originally needed 10 minutes to be read, was read out in a short 3 minutes. Then he directly left. After waiting for the eunuch general manager to leave, Qi Yalong came to the front of the high platform and majestically swept a glance at the crowd below the platform. Originally, he planned to motivate them after the eunuch general manager adjusted the emotions of the martial artists present. When his reputation and the prestige of the Qi country royal family reached its peak, he would announce his departure. However, the ceremony just now had already made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Therefore, he directly waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Let's go!" Following Qi Yalong's order, the tens of thousands of martial artists gathered at the scene drew their weapons. Under the lead of some high rank of the body-refining period stage warriors, they headed towards the Chu family's encampment in an orderly manner. Qi Yalong and the other 2 who could decide the final outcome of the battle did not follow the team out immediately. They first arranged for Qi Hung and the other 2 men to lead the team. After Qi Hung and the others left with the team, Qi Yalong and the others also left the tall platform. However, they were not advancing in the Chu family, but in the depths of the palace. Chu family, meeting hall. Just as the experts of the 3 great families and the forces of nearly 8 layers of the Lu city were gathered in the military parade of the palace, more than 30 elders who could decide the fate of the Chu family were gathered in the meeting hall. Out of the 30 elders, only 14 elder of the inner sect were the ones who truly controlled the lifeline of Chu family. Among the 14 elder of the inner sect, there were 4 elders who had just returned to their families after carrying out their orders. They had all broken through to the Qi transforming period. At the same time, there was also second elder, who had been implicated because of his son's mistake. At this moment, although second elder's condition wasn't very good, his eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. Second elder, if the family can survive this crisis, I will ask third uncle and Tian to agree to pardon Wei's crime. I hope that he can regain his status as a direct descendant of Chu family. Chu Tianyun agreed as he looked at Second Elder, who had taken the initiative to fight, and Ninth Elder, who had quietly escaped from his family, who was afraid of death. Patriarch, is what you said true? Second Elder had never thought that Second Elder would be able to forgive his son's crimes and allow his son to regain his status as a direct descendant. After all, the crimes his son had committed were too serious, and the targets he had offended were not to be trifled with. The reason why the family had kept his son under house arrest and did not kill him secretly was because of him. This time, the reason why he had taken the initiative to fight and had the intention to die was not only because he was a member of the Chu family, but also because he wanted to reduce the punishment for his son. Just like what Tian told me before. Since I have already promised you, I will do my best to fulfill my promise. Chu Tianyun nodded and replied seriously. Thank you, Patriarch. With what you just said, I will be willing to die even if I die in battle. Although he didn't want to cry in front of everyone, Second Elder couldn't control the excitement in his heart. Tears silently flowed down his face. Bah! Looking at Second Elder, who was willing to die in battle for his son's sake, Chu Tianyun couldn't help but think of his own son. The 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period Chu Zhongba was also a participant in this battle, and he was also the most important military personnel. He also didn't know if he could survive this battle. Patriarch, third uncle is here. Just when Chu Tianyun thought of his own son because of Second Elder, Chu Xianxia, who was the true core of Chu family, walked into meeting hall with ease. Third uncle. Third uncle. The elder of the inner sect called Chu Xianxia third uncle. Patriarch. Patriarch. The elder of outer sect called him Patriarch. Chu family, meeting hall. Chu Xianxia, who had entered the main hall, went straight to the seat on the left side of the main hall. After he sat down, he gestured for everyone to sit down as well, and then asked Chu Tianyun, Patriarch, has the three great families' team set off? I just received news that they are currently holding an oath assembly in the palace's military parade. Chu Zhongtian replied respectfully. It must be Qi Yalong's trick. What's the use of him doing this? Chu Zhongxian couldn't help but laugh when he heard that three great families was holding an oath ceremony. After that, Chu Zhongxian asked, how's the preparation of the Chu family going? All the people above the Qi refining stage intermediate, as well as the Qi refining stage warriors from the subsidiary powers are gathered at the first line of defense. The remaining women, children, ordinary family members, and alchemists are left in the family. As the commander of this battle, Chu Tianyun knew the situation like the back of his hand. He didn't even need to recall to answer Chu Zhengshuan's question. However, after Chu Tianyun answered the question, he thought for a while. In the end, he still continued, third uncle through third elder and eighth elder's strict monitoring and the last statistics. In the face of this crisis, almost 60% of the subordinate forces had already rebelled. 13 members of the branch families quietly withdrew from the family 3 days ago. Very good. Chu Zhongxian was not angry at Chu Tianyun's report. Instead, he showed a satisfied smile on his face, which confused Chu Tianyun. I wonder if anyone in our direct line of descent chose to betray us or escape on their own? Chu Zhongxian, who had a smile on his face, asked. Chu Tianyun thought about it for a while and finally nodded. He said, Ninth Elder's group left the family station last night. As for their specific whereabouts, I don't know for the time being. Besides that, did anyone choose to defect or escape? Even if it was a direct descendant who fled, Chu Zhongxian did not get angry. Instead, he continued to ask, there's no one else. Those who are able to stay and fight are basically loyal to their families. Chu Tianyun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Chu Zhongxian wasn't angry or sad. Chu Tianyun could accept the betrayal and escape of the subsidiary powers and branch families of Chu family. After all, those people didn't have a deep understanding of their families. They weren't able to get enough help from their families, so it was normal for them to betray and flee. However, Chu Tianyun couldn't accept the fact that Ninth Elder, the direct descendant of the family, had escaped with his entire family. Ninth elder was the elder in charge of the family's intelligence, although he was ranked ninth in the elder of the inner sect. But his real power is in fourth place. Furthermore, the Chu family had always taken good care of ninth elder and his family. Not bad. I thought that there would be more people who would choose to betray their family when faced with the siege of the three great families. There was only one branch of the ____ 13 branches, and the people of the sixth floor who chose to betray their family. Your performance has made me feel gratified. Chu Xianxia stood up and faced the inner clan and outer clan elder in the hall. He nodded his head in satisfaction. After that, Chu Xianxia continued. You may know this, but not long ago, the brightest pearl of our Chu family, Chu Zhongtian, when he returned to the sect and faced the threat of extinction, he told me, the alliance of the three great families might be a crisis of extinction for the Chu family, but at the same time, it is also a chance for us to be reborn from the ashes. It is also a chance for us to get rid of the traitor in our family. Tian said that when our family is facing a crisis, those people who chose to betray and flee, they were greedy by nature. They would take whatever benefits they saw. They were timid people who would hide when they saw a disaster. Such a clan member will definitely become a vermin that the clan will find hard to get rid of in the future. Tian said that in the face of a crisis that could potentially wipe out the entire clan, those who could choose to fight side by side with the clan, regardless of their own safety, would definitely become the pillars of the clan in the future. They would be the most loyal clan members and companions of the clan. So, I have decided to wait until we get through this crisis. Those who participated in the battle and survived will obtain astonishing cultivation resources. Not only will all subsidiary powers obtain abundant cultivation resources, they'll also obtain even more territory. Although Chu Zhengshuan's words had stirred up the blood of all the elders present, they considered the cruel battle that would follow, and their blood, which had yet to boil, instantly cooled down to a freezing point. Chu Zhangxian did not care about the low-spirited reactions of his clansmen and the subsidiary elders. This was because Chu Zhongtian had once told him that the ones who would truly decide the outcome of this battle were not these body-refining stage elders, but him, a peak essence-gathering stage expert, and Chu Zhongtian, who was about to break through to the seventh layer of the qi-refining period. I am the Hu Yi. I request an audience with the Patriarch. Just as everyone was in a low state of mind, the voice of the captain of the team, Hu Yi, came from outside the hall. Come in. Chu Tianyun, who had returned to his throne, said. I pay my respects to Patriarch and Patriarch. The Hu Yi only greeted Chu Tianyun and Chu Zhangxian when he entered the meeting hall, but he ignored the other elders. Regarding this, none of the elders present had any objections. This was because the Dark Tiger was an elite team secretly nurtured by the Chu family. They only accepted orders from the Patriarch and Chu Zhangxian. Hu Yi, how's the situation? Chu Tianyun asked. In reply to Patriarch, the thousands of warriors from three great families and tens of thousands of warriors from the dozens of major powers in Lu City have officially set off for the family's first line of defense. The Hu Yi replied with some excitement. If that's the case, let's go and meet the enemy together. When Chu Tianyun heard that the three great families had started fighting, he immediately stood up and ordered the people in the hall. Third uncle, Patriarch, Tian isn't here yet? Just as everyone was about to leave the hall and fight the three great families, Chu Fan suddenly said. Chu Fan, who was in charge of allocating the war resources and arranging the first line of defense, knew very well that the main force of this war was Chu Zhangxian and Chu Zhongtian. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's absence had made Chu Fan somewhat worried. Tian is currently at the breakthrough point. No one should disturb him. After he breaks through to the stage, he will go straight to the first defense line. Although Chu Zhangxian spoke with a calm attitude, his tone was firm and unquestionable. Before coming to meeting hall, Chu Zhangxian had made a special trip to Jingya Pavilion. Although the guards of Jingya Pavilion were loyal to their duty, when faced with the true leader of Chu family, he didn't dare to forcefully stop them and allowed them to come to the secret chamber. Although he couldn't use the divine sense after breaking through to the essence-gathering stage, he could sense an unusually strong aura slowly rising in the secret chamber through his sensitive senses. He immediately knew that Chu Zhongtian was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he reminded Chief Guard. Apart from him, no one, including the Patriarch, was allowed to enter the Jingya Pavilion. The wall is hundreds of miles long, about 3 meters tall, about 5 meters thick. This wall was built by Chu Fan with hundreds of clansmen and thousands of laborers, using more than 20 days to build it. They wanted to block the 3 great families' attack here and prevent their family's base from being damaged. In the middle of the wall there was a temporary towering building that was built. It was a temporary gathering place for the higher-ups of Chu family. Chu Zhangxian, Chu Tianyun, and Grand Elder stood on the towering building and looked at the group of over 10,000 people coming from afar. Their expressions were indifferent. This was because Chu Tianyun and Grand Elder knew that Chu Zhangxian, who had broken through to the essence gathering stage, could easily kill all Qi transforming period warriors. The victory of this war had long belonged to the Chu family. However, the people and warriors of the subsidiary powers who didn't know Chu Zhangxian had broken through to the essence gathering stage were looking at his opponent with a serious expression. Even the weapons in the hands of some of the weaker warriors dropped to the ground. After all, that feeling of being unable to see the end was too shocking. 10 minutes later, the tens of thousands of warriors from 3 great families and Lu City, who were close to the 8th floor, stopped a few hundred meters away from the wall. Chu Tianyun, the royal family of Qi country, has always been kind to the Chu family. Why are you rebelling? When the group stopped, Qi Hung stood on the chariot pulled by 8 flood dragon horses and asked loudly, "King, the Chu family started with pills. We believe in peace and make money. We have never had any conflicts with anyone. At the same time, we have always abided by the law and have never been rude. We have never had any thoughts of rebelling. King, please do not listen to the words of despicable people and kill your loyal subjects." Chu Tianyun, who was standing on top of a tall building, walked to the side of the city and said in a condescending manner, "Chu Tianyun, don't quibble. I have already obtained conclusive evidence to prove that you all have the intention to rebel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have raised my army to suppress you." Qi Hung had already expected Chu Tianyun's nonsense. That was why he had been prepared for this. He gestured to the eunuch who was standing next to the flood dragon horse. He turned around and entered the crowd. About a minute later, a middle-aged man in the uniform of Chu family, who had a 6th layer of the body refining period peak cultivation base, walked out. "Chu Tianyun, do you recognize this man in front of you?" Qi Hung pointed at him and asked proudly, "Who is this person? I don't know him, and I've never seen him before." When Chu Tianyun saw the middle-aged man walking out of the crowd, he was nervous for a moment, and then he let out a sigh of relief, because the middle-aged man who walked out of the crowd was an elder of the outer sect from the Chu family. He was highly regarded and knew a lot of secrets of his family. An elder like this betraying the Chu family had a huge impact on the Chu family. Fortunately, these outer clan elder didn't know the biggest secret of his family. That was, Chu Zhongtian had returned to his family. His cultivation base had already reached the Qi transforming period 4th layer. He had been cultivating in seclusion all this time, trying to break through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period before the war. Before the 4 of them finished their conversation, Chu Zhongtian had specifically reminded them that when faced with the combined forces of the 3 great families, there would definitely be someone in their family who would not be able to withstand the pressure and choose to betray them. Therefore, they had to keep his cultivation base and his next objective strictly confidential. Apart from the 3 people present, they could only inform Chu Fan, who was in charge of the internal affairs of the family, and 3rd Elder, who was in charge of the punishment. It was precisely because of Chu Zhongtian's foresight that the family's biggest secret room could be kept until now. "Chu Tianyun, take a good look at this. You dare to say that you don't know this person in front of you?" Seeing Chu Tianyun pretend to be a hoodlum and deny it, Qi Hung loudly questioned, "King, I really don't know who this person in front of me is. Can I trouble you to introduce him to me?" Facing the flustered and exasperated Qi Hung, Chu Tianyun still calmly said, "You are truly formidable." Facing Chu Tianyun's shameless denial, Qi Hung was so angry that he couldn't speak. After taking a few deep breaths and suppressing the anger in his heart, He ordered the middle-aged man standing in front of the crowd. "You tell me." "Yes, king," this middle-aged man respectfully replied. After that, he looked up at Chu Tianyun and greeted him with a cold smile. "My name is Huang Handong, Patriarch, and Grand Elder. Greetings to all of you." When he saw him take the initiative to greet them with a very familiar tone, many of the elders upstairs gritted their teeth and looked at him. They wished they could pull out his bones to vent the anger in their hearts. However, Chu Tianyun didn't hate Huang Handong as much as the Patriarch Elder did. Nor did he panic as everyone imagined. He only said with a surprised expression, "You are the Elder of Outer Sect, Huang Handong? Patriarch, you must have forgotten about it. Half a month ago we even drank together and chatted." Seeing Chu Tianyun pretending to be surprised, Huang Handong responded with a sneer. "That's right. Half a month ago, Elder Huang asked me to drink and chat with him. But he came to me with a confession because he had committed an unforgivable crime. He raped his own 2 daughters. Chu Tianyun said those words with a tone that was difficult to speak. "You are talking nonsense." Hearing Chu Tianyun's words, Huang Handong's face turned pale. At the same time, he also paid attention to the opinions of the people behind him. At this moment, he could clearly feel that everyone was looking at him with disdain. "I'm sorry. I also hope that I was just talking nonsense just now, but you were the one who told me about the crime just now." Shrugging his shoulders, Chu Tianyun said with a helpless expression, "If you deny that you are Elder Huang, the crime that I mentioned just now has nothing to do with you. You don't have to be so angry. If you admit that you are Elder Huang, then you are the one who raped your own daughter. Do you still have the face to live in this world after committing such a heinous crime that goes against the principles of the secular world? You should immediately commit suicide in front of the world." Chu Tianyun berated loudly. "No, I'm not Elder Huang, and I don't know you either." Chu Tianyun's shout made Huang Handong deny that he was the one who raped his own daughter. At the same time, he turned around and left the scene, fleeing towards the west. Looking at Huang Handong, who took the initiative to escape from the battlefield, everyone looked at Chu Tianyun with a trace of fear in their eyes. After all, a verbal confrontation with insulting words was something that ordinary people couldn't bear. Facing the fearful gazes of everyone, Chu Tianyun felt wronged, because what he said just now wasn't what he really thought. He was ordered by someone else. Chu Zhongtian had told him before that he had pretended to be stupid, as well as humiliated him with words. Back then, Chu Zhongtian had said that apart from competing in strength, the psychological warfare before the war was equally important. With the way the royal family used the civilians of Lu City to deal with the Chu family, he could tell that they had probably started to bribe the people of the Chu family. The targets of bribing were probably the outer clan elder who held a portion of power, but could never truly integrate into the core of the family. Therefore, he had prepared an excuse for some of the elders of outer sect in advance, so that Chu Tianyun could win a psychological war. In fact, regarding how to insult and ridicule the traitors of the family, the method Chu Zhongtian gave him was even more vicious and immoral. Chu Tianyun felt that he could not say all of those words, so he chose the least insulting example to refute. However, the lightest insult actually made the opposite party choose to run away. Then, would the most vicious insult that Chu Zhongtian had given him really make him commit suicide? "King, as a loyal official who bravely risked his life to admonish you, I have to criticize you. You actually believed the words of that shameless person just now? If that is the case, this matter that you are unable to distinguish between right and wrong will leave a deep mark in the history of Qi country." Looking at Huang Handong, who had already escaped until he couldn't see clearly, Chu Tianyun pointed his spearhead at Qi Heng. "You!" Qi Heng was so angry that he couldn't say a word in response to Chu Tianyun's question. At the same time, he was also very confused and shocked. Chu Tianyun, who had always been known for his integrity and conduct, had actually started to learn to use such a vicious method. The dignified patriarch of Chu family, a Qi transforming period beginner-level expert, is actually a sinister villain who only knows how to use words to gain benefits. Just as Qi Heng was unable to refute Chu Tianyun's question, A mocking voice came from behind the crowd. Who is hiding in the crowd and not daring to show up? You are also a treacherous person who only knows how to use your tongue to get what you want. The voice that came from the crowd just now had obviously reached the high rank of the Qi transforming period. Chu Tianyun didn't want Chu Xianxia to be scolded, so he took the initiative to step forward. Whether I'm a rat or not, you don't have the right to judge me. Following the voice of rebuttal, a group of 6 people walked out from the crowd. When they saw the 6 people walking out from the crowd, especially the one standing in the middle with a dignified appearance, he had an extraordinary temperament and was wearing a light purple robe. Chu Zhengxian couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Chu Zhongtian's foresight. That was because the middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and extraordinary temperament was Yan Hailong, who had fought with him 2 years ago. Yan Hailong's strength and cultivation base were on par with him. Currently, Yan Hailong was no longer a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, but a peak half-step essence gathering stage warrior. Fortunately, with the help of the celestial sphere pill, blood crystal, and blood core that Chu Zhongtian had gifted him, he had broken through to the essence gathering stage, and had also used the 6th grade middle rank spirit stone to consolidate his cultivation. Otherwise, when facing the half-step essence gathering stage Yan Hailong, he could only ask Chu Tianyun to lead the younger generation to escape, because he wanted to preserve the bloodline of the Chu family. It wasn't just Yan Hailong who attracted Chu Zhengshuan's attention. Standing on both sides of him, a man and a woman of the same age also attracted Chu Zhengshuan's attention. This was because both of them were 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period stage warriors. Mr. Chu, long time no see. When Chu Zhengxian noticed Yan Hailong also saw Chu Zhengxian, who was standing on the towering building. Yan Hailong had a deep impression of the battle 2 years ago. He admired Chu Zhengshuan's strength from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't pay attention to Qi Yalong, who was standing beside him. He took the initiative to greet him. However, when he found out that he couldn't really sense Chu Zhengshuan's cultivation, a bad feeling flashed through his heart. However, when he thought of Chu Zhengshuan's cultivation talent, that ominous thought quietly disappeared. The Yen country and the Qi country are the bordering kingdoms. The relationship between the Chu family and the royal family of the Yen country has always been very harmonious. Why are you interfering with the internal affairs of our kingdom? Looking at Yan Hailong, who took the initiative to greet him, Chu Zhengxian couldn't help but ask angrily, "Mr. Chu, you and I are both smart people. The Qi country is controlled by the Qis. It is beneficial to the Yen country's interests." Facing Chu Zhengshuan's question, Yan Hailong explained with a complicated expression. Originally, according to Yan Hailong's thoughts, the Yen country could intervene in the chaos in the Qi country for their own benefits. But the one who would help them should be the Chu family. After all, the Chu family had Chu Zhengxian, who was on par with him, and Chu Zhongtian was a disciple of a sect with a bright future ahead of him. Helping the Chu family would not only reduce the loss of the Yen country, but also gain the friendship of the Chu family. However, after the king and the prime minister of the Yen country had introduced the advantages and disadvantages of helping the two parties, he finally decided to help the royal family of Qi country. You are right. Each side serves their own master. Chu Zhengxian nodded at Yan Hailong's explanation. After that, he looked at the man and woman beside Yan Hailong and asked with a puzzled expression, "Yan, who are the 2 experts beside you?" Because Yen country was located in the north and controlled the resources of a country, the overall strength of Yen country was far stronger than Qi country. However, the number of Qi transforming period stage experts in the Yen country was at most 5 or 6 more than the number in the Qi country. The prerequisite was that there were 5 or 6 more master of the Qi transforming period, and most of them were Qi transforming period beginner level warriors. After all, it was difficult to cultivate Qi transforming period intermediate or advanced warriors with just resources. It required a warrior's own cultivation talent, potential, comprehension, and perseverance. Therefore, Chu Zhengxian guessed that the 2 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warriors behind Yan Hailong might not be members of the royal family of Yen country. They might be experts from other forces or kingdoms. "Mr. Chu, let me introduce you. Yan Hailong was not surprised that Chu Jingshuan's attention was on them. He turned around and pointed at the couple behind him and introduced them. "This is my sworn brother. His name is Zhang Ili. He was a rogue cultivator. His cultivation base has already reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period peak. This is my sister-in-law, Zhang Ili's beloved wife. She was also a rogue cultivator. Her cultivation base has also reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period stage. Zhang Ili." Upon hearing Yan Hailong's introduction, the first thought that flashed across Chu Jingshuan's mind was that this expert called Zhang Ili was definitely not the rogue cultivator he had just introduced. It was very likely that he came from the royal family of the state of Zheng, which had a relationship with the Yan country. What? There are 2 more 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period experts in the 3 great families. When Yan Hailong introduced Zhang Ili and his wife, he did not lower his voice. Instead, he used his half-step essence gathering stage cultivation base to transmit his voice to every corner of both sides, allowing each of them to hear him clearly. 3 great families. Over 10,000 warriors from the 8 layers of Lu City had joined forces. When they heard Yan Hailong's introduction, each of their hearts was filled with joy, as if they were about to break through the defense line of Chu family and slaughter their way into the encampment of Chu family. On the side of Chu family, not only did the warriors from the subsidiary powers want to retreat, even the elders of the direct line were secretly preparing themselves. When the situation turned bad, they wanted to escape from the battlefield with their families. Chu Xianxia could clearly see the changes in the mentality of both sides. However, he didn't reveal his essence gathering stage cultivation base to stimulate the fighting spirit of his side. Nor did he berate Yan Hailong for what he had just done. He just stared at his opponent coldly. "Mr. Chu, a month ago, I was lucky enough to break through to the half-step essence gathering stage. I just barely managed to become one of the top warriors in the southern domain. I wonder what kind of stage has Mr. Chu's current cultivation base reached?" It was as if he felt that the shock brought by 2 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warriors wasn't enough to shock his opponent. Yan Hailong continued to display his powerful strength. As Yan Hailong said that he had already reached the half-step essence gathering stage, the tens of thousands of warriors from the 3 great families and the 8 layers of Lu City saw the light of victory. It was as if they only needed to rob the wealth of the Chu family. Faced with Yan Hailong using Master of the Qi transforming period to attack the morale of his side, Chu Xianxia didn't show any signs of getting angry for a long time. Chu Xianxia turned around and said loudly to the more than 30 elders of towering building and the tens of thousands of warriors guarding the line of defense. Among the 3 experts that appeared just now, one of them is Yan Hailong from the royal family of Yan country. The other 2 are probably experts from the royal family of Zheng country, plus the 3 high rank of the Qi transforming period experts from 3 great families. Currently, the opponent has 6 high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors. I know that some of you are thinking of retreating. You want to leave the defensive line and leave the Chu family. If I force you to fight the experts of the 3 great families, it's obvious that I'm sending you to your deaths. At the same time, it also shows that I'm cold-blooded. So, I've decided to give you one last chance. If you want to leave the Chu family, you can leave the defensive line immediately. I won't be angry, nor will I take revenge on you. After Chu Xianxia gave the order to absolve them, there were nearly 2,000 warriors from the 5th or 10th layer of subsidiary powers. Over 1,000 warriors from the 20 branches of the subsidiary forces left the defensive line one after another. They fled towards the west and east. The pardon just now is the same for the direct descendants. You can leave the Chu family now, and I won't take revenge on you either, Chu Xianxia advised when he saw that the direct bloodline elders and disciples didn't move at all. After receiving Chu Jingshuan's promise, 5th elder and 11th elder looked at each other. After that, they cupped their fists at Chu Xianxia, Chu Tianyun, and Grand Elder. Then they ran down the towering building. They left the defensive line with their forces. Seeing that the defensive line had been reduced by half, Chu Xianxia still didn't show any signs of anger. He once again issued a pardon order. I will give you 1 more minute to leave. 1 minute later, if there are any warriors who dare to leave the defense line again, I'll immediately arrange for Qi transforming period elders to hunt them down. After Chu Xianxian issued a threatening order, within 1 minute, another few hundred warriors chose to leave the defense line. At this moment, less than half of the remaining warriors were left on the defense line. Very good. The remaining clansmen and martial practitioners of the subsidiary forces. All of you will be witnesses to the true rise of our Chu family. Looking at the remaining warriors, they all showed an attitude of not fearing death. A satisfied smile emerged on Chu Zhengshuan's face. Chu Zhengshuan's actions not only confused the people of Chu family, but also Yan Hailong and Qi Yalong. The experts of his side had escaped from the battlefield. Regarding the strength and morale of his side, it would also have a serious impact on their strength and morale. How could they still have a happy smile on their face? Chu Zhengxian turned around and looked straight at Yan Hailong. With a sarcastic tone, he said, "Yan, you just asked me, what kind of stage have I reached?" Chu Zhengshuan's sarcastic tone and the confidence he was emitting made Yan Hailong think of a possibility. Therefore, he pointed at Chu Zhengxian with a shocked expression and said in a flattering tone, "Could it be you? You are right. I am not a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period now. It's not a half-step essence gathering stage, but an essence gathering stage." After revealing his true cultivation base, Chu Zhengxian unleashed an energy that stirred the surrounding environment. In the face of Chu Zhengshuan's powerful energy, no matter if it was the 3 Qi transforming period perfection Qi Yalong, the Zheng couple, or the half-step essence gathering stage Yan Hailong, they were all forced to take a few steps back by Chu Zhengshuan's energy. Originally, because there were 3 more master of the Qi transforming period and 3 great families on his side, after Chu Zhengxian revealed his essence gathering stage cultivation base, tens of thousands of warriors from the 8 layers of Lu City joined forces. Their excited expressions disappeared in an instant. Some of the warriors from the subsidiary powers, just like the warriors from the Chu family, had already decided to leave quietly. After Chu Zhengxian had revealed his essence gathering stage cultivation base, the weaker warriors of the Chu family were instantly swept away. Their determination to face death was even firmer. As for those warriors of the Chu family who had broken away from the defensive line, especially 5th Elder and 11th Elder, who were the direct descendants of the Chu family, when they saw the essence gathering stage cultivation base of Chu Zhengxian, their faces were filled with regret. However, they didn't stop in their tracks, because they knew that Chu Zhengxian, who had grown up during the slaughter, was a cruel and merciless man who would keep his word. If they saw the hope of Chu family's victory and wanted to return, Chu Zhengxian would definitely kill them. "Mr. Chu, you are truly a disciple of a sect. Under the influence of your own talent, you are still able to break through to the essence gathering stage. I sincerely admire you." After Chu Zhengxian withdrew his qi, Yan Hailong took a few steps forward and looked at Chu Zhengxian with a complicated expression. His tone was filled with regret. "Yan, the Chu family has a good relationship with the Wangs of the Yan country. I don't want to attack your Yan country, so you should leave now. I promise I won't pursue this matter any further." Looking at Yan Hailong's softened attitude, Chu Zhengxian said generously. Chu Zhengxian retracted his essence-gathering stage qi. With a gentle expression, he said to Yan Hailong, "Yan, you can take the Zheng couple and leave. I swear on the heavenly Tao that I will never pursue today's matter." Chu Zhengxian was an essence-gathering stage. The 6 high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors in front of him were no match for him, but he didn't want to kill Yan Hailong, because if he destroyed the 3 great families and the 8 layers of power in Lu City, the overall strength of Qi country would drop by nearly 60 to 70%. Therefore, the Qi country would need a long period of time to recuperate. Besides having more Qi transforming period warriors in the Yan country, the overall strength of the Yan country was far greater than the Qi country. Chu Zhengxian didn't want to cause the Yan country royal family to take revenge for killing Yan Hailong, so he chose to attack the Qi country, which needed to rest and recuperate. "Mr. Chu, thank you for your kindness." Yan Hailong shook his head. After rejecting Chu Zhengshuan's good intentions, he said, "Unfortunately, it's too late. For the benefits of the Yan country, as a member of the royal family, I have to take action. If that is the case, Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Zhengxian looked at Yan Hailong, who was unrepentant, and dispelled the idea of persuading Yan Hailong to leave. Chu Zhengxian took out a peak low-grade spirit blade and flew up from the towering building towards Yan Hailong and the other 6 high-rank of the Qi transforming period opponents. Chu Tianyun saw that Chu Zhengxian was the first to attack. He turned to the other 4 Qi transforming period elders and ordered them loudly, "Follow me and kill the enemy high rank of the body refining period enemies." Chu Zhengxian, who had reached the essence gathering stage, held back all the Qi transforming period warriors. After that, Chu Tianyun and the other 5 Qi transforming period beginner-level warriors would slaughter all of the enemy's high rank of the body refining period warriors to their heart's content. This was the plan that Chu Zhongtian had discussed with them before the battle started. By doing this, they could end the war and reduce the number of casualties in the Chu family. It would be beneficial for the Chu family to take control of the Qi country after the war ended. Attack! Yan Hailong looked at Chu Zhengxian, who was flying over quickly. He ordered Zheng Yili and his wife, as well as Qi Yalong, who were behind him. After that, the 4 of them took out 4 jade pendants that emitted spiritual pressure at the same time. The 4 jade pendants had the same style, but the carvings on them were different. The jade pendant in Yan Hailong's hand was carved with a majestic azure dragon. The jade pendant in Zhang Yili's hand was carved with a black tortoise with a turtle shell on its back. The jade pendant in Zhang Yili's wife's hand was carved with a lifelike vermilion bird. The jade pendant in Qi Yalong's hand was carved with a white tiger that emitted a strong killing intent. When Chu Zhengxian flew down from the towering building and was less than 100 meters away from Yan Hailong and the others, Yan Hailong nodded at the other 3 people. After that, Zhang Yili, his wife, and Qi Yalong stood apart. 4 dimensions formation. When the 4 of them stood at their designated positions, Yan Hailong shouted and activated the formation. The 4 of them then transferred all their vital spirit into the jade pendant. After Yan Hailong instilled the half-step essence gathering stage vital spirit into the jade pendant in his hand, the jade pendant instantly turned into a huge green dragon that was about 100 meters long. The huge green dragon roared at Chu Zhengxian, who was rushing towards them at high speed. After that, it carried Yan Hailong on its back and flew towards the east. Zhang Yili instilled the 10th level of Qi Transformation Perfection Vital Spirit into the jade pendant in his hand. After that, the jade pendant turned into a huge yellow-black tortoise that was about 100 meters long. The yellow-black tortoise roared at Chu Zhengxian, who was rushing towards it. After that, it let Zhang Yili jump onto its turtle shell. It moved its 4 short legs and ran towards the north. After Zhang Yili's wife instilled the 10th layer Great Perfection of the Qi Transforming Period Vital Spirit into the jade pendant in her hand, the jade pendant turned into a huge red vermilion bird that was more than 10 meters tall. The red vermilion bird cried out towards Chu Zhengxian, who was rushing towards it. It carried Zhang Yili's wife and flew towards the south. After Qi Yalong instilled the 10th layer Great Perfection of the Qi Transforming Period Vital Spirit into the jade pendant in his hand, the jade pendant turned into a huge white tiger that was dozens of meters long. The white tiger also roared at Chu Zhongtian, who was rushing towards it. Its thick tail rolled Qi Yalong onto its back. It started running towards the west with its 4 hooves. The 4 jade pendants were transformed in a very short period of time. In just 3 seconds, the azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird and white tiger had already occupied the 4 directions of the north, south, east and west, surrounding the rapidly approaching Chu Zhengxian in the middle. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky above the battlefield, an old man with an illusory body and wearing a yellow robe was sitting cross-legged on a cloud. Looking at the Chu family, who was in a disadvantageous position, the yellow-robed old man had an indifferent expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the location to be so remote, and the spiritual Qi to be in such a small kingdom. There was actually someone who could break through to the essence gathering stage. Looks like Chu's elders' comprehension and perseverance are quite outstanding." If Chu Zhongtian heard the yellow-robed elder's voice at this moment, he would certainly be pleasantly surprised. This was because this elder, who had a slightly illusory body and was wearing a yellow robe, was Elder Huang, who had been separated from him for a long time. Elder Huang had absorbed the Yuan-Yin physique of more than 10 young men. They could allow him to appear outside with the body of the divine soul for a period of time. After that, he slowly came to the Qi country. When he found out that the turmoil in Qi country was related to the Chu family where Chu Zhongtian was born, he had been hiding in the void. He wanted to help them when the Chu family was in danger so that they wouldn't be killed. Although the three great families' allied army had 6 high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors, they were no match for Chu Zhongxian. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to help them. He sat on the cloud with his legs crossed. However, when Yan Hailong and the others used the 4 jade pendants, Elder Huang, who had been relaxed all this while, suddenly stood up. His expression was filled with shock, and he said in disbelief, "How could they possibly have the 4 images divine beast formations array flag?" The powerful divine sense passed through the void and landed on the bodies of the 4 divine beasts. After examining the divine sense, Elder Huang's originally shocked expression returned to calm. His tone was relaxed as he said to himself, "So it's just an imitation 4 images divine beast formation. It gave me a scare." After that, Elder Huang saw Chu Zhongxian, who was trapped in the 4 images divine beast formation. He said worriedly, "Chu Zhongxian is a top essence gathering stage warrior. Although it was only a fake 4 images divine beast formation, the activation of 4 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period vital spirit was enough to trap Chu Zhongxian. Looks like Chu family is in danger." Therefore, Elder Huang didn't stay in the sky any longer. Instead, he descended a certain distance to make it easier for him to help them when the Chu family was in real danger. It was just as Elder Huang had guessed. Chu Zhongxian, who was surrounded by Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird, quickly felt that he had fallen into a trap formation. His eyes were filled with constantly attacking Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. He was unable to calm down and search for an exit. When he wanted to break out of the encirclement with the strength of an essence gathering stage, a huge turtle shell blocked his path. It made it impossible for him to leave. In front of the Chu family's defense line in Qi country. "Mr. Chu, this formation is still the national treasure of the Yen country that has been passed down for thousands of years. It was casted by 4 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warriors at the same time. It was enough to trap an essence gathering stage advanced warrior. So, don't even think about leaving this formation." Yan Hailong looked at Chu Zhongxian, who was trying his best to break through the formation. He sat on the back of the Azure Dragon and signaled Zhang Ili, who had mastered the Black Tortoise Jade Pendant, to stop Chu Zhongtian. "That's right. The power of this formation is very powerful. Can really trap me. But the 4 of you won't be able to kill me." Through the impact just now, as well as the fact that Yan Hailong and the others had already retreated from the attack, Chu Zhongxian knew that they couldn't do anything to him for the time being. However, the connection between the Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger, which had the strongest defense in the world, let him know that it was impossible for him to break out of the formation within a short period of time. Therefore, he stopped attacking and stopped wasting the vital spirit. "Mr. Chu, your speculation just now was correct. At this moment, all of our strength is focused on the formation, and we can only trap you temporarily. We can't kill you." Yan Hailong didn't refute Chu Jingxuan's confident speculation. Instead, he nodded and admitted it. However, he told him his method. However, after Mr. Lu and Brother Wang killed all the master of the Qi transforming period from the Chu family, their combined power from the formation was enough to grind all the vital spirit in your dantian. In the end, you can only surrender without putting up a fight. "How dare you!" When Chu Zhongxian heard that Lu Yuhai and Wang Dafeng were going to kill Chu Tianyun and the others, he immediately became anxious. Chu Tianyun was only at the 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period, while Lu Yuhai and Wang Dafeng were both at the high rank of the Qi transforming period. He couldn't withstand their attacks at all. If the other 4 Qi transforming period elders were killed, although Chu Zhongxian would feel heartache, he wouldn't lose his mind. However, Chu Tianyun wasn't an ordinary master of the Qi transforming period. He was the patriarch of Chu family, the spiritual pillar of Chu family. If he was killed, the entire family and subsidiary powers would collapse immediately. The entire defensive line would be breached soon. Therefore, nothing must happen to Chu Tianyun. He looked at the 4 different colors of power surrounding him. With his current strength, he was unable to attack the formation's defense. Gritting his teeth, he took out a blood-red pill from his storage bag. When Yan Hailong and the others saw the red pill Chu Xiangxian took out, their expressions changed. The energy that they used to control the formation paused for a moment. This was because the red pill Chu Xiangxian took out just now was called the God-Fiend Disintegration Pill. It was a pill that was specially concocted by someone from the Demon Dao to put their lives on the line. According to the grade of the pill, it could increase a martial artist's strength by different levels. According to the size of the pill Chu Xiangxian took out just now and the smell of blood that it emitted, the grade of this pill was at least at the upper rank 8th grade. A upper rank 8th grade God-Fiend Disintegration Pill could increase a warrior's strength by at least 7 minor stage. In other words, after Chu Xiangxian, who was at the first level of the essence gathering stage, consumed this upper rank 8th grade God-Fiend Disintegration Pill, his cultivation base would directly rise to the 7th level of the essence gathering stage. If Chu Xiangxian didn't care about his own life or death and stimulated his potential, his cultivation base might very well reach the 9th level of the essence gathering stage. Of course, the side effects of consuming the God-Fiend Disintegration Pill were quite serious. After the medicinal effects were consumed, not only would the meridian and dantian be crushed, the lifespan of the consumer would also be reduced by 2/3. With Chu Zhengshuan's cultivation and lifespan, the moment the medicinal effect of the God-Fiend Disintegration Pill disappeared would be the moment he died. Yan Hailong looked at Chu Xiangxian, who was planning to eat the God-Fiend Disintegration Pill and fight with his life on the line, and was very serious. When he said that the 4 images Divine Beast formation could trap an essence gathering stage advanced warrior, there was actually a part of it that he was bragging about. The 4 images Divine Beast formation that the 4 of them used could only trap a peak essence gathering stage 7th level warrior at most, and it would definitely not be able to control an essence gathering stage 9th level warrior. Let's fight with our lives on the line. Looking at Chu Xiangxian, who was about to consume the God-Fiend Disintegration Pill, Yan Hailong shouted at the other 3 people. After that, each of them took out a pill that could stimulate potential and increase strength but had side effects. Just as Chu Xiangxian was about to consume the pill, a deafening howl came from outside the formation. When the Qi refining stage warriors heard the howl, they felt dizzy. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground. When the body refining stage warriors heard the howl, the blood and Qi in their bodies boiled. They were temporarily unable to control the spiritual power in the dantian. Only a Qi transforming period stage warrior would not be affected by the howl. Only they could shift their gaze and look at the blue shadow that was charging towards them like a bolt of lightning. Hearing the deafening whistling sound coming from outside the formation, Chu Xiangxian, who had already brought the God-Fiend Disintegration Pill to his mouth, suddenly stopped what he was doing. Then, he put away the medicinal pill and looked at Yan Hailong and the others with a relaxed expression. Seeing Chu Xiangxian suddenly stop fighting, Yan Hailong and the others could guess that master of the Qi transforming period, who was rushing over, was definitely an external helper invited by the Chu family. However, from the whistling sound just now, the strength of this external helper was at most at the 7th layer of the Qi refining period. With this kind of strength, how could he deal with Lu Yuxi, who was at the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak, and Wang Dafeng, who was at the 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak? Looking at Yan Hailong and the others who were looking at him with uncertain expressions, Chu Xiangxian sneered in his heart. The difference between a rogue cultivator and a sect disciple was that a rogue cultivator's cultivation base and strength were basically proportionate. In other words, the cultivation level of a rogue cultivator was the stage. However, most of the disciples who had been tempered by the sect were geniuses who could jump ranks and challenge others. They could ignore their own cultivation base and possess the strength to surpass their own stage. Chu Zhongtian was an expert who could jump ranks to challenge experts, a genius amongst geniuses. This was because ever since he broke through to the Qi refining stage, he had been able to maintain the combat strength of 3 minor stage warriors. After breaking through to the body refining stage with the help of the sect, he had the combat strength of 4 to 5 minor stage warriors. Therefore, although he had just broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period, His true strength was no weaker than an ordinary 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warrior. A deafening howl not only stopped Chu Zhengxian from fighting with all his might, it also scared Elder Huang, who was trying to help him from thousands of meters above the battlefield. Elder Huang, who had stayed in Chu Zhongtian's mind for a while, was very familiar with Chu Zhongtian's voice. The howl just now was obviously from Chu Zhongtian, whom he had missed for a long time. However, when they parted in Purgatory City, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was merely at the 4th layer peak of the body refining period. However, the howl just now was obviously from someone who had reached the 7th layer of the Qi refining period stage. This made Elder Huang, who had only been separated for 5 months, find it hard to accept this result. Chu family, Jingya Pavilion, Cultivation Chamber. Time returned to 3 hours ago, when Chu Tianyun brought the Chu family's experts to fight the 3 great families' allied forces. Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the Cultivation Chamber's spirit-gathering formation, began his 3rd attempt to break through the bottleneck with the help of the upper-rank 8th grade fire pill. The reason why it was the 3rd time was because the first 2 attempts did not cause any waves. It had only been a month and a half since he broke through to the Qi transforming period and advanced to the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period. In just a month and a half, his cultivation base had directly increased by 6 minor stage, and it had already consumed all of his profound accumulation. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to break through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period with just his own understanding. It was also because of this reason that he wanted to borrow the special energy contained within the upper-rank 8th grade fire pill to help him break through the bottleneck. However, his accumulation had been completely exhausted, and he didn't have a single shred of understanding towards the 7th layer of the Qi refining period. Even with the help of the upper-rank 8th grade fire pill, his chances of breaking through the bottleneck were pitifully low. When Chu Tianyun and the others left the Chu family, it was also the time for him to consume the 3rd fire pill. It was also the last fire pill that he had copied and pasted, and he wanted to try his last breakthrough. Although he had mustered up all of his energy, his shallow understanding still caused his 3rd attempt to break through the bottleneck to fail. Since he couldn't break through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period with the help of the 3 fire pill, Chu Zhongtian didn't insist on breaking through. Furthermore, if he continued to forcefully break through the bottleneck with the help of the fire pill, it would definitely damage his deep foundation. This was something he absolutely didn't want to see. Since he couldn't break through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period, Chu Zhongtian could only get up and leave the secret chamber. Besides, he had already decided in his heart that if he couldn't defeat and kill Wang Dafeng, who was an 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak, and Lu Yushi, who was a 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak, with his 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period cultivation base, then he would use the trump card Zhao Enjuan had left him. After all, the Chu family was the cornerstone of his wish. He absolutely couldn't let the Chu family be destroyed by the 3 great families' alliance. After leaving the secret chamber, Chu Zhongtian looked at the rising sun in the morning. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he felt the light and temperature of the sun. Fire was one of the 5 elements. It was one of the most violent elements of attack. The characteristic of fire was that it was violent and destructive. It was ruthless and cruel, and it contained heat and passion. Just as Chu Zhongtian stared at the sun and fell into deep thought, a crying bird flew in front of him and caught his attention. Chu Zhongtian looked at the flying bird and saw it flapping its wings. He looked at the chirping of the bird and subconsciously merged his thoughts into the attribute vital spirit. 10 minutes later, a small bird formed by the attribute of the vital spirit slowly took shape on his right palm. The shape of the small bird looked exactly the same as the small bird that flew past him just now. The only difference was that the small bird on Chu Zhongtian's palm lacked a trace of spirituality and gave people a feeling that it was dead. This won't do. My consciousness can't merge with the vital spirit's attributes, and my consciousness can't control the transformation. Chu Zhongtian woke up from his deep thoughts. He looked at the motionless little bird in his hand and secretly shook his head. After that, he dispersed the little bird that was transformed from the vital spirit's attributes and sank into deep thought. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who looked like he was performing a magic trick, Chief Guard, who was guarding Jingya Pavilion, quietly stepped back a distance, afraid of disturbing young patriarch, who was deep in thought. Over the next 2 hours, on Chu Zhongtian's right palm in the courtyard, small birds appeared from time to time. Every time a small bird appeared, it would have a trace of spirituality compared to the small bird that appeared just now. After 2 hours, Chu Zhongtian experimented more than a dozen times. The small bird on his right hand's palm chirped a few times. It flew up from his palm and stood side by side with the little bird that had flown past him and landed in the garden. The little bird landed on a tree branch and was combing its feathers. When it saw that its own kind had suddenly appeared in front of it, the real little bird couldn't help but greet the little bird that had transformed from the vital spirit. The little bird that was about to respond to the understanding suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of energy that returned to Chu Zhongtian's body. The real little bird was so frightened by the sudden explosion that it flapped its wings and fled the Jingya pavilion with all its might. Looking at the little bird that had left the Jingya pavilion, Chu Zhongtian smiled and returned to his secret cultivation room. After returning to his secret cultivation room, he took out all the level 5 and 6th grade intermediate spirit stones. Then, he set up the spirit gathering formation as fast as he could. After that, he used all the spiritual power in the spirit stones to break through the bottleneck of the 7th layer of the qi refining period. While circulating the Taishan heart meridian cultivation method and absorbing the spiritual qi, he recalled Zhao Enjuan's teachings in his mind. The 1st to the 3rd layer qi transforming period is the process of refining the spiritual qi and transforming it into a vital spirit. It is the process of filling the dantian with vital spirit. The 6th to 6th levels of qi transforming period 4th layer is the process of comprehending the profound mysteries contained within the attribute energy. A martial artist with an innate talent can use this profound mystery to grasp the attribute form. The 9th level of the 7th layer of the qi refining period is the process of mastering the profound mysteries contained within the power of the attribute. A martial artist with a cultivation base at the peak of the heaven realm can use this profound mystery to fuse his spirit, qi and energy into the attribute form. Increase the power of the attribute form. As he recalled the teachings of his teacher, Chu Zhongtian realized that the reason why he was unable to break through to the 7th layer of the qi refining period was because he was unable to make his consciousness fuse with the vital spirit. At this moment, with the help of the little bird's consciousness, after his consciousness merged with the vital spirit's attributes, he finally understood the bottleneck of the 7th layer of the qi refining period. Although the Chu family was currently being slaughtered by the experts of the 3 great families, the opportunity to break through was hard to come by. Therefore, he had to seize this opportunity to break through to the 7th layer of the qi refining period. Only in this way could he have the ability to change the course of a war. 40 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian stood up and left the secret chamber. He unleashed the advanced movement technique that had broken through to the peak stage and rushed towards the defensive line of the Chu family with all his strength. Now that he had gained enlightenment, he naturally broke through the bottleneck. At the same time, because of his precise control over his force, he broke through the stage at the same time. He directly consolidated his cultivation base after the breakthrough, which was why he was able to finish his cultivation in such a short period of time. The speed of the advanced movement technique at the peak of the mountain was almost as fast as the speed of the wind, but when he thought of the massacre that Chu family might face at this moment, he felt that his speed was still slow. Therefore, while Chu Zhongtian was rushing, he continued to comprehend the characteristics of the wind element, hoping to increase his speed. With the help of the wind attribute, although Chu Zhongtian's movement technique hadn't broken through to the profound grade, his speed had increased by a few points. This allowed him to get closer to the defensive line of the Chu family. 20 minutes later, the defensive line that was hundreds of miles away from the encampment of Chu family entered Chu Zhongtian's eyes. However, when he saw Chu Xianxia, who was trapped by the 4 divine beasts, and Chu Tianyun, who was about to be killed by Lu Yushi's spiritual stick, he shouted anxiously. At the same time, he activated the vital spirit's attribute and transformed it into a red dragon that was about 20 meters long. He used the vital spirit's attribute and the dragon's own characteristics to transform the red dragon into a red dragon that rushed towards Chu Tianyun at lightning speed. The red dragon that could fly in a straight line was abnormally fast. Just as Lu Yushi's spiritual stick smashed into Chu Tianyun's head, the giant red dragon directly knocked away the metal rod of a low-grade spirit artifact. The explosive sound of the attribute energy and the spiritual stick colliding echoed throughout the entire war. Both parties who were fighting couldn't help but stop their attacks. They looked at the source of the explosion at the same time. Yuping, was the one who saved my father just now Chu Zhongtian? Chu Zhongba looked at Chu Zhongtian who had suddenly appeared. He asked Chu Yuping in disbelief. When Chu Tianyun was attacked by Lu Yushi, Chu Zhongba saw it clearly. He knew that the old man with slightly pale hair was a high rank of the Qi transforming period warrior. His father was no match for the old man. However, Chu Zhongba was just a puny 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period warrior. He could only watch helplessly as his father fell into a crisis. He didn't have the ability to help his father. This helpless feeling almost made him go crazy. Originally, he thought that his father was about to die in his opponent's spiritual stick, but a huge red dragon suddenly appeared and knocked the spiritual stick away. This saved his father. After the huge red dragon disappeared, he looked at the figure that he missed every day by his father's side. He felt as if he was dreaming. It's probably young patriarch. Chu Yuping answered Chu Zhongba's question with uncertainty. Although the young man who appeared in front of the patriarch looked very similar to Chu Zhongtian, the young man was able to easily defeat the spiritual stick in the hands of a high rank of the Qi transforming period warrior. This made Chu Yuping not dare confirm that the young man was Chu Zhongtian. After all, Chu Zhongtian, who had left the Chu family, was only a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period warrior. He didn't believe that Chu Zhongtian would be able to break through 2 great stage and 17 minor stage warriors in just 8 months. I can recognize Tian with just a glance. The young man who appeared in front of the patriarch must be Chu Zhongtian. Chu Ying, who had been following Chu Yuping closely, immediately retorted with disdain when she heard Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping's uncertain tone. Chu Ying, no matter if that young man is young patriarch or not, you must pay attention to your tone and attitude. Chu Yuping could not help but scold Chu Ying. I know. You don't have to be angry. Chu Ying saw that Chu Yuping was really angry and quickly lowered her head to admit her mistake. As the red dragon was temporarily formed by Chu Zhongtian using the vital spirit's attribute, it only contained 60% of his vital spirit. At the same time, the iron rod Lu Yushi used was still a low-grade spirit artifact spiritual stick. Thus, the red dragon that knocked away the spiritual stick directly shattered into a ball of vital spirit energy and finally dissipated into the void. However, during the time the red dragon knocked away the spiritual stick, Chu Zhongtian, who was like a bolt of lightning, appeared beside Chu Tianyun in time. Patriarch, are you all right? Although the red dragon had used its attribute power to send the spiritual stick flying. However, Lu Yushi's 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak power and the spirit weapon spiritual power had caused Chu Tianyun to suffer some injuries. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian quickly took out an upper-rank 8th grade healing pill and fed it to Lu Yushi. Tian, you don't have to worry about me for now. Quickly go and save third uncle. Chu Tianyun, who was using the upper-rank 8th grade healing pill to quickly stabilize his injuries, quickly signaled Chu Zhongtian to save Chu Xianxia. Chu Xianxia was not only a top essence gathering stage expert, but also the spiritual symbol of Chu family. His safety was also higher than anything else. Who are you? Lu Yushi looked at Chu Zhongtian who suddenly appeared beside Chu Tianyun, and he even used the vital spirit's attribute to transform into a huge red dragon to knock the spiritual stick away. Lu Yushi asked with a serious expression. Lu Yushi faced the 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period Chu Tianyun. Although he didn't use all of his strength in the attack just now, he had at least used the strength of the 7th level. The strength of a 7th level warrior was close to an 8th layer of the Qi transforming period peak warrior. Adding the enhancement of the spirit weapon, Lu Yushi's attack just now was close to a 9th layer of the Qi transforming period warrior. However, this young man who suddenly appeared in front of him was able to send the spiritual stick, which contained the strength of a 7th level warrior, flying away with just the strength of an early 7th layer of the Qi refining period warrior. This caused Lu Yushi to have doubts in his heart, and doubt the young man who came to help. It was very likely that he was a genius disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, the senior brother of Chu Zhongtian, the pearl of the Chu family. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't pay any attention to Lu Yuxi's question. His attention was now focused on the trapped Chu Zhongxian. Chu Zhongtian frowned when he saw Chu Zhongxian being surrounded by 4 divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, because he didn't know how to save Chu Zhongxian. Kid, your elder is a peak essence gathering stage warrior. The 4 images divine beast formation can only trap him temporarily, but it can't kill him. So, what you need to do now is to kill all the high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors outside of the formation. Resolve the crisis in your family, and then follow my instructions. Break this imitation 4 images divine beast formation. Just as Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to save Chu Zhongxian, a voice that he had been very concerned about suddenly rang out in his mind. Elder Huang, when did you come back to my mind? Chu Zhongtian asked excitedly when he heard Elder Huang's familiar voice. At this critical moment, Elder Huang had returned. This had filled Chu Zhongtian with confidence that he could defeat everything. 5. Chu, I just entered your mind, but now is not the time to chit-chat. You should hurry up and eliminate these 2 ordinary high rank of the Qi transforming period opponents. In the face of Chu Zhongtian's pleasant question, as well as the joy that rose in his heart, although Elder Huang also had a lot of things he wanted to say, considering the current situation, he temporarily suppressed his desire for knowledge and signaled Chu Zhongtian to solve the crisis in front of him first. My name is Chu Zhongtian. I am a disciple of the Chu family's younger generation, and I am also the heir of the Chu family. Elder Huang's reminder was right. After Chu Zhongtian finished dealing with the crisis in front of him, he had plenty of time to reminisce with Elder Huang. Chu Zhongtian temporarily suppressed his desire to talk to Elder Huang about the past. He looked up at Lu Yuxi and answered his question with a very serious attitude. My name is Chu Zhongtian. I am a disciple of the Chu family's younger generation, and I am also the new young patriarch of Chu family. You are probably the only Qi transforming period warrior in Lu family, Lu Yuxi. This old man was at the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. Without much guessing, he knew that this old man must be the Qi transforming period warrior of Lu family, Lu Yuxi. And this old man, who had killed 2 Qi transforming period elders of the Chu family and rushed to Lu Yuxi's side, must be the Qi transforming period warrior of the Wang family, Wang Dafeng. Impossible. You are lying. You can't be Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian answered seriously, but what he got in return was a loud retort from Lu Yuxi. In fact, Lu Yuxi could not be blamed for not believing it, nor could he be blamed for not believing it. According to seniority, Chu Zhongtian was his grandson. Furthermore, Lu Yuxi had a very deep impression of Chu Zhongtian's deeds. This was because the most talented and powerful young generation of Lu family was Lu Yongjun, the one who led the young generation of Qi country. He was defeated by Chu Zhongtian. In the end, Lu Yongjun had no choice but to leave his family and search for ways to break through and improve his strength. As his grandson, although Chu Zhongtian had become a disciple of Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 major powers, it had only been 8 months. His cultivation base was at most at the body refining stage intermediate. However, this young man in front of him had already reached the 7th layer of the Qi refining period. Therefore, Lu Yuxi would never believe that this young man was Chu Zhongtian. In fact, it was only one of the reasons why he didn't want to believe it. It was his true thoughts that he couldn't believe it. If this young man in front of him was really the Chu Zhongtian of the Chu family's younger generation, then he, who possessed such astonishing talent, would surely be the top genius of the Floating Cloud sect. Floating Cloud sect would certainly give him a lot of treasures that could save his life in the face of such a genius disciple. In other words, even if he and Wang Dafeng could defeat Chu Zhongtian together, it wouldn't be realistic for them to kill him here. If he couldn't kill Chu Zhongtian today and let him escape the battlefield, with his monster-level cultivation speed and the meticulous nurturing of the Floating Cloud sect, he would be able to do so. He was afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to become a peak essence gathering stage expert. After Yan Hailong left the Qi country, no one in the 3 great families would be a match for him. Therefore, Lu Yuxi had some regrets. He regretted joining forces with the royal family to deal with the Chu family. Lu Yuxi did not want to believe it just now, and his rebuttal was too loud and clear. Both sides who had stopped fighting could clearly hear his shout. Chu Zhongtian. The name that Lu Yuxi shouted out made the tens of thousands of martial artists present suck in a breath of cold air at the same time. In the Qi country, Chu Zhongtian's reputation among the younger generation was not any weaker than the patriarch of the four great families. Back then, the challenge between Lu Yongjun and the Yulong Mountain had attracted the attention of almost all warriors of the 7th level and above of the Lu city. They had a deep impression of the person who could exert a mysterious force that could affect the qi of heaven and earth. Later on, Chu Zhongtian passed the 3 rounds of tests and became an official disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 major powers of the southern domain. This had pushed his reputation to the peak. Every family and power would use him as an example when encouraging their juniors. It had been less than 9 months since the decisive battle in Yulong Mountain, and Chu Zhongtian was only an 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak. Now, he had become so powerful that he could fight a high rank of the Qi transforming period warrior. This made the tens of thousands of warriors present feel disbelief. At the same time, his reputation had completely surpassed the 4 great patriarch. He had surpassed the 4 Qi transforming period warriors and had become the person with the highest reputation in Qi country. I told you long ago, he is Chu Zhongtian. When Lu Yuxi doubted that the young man in front of him was not Chu Zhongtian, Chu Ying said to Chu Yuping with a proud expression, "Fine, you are good." Facing Chu Ying's proud expression, Chu Yuping could only helplessly praise her. "No matter what you think, I am Chu Zhongtian." Facing Lu Yuxi's shock and rebuttal that he was unwilling to believe, Chu Zhongtian sneered disdainfully. Then, with a wave of his shoulders, an aura that could cause the world to change color and the surrounding environment to freeze rose rapidly from his body. Originally, it could only affect the range of 10 meters, but now it had expanded to 50 meters. The level of the aura had increased to 5 levels. Zhao Anjuan had carefully guided him to increase the power of his aura to the 3rd layer when he broke through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. Through the control of his body, blood, spiritual power, and natal spirit blade, he had also increased the power of his aura to the 3rd layer. 0. Later on, when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, he used the spiritual power to transform the vital spirit. When the natal spirit blade broke through to the spirit weapon, the power of the force had increased to the 5th level. The force of the 5th level not only affected a wider area, but also controlled everything within the range with greater precision. When Elder Huang saw that Chu Zhongtian's power could affect a range of 50 meters, a shocked expression emerged on his face, and then it turned into a gratified smile. Chu Zhongtian's ridicule woke Lu Yuxi from his shock. At the same time, he also realized that it didn't matter if the young man in front of him was Chu Zhongtian or not. He didn't care whether the young man had a life-saving treasure or not. Since the situation had come to this, there was no point in regretting it now. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to kill the young man in front of him with all his might. As long as he could kill him, the worries he had earlier would naturally disappear. However, just as he was about to ask Wang Dafeng to join forces with him, an aura that could freeze the surrounding environment arose from Chu Zhongtian's body. Next, he discovered that his consciousness and body had been completely frozen by that aura. At this moment, not to mention turning his head to give Wang Dafeng a hint, even waving the spirit weapon in his hand had become extremely difficult for him. Looking at Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng, who had been completely frozen by the momentum, Chu Zhongtian was slightly stunned. Because the force he could control could only be used against opponents with the same level of stage and strength. Initially, he thought that the force he could use would at most limit a portion of Lu Yuxi's speed and strength, making it impossible for him to exert the strength of a 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. However, the reality was that the momentum he used just now had completely controlled Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng's consciousness and body. Chu, you are a genius who can surpass 3 minor stage warriors. Furthermore, your force has broken through to the 5th level, allowing you to control the consciousness and body of all opponents at the same level as you. These two opponents in front of you are relying on the cultivation technique left behind by your ancestors. At the cost of overdrawing their potential, they managed to raise their cultivation base to the high rank of the Qi transforming period. Their true stage is completely different from their true strength. So, of course, you will be able to control their power with absolute control. I see. After listening to Elder Huang's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why he was able to control Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng's consciousness and body. At the same time, the power of the fifth level of force had also made him decide that he would spare some of his energy in the future to cultivate force and try his best to improve it. Since he had used force to completely control the consciousness and body of the two men in front of him, he wouldn't need to spend too much effort to kill them. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian took out the natal spirit blade that he had used to break through to the Qi transforming period and advance to the spirit weapon with the help of the vital spirit. Step by step, he walked in front of Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng. Although your consciousness and body are under my control, what I'm going to say next, you can still hear me. Looking at Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng who were begging with fear on their faces, Chu Zhongtian's expression was calm. He didn't show any sign of soft-heartedness on his face. Among the four big families, the only one who poses a threat to the Chu family is the royal family. Our three great families can totally coexist with each other and develop together. We can push the Qi country to the imperial dynasty together. What a pity! Since you are standing on the wrong team, then you must pay the price of making the wrong choice. He did not use the vital spirit, nor did he use any martial skills or saber technique. With a wave of the natal spirit blade, two heads flew up. Uncle! Second uncle! After Chu Zhongtian chopped off Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng's heads like cutting vegetables, Lu Xiaozong and Wang Hai, who led the troops to attack the Chu family's defense line, couldn't help but shout out loud in grief. Chu Zhongtian's strike just now not only killed their family, but also cut off their family's future. In Qi country, whether or not they could become a top family, the overall strength of the family only accounted for a small part. The most important thing was that a family must have a Qi transforming period warrior. Otherwise, this family would never be able to advance to a top family. Of course, to Lu Xiaozong and Wang Hai, the death of Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng, not only does it mean that their family has turned from a top force to a common force, it also brings about a problem. How were they going to face the four master of the Qi transforming period from the Chu family? Among these four master of the Qi transforming period, there was one expert who could easily kill a high rank of the Qi transforming period. He casually put away the storage bag on Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng's body, as well as the two pieces of spirit weapon that fell to the ground. After that, he retracted the force on his body and faced Chu Tianyun. And the other two Qi transforming period elders ordered, I will break the formation and save third grandpa. All of you, focus on killing the body refining experts from the three great families' alliance. Yes, young patriarch. Chu Zhongtian had just killed Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng with ease. This had caused the two Qi transforming period elders to feel a sense of respect towards Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, they didn't dare to have any objections or considerations when facing Chu Zhongtian's order. Chu Tianyun couldn't help but sigh when he saw the gentle looks of the two elders, who had always maintained the status of Qi transforming period warriors in front of him. Because he knew very well that after the battle just now, Chu Zhongtian's influence in the hearts of the Chu family had completely surpassed his. The position of the successor of the Chu family had firmly belonged to Chu Zhongtian. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to take over the throne of patriarch and become the leader of the Chu family, most of the Chu family's clansmen and elders would probably agree to it. Looking at Chu Zhongtian who was walking towards the formation, Chu Tianyun sighed in his heart. At the same time, he made some adjustments in his heart. What he needed to do next was to help Chu Zhongtian manage the Chu family and develop the Chu family. Once he learned the skill, he would officially become the leader of Chu family. Seeing that the two elders had obeyed Chu Zhongtian's orders and started to take action, using the upper-rank 8th grade healing pill, Chu Tianyun, who had recovered most of his injuries, also took out the only low-grade spirit saber that the Chu family had. He rushed towards the dozens of 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period opponents and Qi Heng, who was surrounded by them. As long as they could kill Qi Heng, this battle would be more than half of their victory. With the interference of 3 Qi transforming period warriors, the remaining disciples of Chu family and the warriors of the subsidiary powers immediately unleashed their energy. Some high rank of the body refining period warriors jumped down from the 3-meter-tall wall. They began to crazily kill the allied forces that had lost their confidence. Elder Huang, how do we break the formation in front of us? Chu Zhongtian saw that the Chu family's people were slowly gaining the upper hand under the lead of 3 Qi transforming period warriors. He felt relieved as he arrived in front of the formation that Chu Xianxia was trapped in. Chu Zhongtian looked at the huge green dragon in the air, the fiery red vermilion bird that kept flapping its wings, the white tiger that was roaring in a low voice, and the black tortoise that was crawling on the ground. He began to ask Elder Huang, who was proficient in the formation in his mind, how to break the formation. Chu, the formation in front of you is called the 4 Images Divine Beast Formation. Among the thousands of formation in the Eternal Continent, its power is ranked 18th. It is definitely one of the top formation that can trap enemies and kill them. What? It is ranked 18th among the thousands of formation. Elder Huang's introduction of the 4 Images Divine Beast Formation in Chu Zhongtian's mind caused him to exclaim in his heart. Chu Zhongtian was only at the 7th layer of the Qi refining period, so it was difficult for him to break through the formation that was ranked 18th among the thousands of formation in front of him. Chu, I just said it's the 4 Images Divine Beast Formation. It's the formation formed by 4 divine beasts. The 4 Images Divine Beast Formation in front of you is just an imitation. The warrior who uses the formation is only at the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period. Compared to the real 4 Images Divine Beast Formation, its power is less than 1 in 10,000. With your current strength and my guidance, you will definitely be able to break this fake 4 Images Divine Beast Formation in front of you. Chu Zhongtian's exclamation just now made Elder Huang realize that his introduction was too general, causing Chu Zhongtian to misunderstand. So he quickly explained. 5. Elder Huang, how should I attack? Elder Huang's detailed explanation made Chu Zhongtian let out a sigh of relief. Since Elder Huang, who had mastered the formation, said that Chu Zhongtian could break the formation in front of him, he was confident that he could break the formation in front of him. Because of Elder Huang's mastery and understanding of the formation, he had already witnessed it in the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless expert in Purgatory City. The 4 Images Divine Beast Formation is composed of 4 rare divine beasts. The huge green dragon that occupied the east side is in charge of the main attack, and the white tiger that occupied the west side is in charge of the main attack. The red vermilion bird in the southern position is in charge of defending, and the yellow-black tortoise in the northern position is in charge of defending. Among the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon that occupied the eastern position is the strongest. It is the most difficult position to break through. Of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger in the west has the most killing intent. It's the most difficult position to break through. Of the 4 divine beasts, the black tortoise occupying the northern position has the strongest defensive ability, and it's also the most difficult position to break through. The only position you can choose to attack and have a chance to break through is the vermilion bird that has the balance of attack and defense in the south. Along with Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian's eyes swept across the 4 divine beasts and the 4 master of the Qi transforming period who were on the back of the 4 divine beasts in the formation. Combined with Elder Huang's explanation and his careful observation, Chu Zhongtian found that the situation of the 4 master of the Qi transforming period in charge of the formation was basically the same as what Elder Huang had explained. The middle-aged man who sat on the back of the azure dragon in the east. He was the strongest among the 4 of them. His cultivation base had reached the half-step essence gathering stage. Chu Zhongtian guessed that this person was most likely the Yan Hailong who had fought Chu Zhangxian 2 years ago. This was also the source of the confidence the 3 allied forces had in dealing with the Chu family. The middle-aged man who occupied the western position and sat on the back of the white tiger with the heaviest killing intent. His cultivation base had reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period peak. He was the second strongest among the 4. Chu Zhongtian suspected that this person might be an expert invited by Yan Hailong to assist him in casting the formation. In the north, there was a pale old man sitting cross-legged on the back of the black tortoise, which had the strongest defensive ability. His cultivation base had reached the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period. He was wearing a purple dragon robe. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to guess to know that he was definitely the strongest person in the Qi country's royal family. He was also the Qi Yalong who initiated this war. Chu Zhongtian's line of sight surpassed Black Tortoise and Qi Yalong. He looked at the middle-aged woman who was continuously flapping her wings in the air and riding on its back. This middle-aged woman was the weakest out of the four of them. The killing intent on her body was the least. She was also the only one they could attack in Elder Huang's explanation of how to break the formation, and it was the point where they had the chance to break the formation. Chu, do you remember my explanation just now? After explaining the method of breaking the formation, Elder Huang did not immediately instruct him to break the formation. Instead, he asked him with a solemn tone if he remembered. Just from this point, it could be seen that Elder Huang's way of treating Chu Zhongtian had changed. However, Chu Zhongtian, who had been carefully observing the formation, did not hear any special meaning from Elder Huang's words and tone. He just said subconsciously, "I have remembered everything. Is that so? Then repeat it exactly for me." Seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not pay attention to him at all, Elder Huang ordered somewhat unhappily. If Elder Huang asked him to do other things, such as concocting pills, he definitely would not be able to do it. However, for Chu Zhongtian, who had obtained the memory reward after his transmigration, testing his memory was a piece of cake. He didn't need to recall too many things. He told Elder Huang exactly what he had just repeated. This made Elder Huang, who was originally not very satisfied with his attitude, suddenly have a smile on his face. "Not bad. It seems that you have put in a lot of effort." Elder Huang couldn't help but praise Chu Zhongtian's performance just now. After that, he used the divine senses power to observe the 4 images divine beast formation that was circulating. At the same time, he began to instruct Chu Zhongtian. "Chu, during the circulation of the 4 images divine beast formation, the power of 4 different attributes will pause for a short period of time. Therefore, you must use the power you have mastered to affect the circulation of the formation. After that, you can use this opportunity to attack the woman riding the vermilion bird." "I'll remember this." Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and replied with a solemn expression. The 4 symbols divine beast was a formation that was developed based on the strength of 4 divine beasts that had reached the divine level. Divine level divine beasts could use the divine sense to pay attention to the situation outside of the formation. However, to Yan Hailong and the others, they were only Qi transforming period warriors, so they couldn't use the divine sense. Therefore, they didn't know that the assistant they were waiting for had been easily killed by Chu Zhongtian. Right now, they could only try their best to trap Chu Xianxia. Chu looked carefully. When the vermilion bird in the formation ended its attack, it would be the time when the 4 types of energy in the formation were combined and converted. There would be a very short pause. You must use your momentum control to affect the movement of the formation when you stop. Elder Huang immediately reminded Zhang Ili when Zhang Ili's wife controlled the fiery red vermilion bird to attack Chu Zhanchuan. "I understand." Chu Zhongtian, who was staring at the formation, responded subconsciously. Now, when the flapping vermilion bird stopped attacking, Elder Huang immediately signaled them to attack. Chu Zhongtian, who had already prepared his momentum, immediately used his momentum to cover the vermilion bird, which was more than 20 meters tall, and the middle-aged woman who was riding on the vermilion bird. Within the formation, although Chu Zhongtian's howl indicated that he had successfully broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period, Chu Zhongxian believed that he could kill Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng, and that the Chu family would face a crisis. However, Chu Zhongxian didn't want to wait in the formation. He didn't want to wait for Chu Zhongtian to rescue him, so he used his essence-gathering stage cultivation base to continuously consume the vital spirit of Yan Hailong and the others. Just as the vermilion bird that occupied the south had just dispersed his saber technique, Chu Zhongxian was preparing to face the attack of the strongest azure dragon. He was surprised to find that the vermilion bird that wanted to retreat and the woman on its back were instantly frozen by a force. Looking at the force that could freeze the surrounding environment, Chu Zhengxian knew that Chu Zhongtian not only killed Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng with ease. At the same time, he also started breaking the formation to help him escape. Although he didn't know how Chu Zhongtian used the force to freeze the vermilion bird of the four divine beasts, he could still see the completely frozen vermilion bird. Chu Zhengxian knew that it was his turn to attack, and the target of his attack. It was the vermilion bird that had been completely frozen by the momentum, and the woman on the vermilion bird's back. Heavy storm. After using the yellow-level intermediate saber technique, Chu Zhengxian intended to cut the vermilion bird and the woman on the vermilion bird's back in half. At the same time, a soft shout came from outside the formation. Outside the formation. 0. Chu Zhongtian focused 70% of his attention on the formation. 10% of his attention was on preparing to use his force at any time. The remaining 20% was on guard, in case of a sneak attack. It was precisely because most of his attention was focused on the formation that just happened to be the moment the vermilion bird ended its attack. It was only when Elder Huang reminded him that he was able to control the surrounding environment. It enveloped the vermilion bird and the woman on its back and froze them. Snatch millet in the fire. Just as the force stopped the middle-aged woman, Chu Zhongtian, who had already taken out the natal spirit blade, unleashed the snatch millet in the fire. The spirit blade that was emitting a cold aura rushed towards the middle-aged woman on the vermilion bird's back. From the moment Chu Zhongtian unleashed the momentum, to the moment it enveloped the vermilion bird and the woman on its back, and when he used the peak stage sword method martial technique, it took less than a second. Yan Hailong and the other two who were controlling the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise didn't even have the time to react. By the time they reacted, Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade had already chopped off the middle-aged woman's head. No! Looking at the middle-aged woman whose head had been cut off, Zhang Yili, who was on the back of the white tiger, couldn't help but roar out in grief. After that, Zhang Yili took out his own spirit weapon and controlled the white tiger to charge towards Chu Zhongtian, who had killed his wife. Unfortunately, Zhang Yili, who had been overwhelmed by hatred, had forgotten that his wife, who had controlled the vermilion bird, had been killed. This meant that the four images divine beast formation had been broken. Without the support of the formation, he was just an ordinary 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warrior. How could Zhang Yili be a match for Chu Zhongtian, who was invincible amongst his peers? Chu Zhongtian looked at the middle-aged man who was charging at him. He looked at the middle-aged man who was stepping down on the white tiger, which was getting smaller and smaller. He did not use his power, nor did he use his natal spirit blade. He immediately used the spirit, qi and energy he had just used to merge with the attribute form. With a low roar, a huge white tiger about 20 meters long appeared above Chu Zhongtian's head. The white tiger that the vital spirit had transformed into was exactly the same as the white tiger that Zhang Yili had created using the jade pendant. Whether it was its appearance or appearance, it was exactly the same. This caused Chu Zhengxian, Yan Hailong, and Qi Yalong to be stunned. Go! After the white tiger had completely taken shape, Chu Zhongtian waved his right hand, and the white tiger on top of his head welcomed the charging Zhang Yili. Its thick tiger tail swept out and shattered the white tiger that Zhang Yili was stepping on, which was becoming more and more illusory. Zhang Yili, who was riding on the white tiger, was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Although Zhang Yili was a 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period, and he was able to leap up from where he stood, the white tiger that Chu Zhongtian had transformed using the vital spirit's attribute had already pounced on him. Its sharp teeth bit through Zhang Yili's throat, and its thick tiger palm directly shattered his head. Zhang Yili, who originally wanted to avenge his death, died under the sharp claws and tiger palm of the white tiger without even knowing what happened. The white tiger opened its mouth and bit down on the storage bag hanging on Zhang Yili's waist. It turned around and returned to Chu Zhongtian's side. He took the storage bag from its mouth and patted its head. The white tiger lowered its head to greet Chu Zhongtian's pat on its head. What happened in front of them stunned Chu Zhengxian, Yan Hailong, and Qi Yalong. When a martial artist broke through to the Qi transforming period, if their talent reached the level of a top genius, they could use the attribute form. However, the creature that they transformed into only had offensive power and no intelligence at all. When a martial artist broke through to the Qi transforming period, if their talent reached the level of a peerless genius, when they used the vital spirit attribute form, they could merge their spirit, Qi and energy into the creature, allowing the creature to have a certain level of intelligence. Through the series of actions of the white tiger and the interaction with Chu Zhongtian, this was enough to prove that the white tiger he had transformed possessed a very high level of intelligence. At the same time, it also indirectly proved that when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of his spiritual energy of heaven and earth was definitely more than 5,000 miles, and the talent he had displayed was definitely at the level of a peerless genius. As long as nothing unexpected happened during the process, a peerless genius could basically break through to the emperor level. Chu Zhongtian was a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, one of the 9 major powers in Southern Domain. His talent as a peerless genius had given him the chance to break through to the supreme. Yan Hailong looked at Zhang Yili's wife who had her head chopped off, and Zhang Yili who had his head smashed into pieces. He thought of Chu Zhongtian who had broken through to the supreme, then he turned his gaze to the Yan country in the north. King, Prime Minister, you are all wrong. Your wrong judgment might lead to the destruction of the Yan country in the end. Yan Hailong looked in the direction of the Yan country, and he couldn't help but shout in his heart. Chu Zhongtian patted the white tiger's head and signaled it to stand aside. He looked at Yan Hailong and Qi Yalong. He was considering who he should let the white tiger attack next. Tian, let Yan go. Seeing Chu Zhongtian staring at Yan Hailong and Qi Yalong, Chu Zhongxian knew. He was thinking about who he should attack next. Worried that Chu Zhongtian would send his white tiger to attack Yan Hailong, he immediately stood up and begged. Why? Wiping out the roots was a principle Chu Zhongtian had always adhered to. Furthermore, the person who possessed the fake 4 images divine beast formation must be Yan Hailong from the Yan country. Thinking about how Yan Hailong had used the 4 images divine beast formation to trap Chu Zhongxian, allowing Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng to slaughter the people of the Chus to their heart's content, causing the death of 2 Qi transforming period elders from the Chu family, anger rose in Chu Zhongtian's heart. Therefore, in his eyes, Yan Hailong was a man who must be killed. As for the specific situation, I will explain it to you after we return to the family, Chu Zhongxian carefully explained. When Chu Zhongtian returned from the sect, although his amazing cultivation speed and Chu Zhongxian officially placed him on equal footing with him, in his heart, Chu Zhongtian was still a junior. Whether it was in terms of identity or strength, he always had the advantage. However, Chu Zhongtian's method of breaking the formation and using a mysterious force to solidify the power of his opponent, as well as his spiritual attribute form and unparalleled talent, had made Chu Zhongxian very clear in his heart. 5. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's strength was not much weaker than his. In terms of potential and talent, he had even surpassed him by many levels. Therefore, he subconsciously lowered his stance. Chu Zhongtian looked at the cautious Chu Zhongxian and thought that he was his third uncle. It was because of him that he was able to participate in the test of Floating Cloud sect. That was why he was able to become Zhao Enjuan's disciple. In the end, Chu Zhongtian decided to give him some face. He would spare Yan Hailong's life. However, because Yan Hailong had caused too much of a loss, Chu Zhongtian couldn't let him leave so easily. He had to make him pay the price of a treasure that could compensate for the loss. Yan Hailong, for the sake of me, third grandpa, I can let you live today. After dispersing the white tiger, Chu Zhongtian said to Yan Hailong. Chu Zhongtian was willing to let him live. This made Yan Hailong, who was prepared to die, feel a little unbelievable. However, when he saw Chu Zhongtian putting away the white tiger, he immediately knew that Chu Zhongtian wasn't lying. Therefore, he quickly thanked him. Thank you. After that, he turned to Chu Zhongxian and said gratefully, Mr. Chu, thank you for helping me. I will never forget today's kindness. Yan, go back and tell your king that Qi country will belong to the Chu family in the future. As a country that is close to the empire, it is best that you do not do anything that you should not do. The reason Yan Hailong was able to keep his life was indeed because he pleaded for mercy. Therefore, Chu Zhengxian accepted his gratitude with a clear conscience. At the same time, he also hoped that through Yan Hailong's matter, he could let the king of Yan country know the potential of the Chu family, and let him treat the Chu family with a different attitude. Mr. Chu, I will remember this. Yan Hailong nodded his head vigorously and said, Yan Hailong, did I tell you that you can leave? After responding to Chu Jingxuan's advice, Yan Hailong used a special technique. After taking back the black tortoise jade pendant beside Qi Yalong, he turned around and planned to leave the battlefield. But at this moment, Chu Zhongtian's cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Young Master Chu, you have already promised to let me live. Chu Zhongtian's cold voice made Yan Hailong shiver uncontrollably. But when he thought of the promise he made just now, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Yan Hailong still mustered up his courage and asked, That's right. Since I have promised to let you live, I will never go back on my word. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian admitted his promise just now. After that, Chu Zhongtian pointed at the two corpses that had yet to be put away. They were wearing the uniform of Chu family. His tone was filled with killing intent as he threatened. Yan Hailong, it's because you have led your men to help the three great families' allied army. You used the formation to trap my third grandpa, and that's why the two Qi transforming period elders of the Chu family were killed. Shouldn't you compensate the Chu family for their losses? Sure. Name your conditions. Yan Hailong saw two corpses dressed in the uniform of the Chus not far away and thought that their deaths were related to him. So he could only nod his head and admit his defeat. Yan Hailong, you are a member of the royal family of Yan country. If you help the allied army of three great families, it is equivalent to the royal family of Yan country interfering in the national affairs of Qi state. This goes against the joint statement between Eternal Continent and the states. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian thought for a while. A mature compensation clause quickly formed in his mind. First of all, the Yan country royal family needs to take out 1 billion class 10 lower rank spirit stone and 100 million 9th grade low rank spirit items. 10 million 8th grade low rank spirit stone heads. 1 million 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. 100,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone. And 10,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones as compensation. Impossible. The Yan country royal family can't possibly take out so many 6th grade and level 5 intermediate spirit stones. The number of spirit stones in the first clause proposed by Chu Zhongtian made Yan Hailong jump up and refute. To the Yan country royal family who controlled a country, a billion or even a few billion low-rank spirit stone was not a large number. However, 100,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone and 10,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones would cause the royal family of Yan country to go bankrupt, and it might even cause the overall strength of the Yan country's top expert to regress. This was because level 7 and 6th grade intermediate spirit stones were needed for the daily cultivation of Qi transforming period stage warriors. As for level 5 intermediate spirit stones, they were essential for Qi transforming period warriors to break through to the stage. The entire Yan country royal family only had around 20,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones. 20,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones were still not enough to satisfy all the Qi transforming period warriors in the Yan country royal family. At this moment, how could they give half of the spirit stones to Chu Zhongtian? Yan Hailong, tell me how much can you give me at most? Chu Zhongtian knew that the compensation he proposed just now was too harsh, so he allowed Yan Hailong to bargain. After considering for a moment, in order to prevent Chu Zhongtian from focusing too much on 6th grade and level 5 intermediate spirit stones, Yan Hailong decided to increase the number of low-rank spirit stone. 2 billion class 10 lower-rank spirit stone, 200 million 9th grade low-rank spirit stones, 20 million 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, 100,000 7th grade middle-rank spirit stone, 10,000 6th grade middle-rank spirit stone. Add another 2,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones. Otherwise, I will personally go with third grandpa to the Yan country royal family. We will have a discussion with the king of the Yan country and all the direct descendants of the Yan country. Let's see if they are willing to take out 2000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian threatened openly. Chu Zhongtian was very satisfied with the amount of spirit stones Yan Hailong had offered. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was the lack of level 5 spirit stones. Couldn't be helped. In order to break through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining period as soon as possible, Chu Zhongtian had used up all the level 5 intermediate spirit stones he had collected. After he got used to the abundant spiritual Qi in level 5 spirit stones, he would use spirit stones below the 6th grade to cultivate. This would not only affect his speed of breakthrough, but also make him feel uncomfortable. 1000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones, this is my bottom line. Otherwise, just kill me. Yan Hailong showed an attitude of letting the king slaughter him as he pleased. The reason he agreed to give 1000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones was because he was really worried about Chu Zhongtian's threat just now. Because with Chu Zhengshuan's essence gathering stage cultivation base and Chu Zhongtian's unfathomable strength and means, no one in the Yan country royal family was a match for them. If the Yan country royal family was really thrown into a fight by Chu Zhongtian and Chu Zhengxian, it would be a devastating blow to the Yan country royal family's reputation. This would even cause the Yan country royal family to lose their absolute control over the Yan country. However, Hai Yanlong himself was unable to make the decision of taking out 2000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones in one go. 1000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones was the maximum amount he could use. Alright, seeing Yan Hailong's suicidal attitude, Chu Zhongtian knew that 1000 intermediate spirit stones was his bottom line, so he reluctantly agreed to the price. Besides the 2 Qi transforming period elders, the people of Chu family who were killed and the warriors from the families who were killed also need to be compensated. In addition to spirit stones, there are also 10,000 level 10 Qi increasing pill, level 10 healing pill, level 10 Qi replenishing pill, Dantian cultivating pill, and level 10 pulse condensation pill, 1000 for 6 kinds of level 9 pills, and 100 for 6 types of level 8 pills. Apart from the Qi increasing pill, healing pill, and initial Qi pill, which were commonly used by martial artists to refine, the Qi condensation pill, Dantian cultivating pill, and pulse condensation pill were pills that could increase one's potential. 5. Chu Zhongtian hoped that he could use these pills that the Yan country had compensated him to increase the potential of his family's disciples, and allow them to have combat strength that surpassed their own. Of course, the Chu family itself was famous for its medicinal pills in the empire. Their family had a certain amount of medicinal pills stored in their storage, so the amount of medicinal pills they needed was not as much as spirit stones. Sure, the value of the second clause proposed by Chu Zhongtian wasn't lower than the value of spirit stones. However, the good thing was that the grade of the medicinal pills that were compensated was below the level 8. This was something that the royal family of Yan country could bear. Lastly, the compensation for third grandpa and me. After all, during the period of time third grandpa was trapped by you guys, the vital spirit and energy consumption was too great. In order to break the formation, I had also used up a lot of vital spirit and energy. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's last request, Yan Hailong's heart couldn't help but twitch. The compensation for Qi transforming period elders and his clansmen seemed to be huge, but they were all ordinary spirit stones and medicinal pills. Although Hai Yanlong felt heartache, it was still within the acceptable range. As for Chu Zhongtian, who came from a sect, he basically didn't lack spirit stones and medicinal pills. Then, the only thing that caught his eye was probably the flag of the 4 images divine beast formation that he had just used. As expected, the following clauses of Chu Zhongtian confirmed his guess. Yan Hailong, with your half-step essence gathering stage cultivation base and the help of 3/10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period warriors, it's impossible for you all to survive 10 of my attacks. The reason why you were able to trap him, it's because you have the 4 images divine beast formation. After saying that, Chu Zhongtian stretched out his hand and said while gnashing his teeth in anger, "So, you must hand over the array flag of the 4 images, divine beast formation. After I bring it back to the clan, I will destroy it with my own hands." You! Yan Hailong was so angry that he did not know how to refute Chu Zhongtian's request. Because Chu Zhongtian did not use the 4 images divine beast formation's array flag as compensation, but forcefully demanded it. This was hard for him to refute or reject. After all, what Chu Zhongtian said just now was right. It was because of the 4 images divine beast formation's formation flag that he was able to trap the essence gathering stage Chu Zhangxian, causing the Chu family to suffer a great loss at the beginning. However, the formation flag of the 4 images divine beast formation was one of the 3 greatest treasures of the Yan country's royal family. The treasure ranked first was a treasure that they absolutely couldn't lose. Even if he lost his life, he had to protect the formation flag of the 4 images divine beast formation. Taking a deep breath, Yan Hailong said in a deep voice, "Young Master Chu, you should change your condition. I absolutely can't give you the array flag of the 4 images divine beast formation." "Is that so?" Yan Hailong's gloomy tone let Chu Zhongtian know that asking him for the 4 images divine beast formation's array flag had touched his bottom line. Originally, according to Chu Zhongtian's character, if he touched his opponent's bottom line during the negotiation, he would consciously lower his conditions so that he could gain enough benefits. However, just as he was about to change his condition, Elder Huang reminded him to keep the array flag of the 4 images divine beast formation no matter what. There were 2 reasons why he left the array flag of the 4 images divine beast formation behind. The first was that Elder Huang could use a special technique to increase the power of the 4 images divine beast formation's array flag. The second was that Elder Huang could use the 4 images divine beast formation's formation flag to let Chu Zhongtian officially step into the formation master stage and make him a true formation master in the Eternal Continent. Whether it was to increase the power of the 4 images divine beast formation's array flag or to use the array flag to become a formation master, it was an irresistible temptation to Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, in the face of Yan Hailong's unworried refusal, Chu Zhongtian's killing intent was ignited once again. Along with a deep roar, the scattered white tiger reappeared beside Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, he turned his head and ordered Chu Zhongxian, "Third Grandpa, follow me to kill Yan Hailong and destroy the 4 images divine beast formation that trapped you." He had promised to let Yan Hailong go, but he had violated his promise just for a set of formation. Chu Zhangxian, who was full of chivalry, could not accept it at the moment. Seeing that Chu Zhangxian was not willing to help him kill Yan Hailong, Chu Zhongtian knew that he cared too much about friendship. He advocated chivalry, so he didn't insist. He planned to use his own strength to kill Yan Hailong, who was a half-step essence gathering stage warrior. "Forget it. I can give you the formation flag of the 4 images divine beast formation." Originally, Yan Hailong planned that even if he died, he wouldn't give the formation flag to Chu Zhongtian alive. However, when he saw Chu Zhangxian in a dilemma, Yan Hailong became worried. Thinking about how his selfishness caused the Chu family to suffer heavy losses, and how Chu Zhangxian was still pleading on his behalf, Yan Hailong didn't want to make things difficult for him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and handed over the formation flag of the 4 images divine beast formation. "If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have acted tough from the start, causing me to waste the vital spirit." Seeing Yan Hailong take the initiative to hand over the array flag, Chu Zhongtian felt that it was a pity. Although the geographical location of Yan country was stronger than Qi country, as a country close to it, there was a limit to how strong one could be. The reason Chu Zhangxian was able to become a top essence gathering stage expert was not only because he was once a disciple of a sect, but also because of the pills, blood crystal, and blood core he provided. Without the support of a sect, it was probably the limit for the Yan country to have a top half-step essence gathering stage warrior. If Yan Hailong was killed today, then the Yan country that lost top expert would definitely become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the surrounding kingdoms. It might even cause a chaotic war between several kingdoms. The Qi country, where the number of warriors had been severely injured, although they could not obtain any tangible benefits in the fight for territory, they could make use of the chaotic war to make a fortune and increase the wealth of their families. Unfortunately, Yan Hailong's final compromise made Chu Zhongtian lose his last chance to kill him. Although he could still ask for compensation and achieve the goal of angering Yan Hailong, it would give people the feeling that he was greedy and insatiable. It would not be good for him to take charge of Chu family in the future. "You can leave now," Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to take the 4 jade pendants that Yan Hailong had placed on the ground and said unwillingly, "Mr. Chu, I will never forget your kindness. At the same time, I swear that I will never step into the Qi country again for the rest of my life." Yan Hailong's heart ached when he saw that Chu Zhongtian was finally no longer forcing him. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Hailong's sudden words before he left made Chu Zhongxian feel baffled. However, Yan Hailong's words before he left to make an oath allowed Chu Zhongtian to see through his intentions. He was afraid that Yan Hailong knew that the Chu family, which had such a talented disciple like him, would quickly rise and become the strongest family and kingdom in the surrounding area. As the Yan country that was close to the Qi country, it could become the Chu family's target to expand its territory at any time. In the eyes of Yan Hailong, the only person who could influence him in the Chu family was probably Chu Zhongxian. Therefore, he hoped to make use of the oath that he would never step into the Qi country to make Chu Zhongxian owe him a favor. When Chu Zhongtian planned to expand his territory in the future, he could consider letting the Yan country go. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian sneered to himself. In the Chu family, although Chu Zhengshuan's opinion could influence Chu Zhongtian, if he faced a very advantageous situation or an irresistible temptation, Chu Zhongtian would follow his heart. Chu Zhengshuan's opinion would automatically remain the same. In the Chu family, there was only one person that could influence Chu Zhongtian unconditionally. That person was Grand Elder, whom he had doted on like his father when he first started cultivating. After Yan Hailong left, Chu Zhongtian looked at Qi Yalong, who was the only high rank of the Qi transforming period warrior in the 3 great families who was still alive. "I think you should be the previous king of the Qi country, the strongest warrior of the Qi's family right now, Qi Yalong." He looked at Qi Yalong, who had the same pale hair as Lu Yushi and Wang Dafeng. Chu Zhongtian asked with a sigh. Just 10 minutes ago, Emperor of Qi, Qi Heng, had his head chopped off by the frenzied Chu Tianyun. At this moment, if Qi Yalong was killed again, the entire Qi country royal family would basically be in a state of disintegration. "Young Master Chu, I will bring the rest of the Qi family's people and leave Qi country. I will also swear the same oath as Yan Hailong, that I will never step into Qi country for the rest of my life. I wonder if you can spare my life." Qi Yalong saw Chu Zhongtian looking at him. He knew that it was time to decide his fate. No one didn't fear death, especially those kings who enjoyed all the wealth and glory in the world. They cherished their lives even more. To Qi Yalong, his profound cultivation allowed him to maintain his manly character. He could not bear to die, and he could not bear to part with those beautiful women in his harem. The 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period Zhang Ili was easily killed by Chu Zhongtian using the white tiger formed by the vital spirit. Qi Yalong, whose strength wasn't even comparable to Zhang Ili, knew that he wasn't Chu Zhongtian's match at all. Besides, there was also an essence-gathering stage Chu Zhongxian standing beside Chu Zhongtian. He was staring at Qi Yalong like a tiger eyeing its prey. In order to save his life, Qi Yalong had to do everything he could. "Young Master Chu, if you can spare my life today, I will give you all the wealth of the royal family. I will even give you the national treasure of Qi country, the hidden dragon pavilion, and 2 spirit weapon." Chu Zhongtian looked at Qi Yalong, who was begging him, and couldn't help but sigh. After that, Chu Zhongtian turned his head to look at Chu Zhengxian and said in a bored tone, "Do you want to get rid of him, or do you want me to do it?" "I will get rid of him." Chu Zhengxian raised the spirit blade in his hand and said with a murderous look. Chu Zhengxian was facing the attack of the 3 great families' allied army. As the strongest warrior of the Chu family, he was the pillar in everyone's heart. Not to mention turning the tide of the war, Chu Zhengxian didn't even kill a Qi refining stage warrior. How could he, who was proud and arrogant, accept this? Out of the 6 high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors, Chu Zhongtian only let Yan Hailong leave because of Chu Zhengxian. The remaining 4 were all killed by him. Now only Qi Yalong was left. If Chu Zhengxian didn't use him to vent the anger in his heart, wouldn't he be depressed to death? When Chu Zhongtian saw that Chu Zhengxian was willing to take the initiative to attack, he shrugged indifferently. Then, he turned around and unleashed the movement technique, charging towards the high rank of the body refining period opponents in the allied army. As for whether Chu Zhengxian could kill Qi Yalong, Chu Zhongtian didn't care at all. Mr. Chu, seeing that we have been neighbors for so many years, please let me live. Seeing Chu Zhongtian turn around and leave, Qi Yalong looked at Chu Zhengxian with pleading eyes. Unfortunately, Chu Zhengxian ignored his pleas and rushed forward with the spirit blade in his hand. When Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique to arrive at the battlefield, he found out that under the leadership of three master of the Qi transforming period, the people of Chu's had defeated the alliance of the three great families' tens of thousands of warriors. As for Chu Tianyun and the other three Qi transforming period warriors, they carried out their orders very seriously, focusing on opponents at the seventh layer of the body refining period and above. This allowed the Chu family's body refining experts to slaughter the allied army as much as they wanted. At the beginning of the war, the number of three great families' warriors was 5 times more than the number of Chu family's warriors. Later on, before the war began, Chu Jingxuan's amnesty had increased the number of warriors on both sides by 8 times. Even so, under the leadership of the three great master of the Qi transforming period, an alliance army with 8 times the number of people simply could not effectively defend. Furthermore, along with the high rank of the Qi transforming period warriors of three great families and the patriarch of three great families being killed, the entire coalition is basically in a state of headless dragons. Many of the warriors who were affiliated with the three great families had already started fleeing in all directions. Chu Zhongtian looked at the alliance army that was constantly being slaughtered, looked at the land that was dyed red with blood, and looked at the scattered corpse pieces. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The war between the Chu family and the three great families had fully proved that although overall strength was very important in the war between countries, the most important thing was top expert. This was because top expert could turn the tide of the war and determine the final victory of the war. The Chu family had the advantage, and there was no need for Chu Zhongtian to personally take action. Therefore, he directly rushed to towering building, observing the battle below while catching up with Elder Huang in his mind. Elder Huang, where have you been recently? Chu Zhongtian used his consciousness to communicate with Elder Huang in his mind and asked with concern. Kid, when you mention this matter, I will get angry. Not only was Elder Huang not touched by Chu Zhongtian's concern, he even started to complain about Chu Zhongtian. Elder Huang, who has offended you? Tell me, I will teach him a lesson for you. Chu Zhongtian comforted Elder Huang as if he was joking. Elder Huang, who possessed the body of the divine soul, had a cultivation base of at least divine soul stage and above. Those who could provoke him were at least experts at the same level as him, the stage. With his 7th layer of the Qi refining period cultivation base, it would be ridiculous to think that he could teach a peerless expert a lesson. However, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's promise, Elder Huang said seriously in his mind, You still have a conscience, kid. The person who offended me is called Chu Zhongtian. Help me teach him a lesson. Elder Huang, stop joking. Let's talk about proper business. When Chu Zhongtian heard Elder Huang asking him to teach him a lesson, he was so scared that he quickly changed the topic. Chu, after we parted in Purgatory City, I went to retrieve a treasure that can solidify my body of the divine soul. This is also the reason why I was able to travel millions of kilometers to Qi country with my body of the divine soul. Chu Zhongtian wanted to change the topic, but Elder Huang continued to complain. But what made me very angry was that you didn't tell me the specific route when we parted. This wasted a lot of my time and a lot of my Qi of divine soul. Elder Huang thought about the hardships he had gone through during his journey to find out the location of the Chu family. He felt that he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at all. Elder Huang, it's my fault for not considering this matter properly. I apologize to you. Chu Zhongtian immediately apologized when he heard Elder Huang's angry question. Chu Zhongtian did not leave behind a detailed route map, so he could not blame him. This was because Elder Huang left his mind too quickly, so he did not think about it at that time. Furthermore, it was hard to find the Qi country and Chu family, but as one of the 9 major powers of Southern Domain, the Floating Cloud sect wouldn't be so hard to find. If Elder Huang really wanted to find him, wouldn't he personally make a trip to the Floating Cloud sect? Since I have already found you, Let's forget about what happened earlier. Elder Huang, who was in Chu Zhongtian's mind, waved his hand, indicating that this matter had already been turned over. Chu, I never thought of this. We have only been apart for 7 months, but your cultivation base has risen from the 4th layer peak of the body refining period to the 7th layer of the chi refining period. In my long life, there are only 3 people who can match your cultivation base and speed. Who are these 3 geniuses? Chu Zhongtian was also very interested in knowing the geniuses who could advance from 4th layer peak of the body refining period to 7th layer of the chi refining period in 7 months. Because as his strength continued to increase, there were more and more places for him to cultivate. He would also see more and more powerful warriors. He will often come into contact with such geniuses. He wanted to understand the information of these geniuses beforehand so that they could be prepared when they met in the future. When your cultivation base breaks through to the chaotic stage, your title will become supreme. Perhaps you will recognize and come into contact with these 3 people. Elder Huang didn't give a detailed answer to the origin of these 3 people. Instead, he told Chu Zhongtian something that made Chu Zhongtian feel a trace of pressure. This meant that these 3 geniuses were now the strongest experts in Eternal Continent. Elder Huang regarded Chu Zhongtian as an insignificant 7th layer of the Qi refining period. How could Chu Zhongtian not feel pressured when compared to top expert? Chu Zhongtian, those 3 people's talent and potential are not much better than yours. The reason why they were able to achieve the peak was because they walked a bloody path. With your current talent and experience, you might be able to surpass them in the future. Elder Huang never thought that his momentary sigh would bring pressure to Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, he immediately comforted Chu Zhongtian. Elder Huang, pressure is a good thing for me. Chu Zhongtian had already turned pressure into motivation out of habit when he faced Elder Huang's comfort. So whether Elder Huang comforted him or not, he would not be affected by the pressure. Seeing Chu Zhongtian, who could use the pressure to increase his motivation, Elder Huang felt comforted. But at the same time, he ended the topic of chaos period. After that, he asked with anticipation and nervousness, Chu, you have already reached the Qi transforming period. When you broke through to the Qi transforming period, how many miles did you draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to? 10,999 miles. Chu Zhongtian answered truthfully. When he broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of his spiritual energy of heaven and earth had exceeded 10,000 kilometers. Furthermore, he had caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Many of the higher-ups and disciples of the floating cloud sect had witnessed it with their own eyes. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to lie to Elder Huang, so that Elder Huang wouldn't be sad in the future. The reason why Chu Zhongtian didn't confess to Chu Xianxia and Grand Elder was because they had no idea what the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth represented, and what it meant to be a peerless genius. You are very good. Chu Zhongtian's honest answer made Elder Huang feel comforted. But at the same time, he couldn't help but nod. The fact that Chu Zhongtian was able to break through to the Great Stage and 13 Minor Stage in 7 months indicated that he had the talent of a monster level. At the same time, the talent of a monster level had also made him firm up his mind. Chu, do you want to learn the formation and become a formation master? Elder Huang only gave a simple answer to Chu Zhongtian's performance in breaking through to the Qi transforming period, then changed the topic to the formation. Elder Huang, if I don't want to break through to the formation master, I will change my condition when Yen Hailong refused to hand over the 4 images divine beast formation. Why do I have to threaten him? Elder Huang's question made Chu Zhongtian roll his eyes. He had gone through 3 tough training sessions in the secret realm, especially in the cavern, which was left by a peerless expert of the Purgatory City. The 3rd palace of the Blood Demon secret realm, the Snekflocks of the Azura secret realm. He was surprised to find out that most of the secret realm in the southern domain were hidden with formation. Among these formation, there was the formation that could control the core of secret realm, the formation that could enhance the strength of warriors, and the formation that could deceive the eyes and ears of others. Therefore, compared to alchemists and blacksmiths, Chu Zhongtian wanted to become a formation master even in his dreams. Chu, I was born too long ago. With your current cultivation base, you still haven't come into contact with any experts from the same era as me, and you won't understand my name. That's why I won't introduce myself to you." After receiving Chu Zhongtian's affirmative answer, Elder Huang didn't immediately agree to teach Chu Zhongtian. Instead, he changed the topic to himself. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not interrupt, nor did he feel impatient. Instead, he quietly listened to Elder Huang. "Chu, although I can't tell you my real origin for the time being. However, my strength is definitely at the top in Eternal Continent. In terms of formation, there are no more than 3 people in the entire Eternal Continent who can surpass me." "I believe it." Elder Huang did not have the slightest doubt about Chu Zhongtian's self-praise. Instead, he felt that what Elder Huang said just now was too modest. Chu Zhongtian did not know why he had such a thought. Chu Zhongtian's attitude made Elder Huang, who was in his mind, feel that he believed it from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he enjoyed it very much. However, his words still didn't involve the main topic. "Chu, if I didn't have an accident back then, do you know how many people wanted to become my true disciple?" "Elder Huang, there are 3 major auxiliary systems in the cultivation system. The formation master has the least number of people, but they are also the ones who are most likely to be respected. Therefore, there must be a lot of people who want to become your disciple." Chu Zhongtian flattered. In order to learn the formation, Chu Zhongtian had to please Elder Huang, hoping that he would agree to impart the knowledge of the formation to him when he was in a good mood. "At least you know what's good for you." Chu Zhongtian's words made Elder Huang feel comfortable all over, but at the same time, he did not feel that Chu Zhongtian was deliberately flattering him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with endless praise when he looked at Chu Zhongtian. However, his ultimate goal must be for himself. He had no choice but to continue with his plan. "Chu Zhongtian, why do you think I want to inherit your formation?" "Why?" Elder Huang's words made Chu Zhongtian fall into deep thought. Compared to alchemists and blacksmiths, it was more difficult to become a formation master. The number of formation master warriors was even rarer. If one could become an alchemist out of every 10,000 people, then perhaps 1 out of every 100,000 people could become a blacksmith. And out of every 10 million people, there might not even be one who could become a formation master warrior. The reason why Elder Huang wanted to pass down the formation to him was because he had the talent to become a formation master. Chu Zhongtian shook his head, overthrowing his previous guess. Because Elder Huang seemed to have lived for a long time. Time and lifespan didn't seem to have much of an impact on him. He wasn't in a hurry to find a disciple who could inherit his formation. That Elder Huang must have taken a fancy to Chu Zhongtian's talent. Chu Zhongtian recalled Elder Huang's question just now. Chu Zhongtian's talent was very helpful to Elder Huang. "Elder Huang, why did you teach me the knowledge of formation? Did you take a fancy to my talent?" Chu Zhongtian told him what he had just thought. "Chu Zhongtian, although I know that your comprehension ability has always been outstanding, I never thought that your logical analysis ability would be stronger." Elder Huang honestly told him what he thought. "Your guess is correct. The reason why I wanted to teach you the knowledge of formation is because you have the talent of a monster level." "Elder Huang, what can my talent help you with?" Since he had already guessed what Elder Huang was thinking, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry. He wanted to know Elder Huang's purpose. If his goal was within Chu Zhongtian's ability, then Chu Zhongtian would accept his formation inheritance. If his goal was not within the range of Chu Zhongtian's ability, Chu Zhongtian would refuse to accept his inheritance. Although becoming a formation master would provide unimaginable help to him in the future, it wouldn't affect him much if he didn't become a formation master. "Chu, do you know what my biggest wish is now?" Elder Huang asked with a sentimental tone. When he first met Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian felt that he was a very forthright person. However, after this reunion, Chu Zhongtian found that he had become a little deeper. Chu Zhongtian paid close attention to his tone and words, and Chu Zhongtian quickly guessed his wish. "You want to have a body that can absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth and break through the limits of life and death." Elder Huang wasn't surprised that Chu Zhongtian could guess his wish. After all, Chu Zhongtian was very smart, and he did not hide his thoughts. "That's right. My biggest wish in my life is to have a body with a metal physique. If you want to accept my inheritance of formation, you have to agree to one of my requests. Elder Huang, please speak. They have said so much nonsense. Now, the most important moment has finally arrived, Chu Zhongtian said firmly. When you break through to the chaos period, you must use the formation knowledge I taught you to open a secret realm for me. You need to help me find 3 treasures in the secret realm that can help me recover my physical body. Since Chu Zhongtian was so straightforward, Elder Huang didn't want to beat around the bush and test him. He directly stated his request. How dangerous is it after the secret realm is opened? How difficult is it to find the 3 treasures? Hearing Elder Huang's request, Chu Zhongtian did not accept it immediately. Instead, he asked according to his thoughts and principles. Extremely difficult. The 3 treasures in Secret Realm were related to his life. He did not want to fail the final mission because of his concealment. Therefore, he answered truthfully. Chu Zhongtian was touched by Elder Huang's honesty. He also began to consider whether he could accept this request. However, he had to figure out why Elder Huang had come to find him. Why did you find me? In order to make Chu Zhongtian willing to help him fulfill his wish, Elder Huang decided to be frank about everything. There are 2 reasons why I chose to enter your sea of consciousness. The first reason is that my body of the divine soul has been outside for too long, so I can't bear the heat of the sun, so I'm temporarily staying in your sea of consciousness to rest. The second reason is because I keep feeling that you're not simple. There's some kind of earth-shattering secret hidden within your body. I want to know what exactly this secret is. What happened in the end? Elder Huang's confession did not move Chu Zhongtian. Instead, it made him very nervous. After Elder Huang entered his sea of consciousness, what he worried about the most was that his system would be exposed. I found out that you don't have any secrets on you. Elder Huang shook his head, his expression revealing a trace of doubt. Although he only had the body of the divine soul now, his true cultivation base had already reached the peak of this world. Apart from his powerful strength, top expert's ability to predict other things was extremely accurate. Back then, he had clearly felt that there was a secret hidden in Chu Zhongtian's body, but he hadn't gained anything from it. This was a question that he had never been able to understand in his heart. Elder Huang's answer made Chu Zhongtian heave a sigh of relief. As long as his secret was not exposed, he could consider agreeing to Elder Huang's request. Chu, although I did not discover the secret that you are hiding, but I found your extraordinary wisdom and meticulous logical thinking ability. So I decided to stay in your mind and continue to observe you. I want to see if you can become someone who can help me fulfill my wish. And the result? Chu Zhongtian asked. The result is obvious. You are the one who can help me fulfill my wish. This is also the reason why I used a large amount of power of the divine soul to rush to Qi country to find you. Elder Huang continued. What benefits will it bring me after opening the secret realm? Chu Zhongtian wanted to reject the offer, but he suddenly thought of the cavern left behind by a peerless expert, and the token that could control the entire cavern's formation, causing his thoughts to waver. Now, he needed to know what benefits the opening of the secret realm would bring him so as to strengthen his confidence. That secret realm has the earth's spiritual root of one of the 3 great spiritual root in the world, as well as the legendary immortal herbs and immortal stones that surpass the 1st grade. Chu Zhongtian nodded in agreement. Chu Zhongtian had tried the effect of the human spiritual root before. Now that he had the chance to obtain the earth's spiritual root, he didn't need to think too much about it before agreeing to it. Furthermore, there were immortal stones in the secret realm that were above grade 1, which would provide unimaginable help to him. Very good. Seeing Chu Zhongtian nod his head without hesitation, Elder Huang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also tried to relieve some pressure on Chu Zhongtian. Chu, after a period of contact, I know you are a person who keeps your promise, so I will not force you to make any poisonous vow. Elder Huang, although I agree to your request, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Chu Zhongtian started to make his request. Speak, Elder Huang said. Although I accept your formation inheritance, I won't accept you as my master, because I already have a master. Chu Zhongtian said firmly. No problem. Elder Huang didn't think too much about Chu Zhongtian's request. He nodded and agreed. In fact, the reason he took care of Chu Zhongtian was because he hoped that Chu Zhongtian could help him fulfill his wish. He had never thought of taking Chu Zhongtian as his disciple. Although Chu Zhongtian's talent had reached the monster level, he wasn't qualified to become Elder Huang's disciple. After I get busy with the miscellaneous matters of the Chu family, I will seriously learn the formation knowledge from you. Although Elder Huang's answer relieved his worries, it also made him feel a little uncomfortable. He was so outstanding, but he actually didn't have the qualifications to become Elder Huang's inheritance disciple. Next, he had to cultivate with all his might and quickly improve his stage. He had to work hard to improve his strength, and he had to change his impression in Elder Huang's mind. After finishing his conversation with Elder Huang, Chu Zhongtian shifted his attention to the battlefield. After observing the situation on the battlefield, he couldn't help but frown slightly. After Chu Zhongxian killed Qi Yalong and took the initiative to join the battlefield, the situation of three great families' allied armies' defeat became even more rapid. Nearly 80% of the martial artists escaped the battlefield with all their might. However, in the face of the relentless pursuit of the four Qi transforming period warriors and the Chu family's warriors, the allied army of three great families erupted with unimaginable power. They caused many casualties to the Chu family's warriors and their affiliated warriors. After losing the three Qi transforming period warriors and the three great families' patriarch, the allied army of three great families had basically lost their threat. Even if they were let go, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the Chu family. If they were forced into a desperate situation now, the Chu family's strength would surely be reduced. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian encouraged the vital spirit and ordered loudly, all the members of the Chu family, as well as the warriors of the subsidiary powers, make way for them. Let these people leave. The vital spirit's voice had transmitted his order to every corner of the battlefield. No matter if it was the warriors of Chu family or the allied forces of three great families, they could clearly hear his order just now. When the young men of Chu family heard Chu Zhongtian's order, they immediately stopped attacking. However, the warriors of the middle-aged generation and the affiliated forces of Chu family didn't pay any attention to Chu Zhongtian's order. They continued to chase and kill the defeated allied forces. Patriarch, Third Grandpa, 2 Qi transforming period elders and 7 elder of the inner sect, returned to Towering Building immediately. Looking at those disobedient family members and the warriors of the affiliated forces, a trace of anger ignited in Chu Zhongtian's heart. Although he was only a disciple of the Chu family's younger generation, his current strength was not much weaker than Chu Jingxuan's. The reason why the Chu family was able to turn defeat into victory was because he had killed Lu Yuxi and Wang Dafeng, turning the tide of the war. Furthermore, he was the legitimate young patriarch, the future leader of the Chu family. Under such circumstances, these people still didn't care about his orders. This made him angry, but at the same time he wanted to teach these people a lesson. Let's go back immediately. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's words, Chu Zhongxian instructed Chu Tianyun and the others. Then he planned to fly back to Towering Building. All young disciples of Chu family, retreat back to the defensive line. Seeing Chu Zhongxian obediently return to Towering Building, the anger in Chu Zhongtian's heart lessened a little. However, his desire to teach those people a lesson didn't change. Chu Zhongtian's influence in the hearts of the young generation of Chu family had long surpassed the patriarch Chu Tianyun. Hundreds of young disciples quickly made way for him and quickly retreated back into the defensive line. As for the more than 1,000 clansmen of the middle-aged generation, especially those who had reached the body refining stage middle advanced, they continued to slaughter the defeated alliance army with the warriors of their subordinate forces. Listen up, 3 great families' alliance army. If you want to live, then you will have to rely on your own strength to kill your way out. I guarantee that all the Qi transforming period warriors of Chu family will never attack. Neither will the young disciples. Chu Zhongtian's words caused Chu Zhongxian, Chu Tianyun, and the 9 elders' facial expression to change. They knew that Chu Zhongtian was furious because his people had disobeyed his order just now, so they wanted to teach these people a lesson. However, this lesson was too cruel. Those clansmen might lose their lives. At this moment, the middle-aged generation of the Chu family didn't listen to Chu Zhongtian's orders. They were still chasing after the defeated alliance army. They were the strongest generation in the Chu family. They were the people who occupied the middle and upper echelons of the family, and they were also the people who had always supported Chu Tianyun. If Chu Tianyun lost the support of these people, his prestige in the Chu family would drop by at least 70%. Chu Tianyun didn't want to see those people die in vain. He wanted to turn around and help them. However, Chu Zhengxian suddenly stopped him. Tianyun, if you don't want to become a sinner of Chu family, you have to listen to Tian's orders. Follow me back to towering building obediently. Third uncle, those people are the true elites of Chu family. Losing any one of them is a heavy loss that our family can't bear, Chu Tianyun said with a heartache. They used to occupy an important position in the family. Now, they will become ordinary family members, Chu Zhengxian said. He didn't have much contact with the middle-aged generation. He didn't even know 90% of the family members. Tianyun, after today's battle, Tian has completely changed. At this moment, whether it was in terms of concept or the way he treated his clansmen, he is no longer the pure Tian from before. He has already begun to show his dominance, Chu Zhengxian explained. Tian is a disciple of Floating Cloud sect. He will not stay in the family for a long time, but before he leaves the family, he will instill his ideals and prestige into the family. Tianyun, if you want the Chu's family to become a 6th-grade family, then all you can do is to cooperate with Tian. Tianyun, this is the only way you can keep your current position, because Tian's current strength might not be any weaker than mine. After explaining to this point, Chu Zhengxian raised his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the towering building. He was surprised to find that behind Chu Zhongtian, there seemed to be a divine dragon that was thousands of meters long. Tianyun, I have a special feeling in my heart right now. I feel that this time, Tian will not only solve the crisis of the 3 major families, but also change the Chus. Chu Tian did not understand what he just said. It's the position you've always dreamed of. Glancing at Chu Tian, Chu Zhengxian felt that his many years of patriarch life had made his thoughts too rigid. Now, he was somewhat unable to keep up with the development trend of the Chu's family. He was faintly worried that Chu Zhongtian would seize the opportunity to seize his position. It wasn't that Chu Zhongtian, who possessed an extremely high prestige and super powerful strength, didn't have the ability to abolish Chu Tianyun's patriarch position. Third uncle, you mean the throne in the palace? Chu Tian said in a low voice. As long as you obediently listen to Tian's orders, not only will he not abolish your patriarch position, he might even push you to that position. Nodding his head, Chu Zhengxian confirmed his thoughts. The only pity is Zhongba, because he can't be like the princes of other kingdoms. Chu Zhongtian's encouragement and promise not only made Chu Tianyun unable to accept it, but also the young man who retreated to the defensive line. Many of the middle-aged generation on the battlefield were the family of young people. They could not just watch their family members being killed without doing anything, so the young people who returned to the defense line returned to the battlefield. Although they returned to the battlefield, they did not attack the defeated alliance army. Instead, they desperately advised their family. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the towering building, didn't say anything to stop them, nor did he take back his promise. The reason he encouraged the allied forces of the 3 families was because he wanted to teach the middle-aged generation and the warriors of the subsidiary families a lesson. He wanted to let them know that he was not only the nominal young patriarch of the family, but also the young patriarch who could decide your life and death. If you want to keep your lives, it is actually very simple. As long as you retreat to the defensive line, the allied forces who are in a hurry to escape will definitely not have the mood to kill you. But if you want to continue chasing those alliance army, then if you are killed, you can only blame yourself for being stupid.